Resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the second day of August 2025 and terminating on the 41st day of May 2026, a supply of goods as per the attached schedule. Member for Babonneau.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion which speaks to the amendment, the Parliament's affirmation resolution which approved the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods, which will come into effect as of the 2nd of August 2025 to May 31st, 2026. Mr. Speaker, permit me to take leave to congratulate the schools in the Babonneau constituency that is also part of District 1. And District 1, as an education district, is shared between two constituencies. So Grosile and Babonneau, we form District 1. And we have the slogan that District 1 is always number 1. When I visit the schools, when we talk to the students, they say, District 1 is number 1. That's the children's slogan when I visit them. So I just remind you that we have remained number 1. I want to congratulate all the students who have done very well in District 1 and throughout the island, because there are 8 districts, but District 1 normally lead the way. And I want to congratulate the teachers. I want to congratulate the parents who made sacrifices to help these children. And I want to commend the Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues for the sacrifices and the efforts and the decisions this government has made to invest heavily in education. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I had to attend 3 graduations, and today is another 3. But the Prime Minister usually gives us some latitude to say, blame the Prime Minister. So today I cannot attend graduations because we had to report here in Parliament. However, I want to extend my apologies to the schools that I'm not able to attend the graduation today, and I want to wish them well. Mr. Speaker, as we move in looking at this motion on the floor, I will not do like my fellow parliamentarian on the other side, who indicated how excited he is, how elated he is, and how this is such a great decision. But before he concluded the statement, he added, but. And in the English language, if something is positive, you keep it positive. You do not add but. You say and, which means you enhance what you have said. So it is a very good resolution, and I want to lend my support to this motion. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of zero-rated items on food, we have had long discussions and debates about the cost of living or the cost of food items on the shelves in St. Lucia. And this is a bold statement coming from the member for Castries East and Honorable Prime Minister of this country, fully supported by his cabinet ministers. Mr. Speaker, This resolution, once it is passed, and the request to pass this resolution indicated that it should be on the 2nd of August. And that is a significant date, Mr. Speaker. Significant in the sense that it's the day after Emancipation Day. Emancipation Day is on the 1st of August. So we are liberating the prices of a number of food items on the shelves in St. Lucia. This is also coming into effect during the summer holidays, Mr. Speaker. And there is something about summer holidays many people do not understand. The children are no longer in school. They are at home. And that refrigerator, the doors open time and time again. The children eat more when they are on holidays. And the Prime Minister and this Parliament is willing and prepared to lower the price of food items so that the parents who are under pressure trying to get extra food to feed these children during the holidays, that is a savings grace for them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this move by the member for Castries East and the Honorable Prime Minister is a continuation of what he has started since he assumed office. That is, 1, to ease the pressure on the lives of the ordinary people. And people don't appreciate that. Those of us who are not ordinary, those who have not gone through ordinary life will not understand that language. And there are some persons who have not gone through the struggles. They don't understand when a family gets up and they do not have food to put on the table. They have never visited some of the homes, Mr. Speaker. When you look up, you see the sky. Because these galvanized are rotten, you can see the sky through the roof. And the Prime Minister has come in and provided support for these people to put new galvanized on these roofs. And it will take many years for these galvanized to get rotten. And now we have the issue of minimum wage. And the minimum wage, for those who don't know what it is minimum. And persons who can pay a little more than the minimum, we will be happy that they will give it. But at least the Prime Minister has put a bar and said nothing below that, as long as you have worked for 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, and you work for a full month, you're entitled to the minimum wage of $1,131, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, in his good heart, and member for Castries East, saw it necessary that while we realize some elements of economic growth, it was necessary, Mr. Speaker, to share it with those who are under his watch. And for Christmas, people got a Christmas bonus of $500. People said, hooray. This is the first time they had seen this in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we look at the issue of pensioners. And pensioners, the government has seen it fit to put a ceiling, a bar. And no pensioner working for government, somebody who had worked for government for years and become a retired person, your pension should not be below $725, Mr. Speaker. You could imagine somebody at the end of the month do not have any other source of income and getting less, sometimes less than $300 a month, Mr. Speaker. This is what we call a government that is mindful and caring and putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of salary and salary increases. government just concluded another round of negotiations, and public officers receive an increase of 13% salary increase, and a total of $35 million was paid tax-free to public officers. This is a government that is concerned about the welfare of the workers. And then, this is not just all, Mr. Speaker. When the government came in, we found a bill on the table for the government to pay, and the Prime Minister paid that. That was the back pay and salary increases that was negotiated by the former administration. So it means we did not start at zero. We started below zero. And when you start below zero, Mr. Speaker, you know you're talking about freezing point. We started at freezing point, below zero. It means we had debts piled up on the table, and the Prime Minister had to find the money to pay public officers their back pay and their salary increase before he began his work. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just the salary for public officers. There were so many areas in this country where we were below zero. We started negative, at a negative, below the waterline. And that is why I see it as one where this government, under an astute captain, we were able to go down deep in the ocean to pull St. Lucia up. Pull it out because it was buried deep down. Mr. Speaker, we saw the issue of housing assistance. And I don't know how often you drive around, especially in the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, and you will see people adding a little piece to their homes. They are adding toilet facilities. They are putting a little extra room because now they have a little more disposable income. And therefore, they can repair their homes, they can add a little piece, they can extend. And there are some people well known to the other side. And they have some structures that had been there for years. And when I pass around and I see wall going up, I said, yes, the government is doing a good job. Because these people now can begin to repair. It's not just for people who support the Labour Party. It's for the people of St. Lucia. Whether you are whatever color, this government works for the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, there are some noticeable signs you can see something positive happening in the country. And some of us, maybe depending on where we are at whatever time of the day, you don't pay attention to those things, Mr. Speaker. But where I am privileged to see those little trucks that pass, and I see how many young men seated, and they have their little haversack on their back, and I know they are heading to a construction site. I know they are heading to work. When they come, I can look at their shoes and I can see cement. I can see they were working somewhere. I drive around, Mr. Speaker, under the bus stops and the bus shelters, and I see most of them empty. Before, when we came in, these spots were packed. There were meetings. Some of them were going for lunch when it's lunchtime. They had their break time, and they were just seated there. Mr. Speaker, it is a visible sign that this government is doing something positive for these people. That they no longer congregate in these sites. They get up in the morning, pack up their bags, and they go to work. That is the most important thing. And then, for those who are struggling to make ends meet, the government is trying to meet them by bringing down the prices of the food items. And I was just following, Mr. Speaker, what some people are saying about this motion out there. And they said a lot of the foods that are highlighted there are zero rated, Mr. Speaker. You can get a healthy meal from that, Mr. Speaker. They saw vegetables and they saw peas and everything. These are healthy foods for your diet. And once it is affordable, the people are going to eat healthier meals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as parliamentarians, we reach out to the people. And when a constituent come in and they tell you of the situation, and you can reach out and give these people a little voucher, that's another way of reducing the price of the goods that because they have a voucher that will help them match the price. You give them some food hampers. These are ways we reach the vulnerable persons, Mr. Speaker. And my fellow colleague minister, parliamentary rep for Castries Southeast, who is responsible for equity, and he faces these people on a daily basis. Those of us who are in our constituencies, and your constituents come to you as they come to me to explain their situation, you almost like go into tears and you say, how am I going to help this person? How am I going to help this person put food on the table? How am I going to help this person repair that house that is, the termites have eaten everything, the floor is going? What are you going to do? And the Prime Minister, along with my cabinet colleagues, we have put safety mechanisms in place to assist these persons. And these people are smiling that they have a government that cares about them. Mr. Speaker, we also have persons who are in temporary jobs. They do not have job security. And now we are in a position where we are preparing to give especially the wage, the non-established employees of government who are on wages. Now they are going to get job security. It means these people can go to the bank and take a small loan. They can go to courts and say, I have a job that is secured, I'm being paid X amount, and I want to borrow X, and I will be able to pay you. Before, they could not do that. The cry comes every day that I am not sure if I will have a little job next 3 months, so I cannot take any small loan to go and fix my home, to send my child to school, to go and buy medication. People who need this, that, they have for medical assistance. Some have to go to Martinique, some have to go to OKEU. Wherever the medical facilities are, we assist them in ensuring that they take care of their health. Mr. Speaker, I believe, in my view, that this is one of the best things the Prime Minister and member for Castries East can give the people of St. Lucia as of August 2nd, the day after Emancipation Day. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I give my strong support to this motion on the floor. I thank you.
Member for Grosley.
District 1, number 1.
I'll defer to the member.
You want to yield to the leader of the opposition?
Yes, sir.
He said you can proceed. He said you can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to support this motion to the value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 2, please grant me leave while I first and foremost congratulate the Grosley Primary School on their stellar performance this year at the Common Entrance Examination, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, Grosley produced, well, not for the first time. Last year, they performed creditably, Mr. Speaker, but this year, they took it a step further and produced the best performing academic individual in the female category in the entire region, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say a special congratulations to Madison Paul, Mr. Speaker, from the community of Beauséjour Grosley, Mr. Speaker, for performing at this high level, Mr. Speaker. She's an individual that I met yesterday at the graduation, very humble, very calm demeanor, Mr. Speaker, but a lot is expected of her. Let me go a step further, Mr. Speaker, and congratulate District 1, Mr. Speaker, number 1, best performing at this CPEA examination this year, Mr. Speaker. The likes of Dame Paulette Louisi, having 51 individuals getting 90% and up, Mr. Speaker. Tremendous potential shown there, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Montessori continuing to do their thing in the community of Bonte, Mr. Speaker. And the Balata Primary School continuing to punch above the weight. Let me send a special congratulations to them, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, please allow me a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, while I explain to the people of St. Lucia why we should not have much of a debate today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has done all in its power to continue to put the people first. And so, we know the machinations of those opposite. We see their surrogates all over social media, Mr. Speaker. And so I want a second to contextualize what has happened over the last 3.5, close to 4 years. Mr. Speaker, let me first remind the people of St. Lucia that we won the election on July 26, 2021. And we were sworn in on August 2nd, 2021. And so it has not been 4 years as yet since this government took the reins of office. I must remind the people of St. Lucia of that fact. Mr. Speaker, I must also remind the people of St. Lucia that when we came into government, Mr. Speaker, we inherited one of the worst economies, Mr. Speaker, not in the Windward Islands, not just in the OECS, not just in the Caribbean, but one of the worst economies in the world, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you hear them stand and take a mic and say, better late than never, you have to wonder if they believe they can fool the people. Mr. Speaker, for the first year in governance, this Minister of Finance with this cabinet of ministers had no choice but to tighten the belt, double down, and cure all the bobos that the previous administration left to this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, DFCs in the millions, Mr. Speaker. Debt in the millions, Mr. Speaker. Roads unfinished that we had to finish, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that the people were taken care of. That, Mr. Speaker, typified what happened in our first year. Mr. Speaker, but this government rose. And in the second year, we started to see how a prudent financial manager deals with its people. And so the member for Castries East said to us that he was sitting on the capital. I remember the first time I heard that phrase. Prudent financial management, Mr. Speaker. So when they tell you better late than never, you have to ask them when before could we have done it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must speak to the young people because sometimes we need to explain to them exactly what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we could not have in the first or second year come into this house and forego revenue, Mr. Speaker, at the level that we can now afford to do considering the hard work we put in our first 3 years, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact. So when they stand up to speak in this house, you would swear that this government did not have to deal with all the debts left in the hospitals here and abroad, Mr. Speaker. With all the debts that they left, Mr. Speaker, post-COVID, Mr. Speaker, one of the worst prepared to deal with this shock, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we had to steady the sheep. We had to make sure that we were on the right trajectory, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, we can stand in this house, Mr. Speaker, and we can say that we are moving VAT on nearly 70 items for our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many things that we did, Mr. Speaker, that have ensured that we are in this position today. And they will never give us credit for it, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, they don't want us to talk about it. As a matter of fact, they want to distract the rest of St. Lucia from the work that we have done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the young people have something where they say, clock that T. And this government, Mr. Speaker, can definitely say that we can clock that T, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we remove VAT on sanitary napkins for our people, Mr. Speaker, for our young women. And we heard the conversation, Mr. Speaker. We heard the machinations and the descriptions, Mr. Speaker, from the members opposite for a government desirous of ending period poverty for our young women, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was done by this administration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we remove VAT on all sporting equipment for our young men and women in this country, Mr. Speaker. Step by step, Mr. Speaker, we showed our people that we continue to put them first, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, this government continued to give relief and continue to stimulate the economy by ensuring that we have a semi-professional football league, the first in this history and the only in the OECS, Mr. Speaker. But they don't want us to talk about that. They don't want this to be part of the discussion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can continue to clock that T as a government because we went a step further and we semi-professionalized cricket in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, young people have more spending power than they used to, Mr. Speaker. Young people who played wulelaba and played a little cricket and took a little sweat.
And played marbles.
Well, he said it. Play marbles. Can now clock that T with their brand new nails, Mr. Speaker, because they can get it done, Mr. Speaker. Because they have more disposable income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is the government that ensured we establish a youth economy for our young men and women in this country, Mr. Speaker. But they don't want us to have conversations about that, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, with more money circulating into the economy, with certain individuals still distraught, this government has now decided, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to remove VAT on critical items for our people, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that you will not hear from the members opposite, but certain things that are absolute facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now in the constituency of Grosile, you can hardly find a mason, Mr. Speaker. You can hardly find a mason in the constituency of Grosile. As a matter of fact, if you go in the constituency of Grosile and you meet a mason, he tells you, check me back in 2 weeks. I have a job doing right now, Mr. Speaker. Check me back next month. As soon as I finish, I will check you, Mr. Speaker. That is because of the work done in investing in young people, the work done in strategizing, Mr. Speaker, and getting us on the right course. And so, Mr. Speaker, right now we see the continuation of the boom of our construction sector, Mr. Speaker. Hotels being built in Grosile like never before, Mr. Speaker. Houses being built in Cap Estate and Rodney Bay and Rodney Heights and Monnier and Bonte, Mr. Speaker, like never before. And this government has taken the step of ensuring that VAT continues to be removed on most of those materials to build homes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not by accident that we are at a point where we can help our people. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I hear people say, how is now alone? Or sometimes you hear the conversation that this is electioneering. And then I have to ask just now, is the election called? Is the election next month? As far as I was told, we have 5 years to govern in a term, Mr. Speaker. And as far as I remember, Mr. Speaker, we are still not in year 4 as yet, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we've gone around strategically establishing symbiotic relationships, Mr. Speaker. Ministry of Tourism working with Ministry of Sports, Agriculture working with Tourism, Mr. Speaker. Developing this country, Mr. Speaker, building the foundation of our economy. We can now come at the end of year 3 into year 4 and tell the people of St. Lucia, here is the relief that we know you deserve, Mr. Speaker. It is not that this government did not want to do it before. It is the fact that the imprudence of the previous administration did not allow for it to be happening earlier, Mr. Speaker. And this is what the people of Grosile continue to experience. Despite all the work in Grosile, Mr. Speaker, people complain that their road is not done and that road is not done and that road is not done, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say to them, it is not done because this parliamentary rep does not want it done. But it is not done because this parliamentary rep had to ensure that finances were diverted to ensure the expansion of a Grosile Polyclinic. That was not done by them before, Mr. Speaker. Finances had to be diverted to ensure a brand new Grosile police station. That was not done before. Finances had to be diverted to ensure the tourism product was done at a level that continues to bring tourists to St. Lucia. Finances had to be diverted to ensure that we built a brand new recreational facility at Pigeon Island, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say to them, had we have representation for the 5 years that went into a 6th year, that executed on behalf of the people of Grosile, then way more roads would have been done by now, Mr. Speaker. It is the same with what we are speaking about today. Had the opposition sat down and be strategic, like the member for Castries East, we would have done this a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very, very proud, Mr. Speaker, to endorse this today, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I listen to the member for Choiseul and people tell me, boy, you and the member for Choiseul, you're not talking as if you'll have some beef, but that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. It is just sometimes, I don't know who advises him. I don't know why he says some of the things he says, or whether he have amnesia, Mr. Speaker, but I must remind the people of Grosile and St. Lucia that while this government has come into this honorable house to remove VAT on over 70 items, and the member for Soufrière indicated that it is way more than 70 because when you look at the different vegetables and fruits, it is closer to 140, Mr. Speaker. While this government is doing that, around the same time of their tenure, they came into this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, kept representatives here until the wee hours of the morning to ask them to put tax on charcoals.
Member from Mico South.
Thank you, sir. The member is misleading the House with regards to a tax on charcoals. There was never a tax on charcoals. In fact, that there was a license that was put on charcoal making, which was introduced by the Ministry of Health, but it was not a tax. People were asked to pay a license fee in order to get a license to be able to do charcoal. There was never a tax on charcoals, and I'd like the member to withdraw that statement because it's something that the members on the opposite side continue to say, and it never was a tax, Mr. Speaker, ever.
Mr. Speaker, la partenir fille à la licence là. Why, Mr. Speaker, do we feel we can insult the intelligence of our people, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, every license adopts or acquires some tax, some cost, Mr. Speaker, some form of payment. Yes. Do not insult young people in this country. This is the government that came in, Mr. Speaker. I said I wasn't going to be fired up today, you know, Mr. Speaker. But this is the government that came in and stayed until the wee hours of the morning to do the very same on fishermen, Mr. Speaker. This is the government, Mr. Speaker, and they want us to go back to this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ochilians who are producing pudding in Montsepa, Mr. Speaker. Had it been this government, Mr. Speaker, there would have been some fee, some license, some costs, some taxation for them to operate, Mr. Speaker. This is why this government is removing VAT on 70 items for its people, Mr. Speaker. And that's a fact. And stand on a point of order and say there was going to be no cost to doing this. So, Mr. Speaker,
the member from Mico South did not say there was no cost.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him to.
He says there was no tax.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him to.
If you want to be semantic, there is a subtle difference between a tax and a license. A license regulates, even if there is income coming in. But there is still a fee, yes.
Revenue generation.
It's a revenue generation. Yes.
Revenue generation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conversation we're having is about revenue generation, Mr. Speaker. It's about having more costs than the money you have to pay to do things, Mr. Speaker. Money have to pass, Mr. Speaker. We're talking to the young people. They wanted the money to pass, Mr. Speaker, in some way, shape, or form for these operations, Mr. Speaker, including making pudding and fishing, Mr. Speaker, and charcoal, Mr. Speaker. Say Samakadi, Mr. Speaker.
That's it, Prime.
And so, Mr. Speaker, when they go out there, Mr. Speaker, and posture to people, you have to ask yourself, what did they do, Mr. Speaker? And why we have arrived at this position at this time, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am indeed very, very buoyed by the fact that, Mr. Speaker, we see items for single mothers, Mr. Speaker, being zero rated, Mr. Speaker, and some of them a removal of VAT on them, Mr. Speaker. This is very comforting, Mr. Speaker, because this previous government said that they were going to reduce and eventually eliminate VAT. Your passion FA, Mr. Speaker, they never did it. But this government, Mr. Speaker, is taking care of single parents, Mr. Speaker. While the previous government blamed single parents for a crime surge, Mr. Speaker, there were single mothers, Mr. Speaker. You think the people forget? Mr. Speaker, we, in the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot to steady this ship, Mr. Speaker. We've done a lot in terms of giving relief to our people, to civil servants, Mr. Speaker. We've done a lot to the elderly in this nation, Mr. Speaker. We are doing a lot for young ladies, Mr. Speaker. We are doing a lot, Mr. Speaker, for our young sportsmen and women, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, you can clock that T. We are providing relief on 70 items for our young people and for everybody in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I unreservedly endorse this motion, Mr. Speaker, to continue to provide that relief to our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Long live this government.
You turned yours off? No, his was still on, so I was just... No, the member for Grosley's microphone is still on. Member from Mico South?
Huh? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my presentation today, Mr. Speaker, it's important that I recognize some very important constituents of mine who sadly passed away, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Stacey, Ms. Mary Joseph from Duga. She was a light for me, both in terms of inspiration and also in terms of faith. A beautiful woman. I'm so sorry that she's passed. To Helen Toussaint from Deriso. I had an opportunity to go and see some of her family members, and again, she will be sorely missed. and Mr. Titus Francis, who has not lived in our constituency for a while, but his family is a very large family in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. Passed away in Florida. And again, my deepest sympathies to his family on his untimely death. I also think it would be very important for me, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the passing a couple of days ago of Virginia Jean-Baptiste, also known as Anto, Anto grocery store, and she's the mother of the Bryce family, Jean-Baptiste family that owned Bryce and Company. And I think she was an amazing woman, Mr. Speaker. I think that she actually sat on the board of directors. And when you think of where she came from and her political astuteness, I think that she's going to be very much missed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think in today's statements, and particularly that of the Prime Minister, it's not so much what he said, Mr. Speaker, it is more to do with what he didn't say. We're coming across a weekend where we've had 5 murders and 2 persons have remained in critical injury. They are both in the ICU fighting for their lives. And Mr. Speaker, it's not an ordinary weekend.
Member for Constituency.
Mr. Speaker, you may be in a better position to correct me and to rearrange my ignorance if I'm wrong. But I stand on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, that the member cannot speak on a statement made by a minister of government, but to debate the resolution that is currently on the floor.
He's not debating the statement. He's saying that, bearing in mind there were 5 homicides, he would have thought the Prime Minister would have mentioned that. That's all he's saying. He's not debating the statement.
He referred to the statement.
To say, and he said, what is important to him is not what the Prime Minister said, what the Prime Minister omitted to say.
As you please, as you please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is not an ordinary weekend. 5 young men gunned down, Mr. Speaker, lost their lives. And here we are, that no one from any of the so-called crime prevention attempts that we have even offered a word, Mr. Speaker. Not a word. Mr. Speaker, we got a situation where people say a member of the police force, Tyson, K9, was murdered. Dog was murdered, Mr. Speaker. Murdered on Wednesday.
Member for Miku South, is that what the statement was? My understanding was that an investigation is being undertaken to determine whether in fact foul play was suspected. I'm not sure a statement of any definitive nature was made to suggest that it was a deliberate killing or otherwise. So you may want to rephrase that last statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where a K9, which is a member of the police force, died under suspicious circumstances. And some people have gone as far, Mr. Speaker, to say the dog was murdered. Now, Mr. Speaker, given what the dog, the K9 Tyson, was doing for a living, and given even the suspicious circumstances behind the dog's death, I think that myself, and I'm sure a lot of people in St. Lucia, would have believed by now, Mr. Speaker, that it warranted some kind of commentary. Because in fact, if these suspicious circumstances end up being murder, then there are several implications, or in the favorite word of the Prime Minister, he loves to say, speculation as to why Tyson was murdered. And has serious implications, Mr. Speaker, on our belief and our confidence in the state, Mr. Speaker, of law and order, and particularly with the police force, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, not all the policemen, in fact, far be it from the majority of policemen, who I have a tremendous amount of confidence in, but there have been some incidents with police officers in the last couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker, which has really undermined the general public's confidence in what is happening in the police force. And this situation with Tyson also would have warranted some level of comment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where reports have come out, Mr. Speaker, that the Europeans, in one of their critical committees, have made a decision to suspend the Schengen visa of St. Lucia and other OECS countries involved in the CIP. And it is expected, Mr. Speaker, please stand on the point of order if you want to.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The honourable member is misleading the House. I would hate to have to do this. I want to hear everything you want to say uninterruptedly, but you are deliberately being deceitful. There's no committee that met within the European Union to take any decision to suspend any Schengen visa arrangement with any country, far less with St. Lucia. That's not true. And I can provide you with printouts to show you exactly what took place in the committees and what the decisions were. And I think you should ask the honourable member to withdraw the statement. And maybe Mr. Speaker should also tell him to stick to the resolution before him. We've given him enough latitude and he's abusing the privileges of this House. It's one thing for him to have some latitude to speak on other tangential issues, but to use it as an opportunity to be so deceitful is unbecoming in this House. And I respectfully ask, Mr. Speaker, that he withdraw this comment from the records of the House, because it did not happen.
Honourable Member, whilst ordinarily it is the rule that a statement made by an opposition member need not be supported by evidence, because of the far-reaching nature of that statement, I would suggest that unless you can provide some sort of evidence to that effect, you not proceed along those lines.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to provide the evidence. And again, I've observed over the last couple of years, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, could I respectfully ask that the House is suspended, let the leader of the opposition give the evidence where the sentence had been.
I'm happy to do it.
Honourable Member, the question before me is that you either withdraw the statement or that the House be suspended to allow you time to provide evidence of your statement. Which of the two options would you prefer?
I'm happy for the suspension. Be very quick.
Members, he's not going to withdraw, so... And how much time would you need to provide that information?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Leader of Government Business.
No, Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand suspended for 5 minutes.
No, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. And if the honourable member cannot provide such evidence, he has to step out of the chamber, because we cannot continue to allow this happen. I know it's a little dramatic to say that, but let me move to suspend the House for 10 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is that this House stands suspended for 10 minutes in order to allow the leader of the opposition that time to provide evidence of his statement, and that it is further stated that should he not provide the statement, that the leader of government business intends to move a further motion. I don't think at this point we can ask for the member to leave the chamber. I think, yeah. I now put a question: as many as of their opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended for 10 minutes.
All right.
It's okay. We need not leave the chamber. That's okay.
Well, yes, so we come to a suspension for 10 minutes in the House of Assembly. What preceded that decision was that the leader of the opposition, which is the Member of Parliament for Miku, he was making his contribution, and he started basically on the question of the death of Tyson, the police addition, the K9 police addition, and then he continued making a reference to the CIP. What he said concerning CIP, which brought us to this juncture, is that the European Union, a committee had met within the European Union and were actively considering revoking visa-free status for members of the OECS or sub-regional grouping which had CIP programs. At this point, there were several points of order. His contribution was interrupted, but then it took us to where the minister responsible for CIP, or the tourism minister, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, he challenged the statement by the leader of the opposition. He said that there was no such agreement and that it wasn't true. And he further requested that then the Prime Minister stood again on a point of order and said that if the minister should produce the evidence that such a committee had met and was actively considering revoking visa-free statuses of the members of the CIP programs, then he should either produce the evidence or withdraw the statement. And then after, the leader, the minister responsible, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, for the CIP program said, you know what, allow the minister time to get the evidence that such committee had in fact met and that they were actively considering revoking the visa-free status of CIP member countries. So then the decision was taken that the House was adjourned for 10 minutes, and there was even a further addition to the request by members on the government side for some kind of sanction if the minister does not come up with the evidence that such a committee had met on the issue. Michael.
Oui, Virgil, merci pour morceau cela en anglais. Peut-être ça m'a essayé de faire, c'est dire exactement ça qui passait en créole pour ces gens qui écoutent nous, qui comprennent le créole la primaire. Ça nous apprend que c'est nous avons discuté pour les moments exactement c'est nous avons regardé qui côté exactement nous y est, c'est à sous motion, nous pouvons pas discuter ces motions des affaires VAT là, ok, pour assurer ces différents. Il était quand il constitue pour suspendre pour un petit moment pour aller prendre déjeuner, puisque ça a commencé avant déjeuner, avec il continue. Après déjeuner, le premier monde qui parlait, c'était membre du Parlement pour Babono. Avec après c'était c'est même Parlement pour Gozile, oui. Après c'était Gozile, il parlait à ça, il fait contribution avec même Parlement pour Soudmikou qui aussi c'est chef façade opposition debout pour parler avec il était capable de faire contribution avec mais il mettait les affaires CIP en disant avec il dit comme quoi l'année en comité en Angleterre et bien en Europe qui a décidé pour mettre debout de affaires visa pour Saint-Lucie, particulièrement pour ces pays qui ont un programme CIP avec à l'est là même Parlement pour Sud-Castille debout existe avec pièce mais il continue avec aller même Parlement pour continuer à ça c'est Sud-Mikou continuer avec ça mener à l'écart citoyen jusqu'à un premier ministre aussi demandé pour bailler preuve qui ça il a dit avec mais il participe il demandé pour pas parole la vie ça il a pris anglais withdraw mais il dit pas qu'à withdraw aller ça là qu'il a décidé pour suspendre pour bailler une chance pour garder pour aller point joindre évidence à ce ça a été candidat puisqu'il comme on dit il décidé il tenait deux choix c'est soit il présenter évidence là et bien il prend parole la vie il décidé il pas qu'à point vie alors il bail 10 minutes pour y aller chercher pour preuve et bien évidence avec c'est à tout ça nous y est là à présent côté même Parlement pour Soudmikou, ça c'est chef façade d'opposition, on est Alan Chasley, il a cherché pour y aller chercher pour preuve, pour présenter by speaker qui consiste avant temps, il comment continuer. C'est comme ça hier à présent, mais il est important pour nous deux que c'est trois motions seulement. Pour débutants, quand il concept commencer aujourd'hui, c'est trois motions seulement. Elle allait l'année l'autre bill qui pour discuter l'année.
Before you move on, Mike, maybe it's a good time where we could talk about the statement of, that the Minister for Tourism and responsible for investment made this morning on the CIP. On the tabling of the CIP annual report.
Oui, ça, Virgile. Et moi, bien content, Virgile, mentionner ça, parce que même quand nous suspendons quelques constitutions pour bail, on va aller chercher des chances pour aller jouer une preuve, puisqu'il est capable de faire sous affaires CIP. Nous avons plus bon matin, le ministère qui est responsable pour les affaires CIP. Du bout est présenté un rapport à ce programme CIP qui consiste avec il dit il y en a là il dit un rapport Virgile ou master ce qui a changé il dit ça qui a circulé dehors par façade opposition c'est comme que c'est gouvernement et bien gouvernement ça a déjà presque 14 000 passeports. Mais il dit un rapport qui c'est seulement 1 000 échecs passeports.
Yes, just a little over 1,000.
C'était 500 échecs avant, et c'est 1 400. On va regarder comme ça. Il dit, il répétait ça aujourd'hui. Il dit qu'il simplifie un rapport. Durant qu'il a parlé ça, c'est honorable. Dr. Ernest Hilley, qui est membre du Parlement pour Sud-Castille, en rapport, il dit comme que Simplici, il y en a ses plus meilleurs programmes CIP avec une chaîne WEG, J. L'Amérique qui plaît. Et puis ça, il a fait en CIP. Alors, à chaque il est intéressé qui ça qui a fait là, aujourd'hui, et puis titan yo point avec là où mettez compte ça docteur Ernest Bay rapport ça là il bail et aussi avant entrer il aussi pour mettre qui puisqu'il aussi pour esquisse qui il était autant de temps pour ça point bail rapport ça là puisqu'il dit c'est pas très fort mais c'est mon qui était organisé rapport de Simplicity pour présenter à l'air avec il pour mettre puis l'autre l'année qui puisqu'il m'a supposé présenter tous les années il pour mettre qui l'autre rapport qui est fait bon octobre l'année ça.
Yes, Michael. Yeah, he did give reasons for the delay in tabling the CIP reports, and he said I think one of the main reasons was that there were some changes with the auditors. Some people had to be changed. But some of the things that he noted of interest was he said that St. Lucia was the first in the OECS to begin establishing some rigorous screening of applicants. And he said they were already the first in the OECS to start putting in those measures to ensure proper due diligence of applications. He also spoke about the independent agents who were vetting those applications, and in fact was stating that even some of the measures that St. Lucia first introduced were copied by other members of the OECS. He spoke, of course, of the benefit of CIP to the economy, and that financial reserves had increased by almost 300% to approximately $179.6 million, representing an approximate 300% increase in revenues. Like you said, he debunked the statement that about 14,000 or 40,000 applications were received. He said it was just over 1,000 applications were approved. And he also spoke about his government's CIP program adhering to strict protocols with some of the major international allies like the United States and other bodies.
Oui. L'autre bagage là nous t'ai discuté bon matin, c'est ça fait visite premier président Nigeria Bola, c'est Monsieur Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Difficulté. Ok. Monsieur président Tinubu nous dit qu'il y a simplicité toujours, mais il y a sous vacances avec sinon il quitte le pays demain si Dieu veut. Mais durant été à simplicité tenir un engagement, vous savez, on a ces balais tenir en l'occasion joint sitting ça nous a dit des chambres parlementaires joindre ensemble en hôtel Sanders, ça c'était mardi, avec aussi la tenir l'autre engagement, il était aussi mis l'autre engagement, ça c'est avec maman l'école à Saint-Louis Community College. En l'autre bagage, il était intéressant, c'était côté gouvernement avec le gouverneur général, by l'honneur, ça a créé knighthood en Saint-Lucie, un gros l'honneur Saint-Lucie, avec il est capable que ça fait un chai parole à ce médias social, particulièrement par gens face à l'opposition qui fait qu'à dire qu'à crédit il paraît mérité qualité l'honneur ça là avec un pile bagaille avec Jodia premier ministre avec aussi membre parlement pour la Boui qui est aussi qui ministre qui responsable ministre pour les affaires étrangères foreign affairs du Cadi il baille en chaque détail un statement détail qu'a dit comme que ça manière il est désappointé et puis situation ça avec il baille un chaque exemple à ce manière c'est une bagaille comme ça c'est un bagage diplomatique, il explique. Ça, c'est un bagage qui a fait normalement, là où on a accordé en une qualité ouest spéciale, avec ça qui a montré, on a apprécié mon et ça, c'est un bagage qui a fait normal en affaires diplomatiques.
Yes,
Il y a
yes.
aussi plusieurs exemples côté. J'ai commencé John Compton, qui recevait l'honneur, plus beau l'honneur par Venezuela. Il y a l'année avec il aussi dit comme que ni à présent qu'on nous a parlé, c'est en Trinidad, gouvernement neuf en bas Premier ministre Kamala Prasad Bissassa invité Premier ministre l'Inde, India pour visiter le pays avec Yoka accordé même bagage ça là. Avec il aussi parlé à temps ça c'est à temps en bas gouvernement
Chasney.
Ça c'est honorable Alan Chasney. Là c'était Premier ministre. Il baille même qualité bagage ça la même honneur ça là pour le président American Airlines qui a voyagé ici, qui va jamais faire rien, il dit comme qu'il accordé. Alors il partit il était autant nécessaire pour toutes ces bagages, ça fait toutes ces bagages diplomatiques. Mais en plus, en Virginie, ce qui est intéressant, c'est si long statement qui un ministre Alva Baptiste dit, comme que quantité de bénéfices que le pays a reçu, le pays a avec région OICS là, par visite ça là, scholarship avec un chai bénéfice. Peut-être on n'a pas le temps.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's a really good summary, Mike. And I mean, the most shocking part of the foreign minister's address was the fact that he said under the Alan Chasney administration, I think he gave the date was in 2019, that in fact their government, their cabinet had arrived at a conclusion to establish relations with Nigeria. And so basically he was talking about the widespread criticism of Tinubu's visit was in a sense almost hypocritical, because they had actually they had actually taken steps to establish those relations with Nigeria. As you said, the minister, Foreign Affairs Minister Alva Baptiste, said that the relationship was already bearing fruit. He spoke about collaboration in areas such as education, collaboration in the field of culture. There was an OECS Nigeria joint commission established on education, where we would see students from the OECS enter universities in Nigeria. There was he spoke on an engagement between Nigeria's tourism minister and our Minister for Tourism, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, exploring possible areas of cooperation and collaboration in the field of tourism. And he gave the background all in all on why such relations were so important to his government. He said, of course, one of the reasons they established relations with Nigeria was, of course, Nigeria being the giant economy in Africa because of its large population, and he felt that his government could exploit that. He also said that this was a premise of the Labour government from its inception, and he quoted from their foreign affairs policy, in the manifesto, what they intended on doing in terms of establishing South-South collaboration and looking to new relations. And he cited, of course, the relationship with Saudi Arabia, which resulted in, the financing for the St. Jude's Hospital. And he said, that relationship with Nigeria was also in keeping with that same ethos of the Labour Party in terms of spreading their reach and establishing new relationships with new cultures, in the Southern Hemisphere, Mike.
Oui, je suis content de manière oui, particulièrement pour les gens qui comprennent qui ça côté Simplici avec les régions qui ont une assistance, particulièrement après l'économie fig. J'ai descendu avec à chaque côté notre une assistance. Parmi ça encore, l'Europe, j'ai quitté ces pays derrière, l'Amérique, le Canada, c'est place là, ces pays qui ont bail qualité d'assistance là. Simplici avec les gens, pas qu'à jouer une qualité d'assistance là encore. Avec ce, il est nécessaire pour joindre assistance de l'autre côté. Vous comprenez, c'est la raison qui fait Taïwan. Et puis c'est l'autre pays comme ça, China, c'est pas ça qui a assisté. Avec le ministère, il est venu nécessaire pour Simplici adopter, quand on dit South-South, ça veut dire l'autre côté pour joindre assistance. Brésil, Afrique, etc. L'autre côté pays comme ça, pour garder qui manière ça développer l'économie avec faire camarade. Nous avons parlé ici, mais nous avons qui ça c'est même Parlement pour soutenir cours. Si nous avons si camarade nous avons montré ça qui a passé, pendant ça nous avons parlé, c'est honorable Alan Chancellor, chef face à l'opposition, qui était allé dehors. Plus bon pour garder pour preuve là il a dévié passable nous aussi madame qui prend des affaires registre bagaille Constituency il était allé puis c'est lui qui a présenté ces bagages là nous pouvons savoir exactement qui manière nous de bout là mais speaker là avec ma passe nous ils sommes tout à l'heure nous avons en décision par speaker qui est constitué avec et puis honorable Chancellor nous avons commencé tout à l'heure avec nous avons décidé qui fait.
Yes, we're seeing some back and forth with the leader of the opposition and the Speaker of the House. We just saw the Speaker of the House hand his phone to the member for Castro South. No doubt he was perhaps showing him, I don't know if it is the evidence or what it is. So we're expecting a ruling, we're expecting to hear something. Of course, we think the 10 minutes is up. And
thank you, members. As we speak, that sounds political, doesn't it? As we speak, the member staff is printing the document upon which the leader of the opposition will rely. He does, however, have that document on his phone, and I have read the document on his phone, so I will be in a position to know if he is deviating from what is on his phone. So I'll permit him to read what is on his phone into the record, which will be the same document as the one we'll get shortly.
Go. On a point of order, unless I see the document with my two eyes, anything that the leader of the opposition reads, I want to see.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we shall wait a little longer then.
Okay, well, we had resumed briefly. And the Speaker had made a decision to allow the member for Miku, the Honorable Alan Chancellor, leader of the opposition, to read a document off his phone. I suppose a document which would support his claim that, yes, there was a committee had met concerning revocation of visas to member states with CIP programs. But the Prime Minister objected, stating that he wished to see the document which with his own eyes, and so the speaker is saying that the clerk, the staff at Parliament, they are right now printing the document, which the leader of the opposition hopes to rely on to prove his case or make his case. Michael?
Ça veut dire, quand Virgil dit, nous avons quoi nous avons commencé, commencé, là nous avons fini par les batailles, nous avons dit comme que chef face à l'opposition, on est Alan Chancellor a dévié après 10 minutes là, mais nous avons parlé et puis le speaker qui consiste là, quand nous avons phone avec mais les speaker a viré, il était paré pour virer commencer. Speaker a dit comme que ça c'est preuve là qui a espéré. C'est comme quand il printer que il a mis à sous papier avec pour présenter à sous papier pour tout le monde avec des mais pendant temps nous avons espéré ça fait speaker a été permission pour honorable Alan Chancellor lit preuve ça là à son phone mais premier ministre et même parlement pour escasser ça c'est escasser ça c'est honorable Philippe J. Pierre Dougout dit tout le temps il part excusez tout le temps il part ouais et puis désir il pas supporter alors il tenait pour espérer puisque jusqu'à temps il mettait à ce papier avec tout le monde en copie pour y saluer puisqu'il dit il pas ni pièce confiance ça on est Alan Chancellor Kylie ma pas ça si me dit qu'on
yes. I mean, it's a summary, you know. But it's very interesting because even right now we're seeing, can you help me out? We're seeing the Prime Minister, the Attorney General is conferring with, is that the Speaker of the House?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
The Speaker of the House. And we're seeing the Foreign Affairs Minister to the Prime Minister's back debating, but the leader of the opposition, he is in his position, in his seat, and I think he seemed ready to read out the statement, but again we are awaiting the printout of what the leader of the opposition showed to the Speaker of the House. Again, just to recap what brought us here, the leader of the opposition had stood to make his contribution on one of the motions relating to the zero-rated goods, the removal of VAT on certain construction materials and certain food items. But when he started his contribution, he spoke about problems with the CIP and its the situation with Europe's displeasure, if you will, the European Union's displeasure with our CIP programs. And he said that there was a committee meeting or had met to consider the revocation of our visa-free status. It was that brought us to this point. There were several objections from members on the governing side, the leader of the Prime Minister, the Minister responsible for tourism. They objected and stating this wasn't true. And the House was adjourned initially for 10 minutes where they asked to see proof that what the leader of the opposition was in fact saying was actually true. The House was adjourned. The leader went down to have the evidence print out from the Library of Parliament, and as the Speaker of the House just said, after a very brief resumption, that the document is currently being printed And so we await to see the evidence of what the leader of the opposition said concerning the EU meeting on the visa-free status of member countries to be true or false. And this is where we're at.
Ok, c'est exactement côté nous qu'on nous dit, nous avons espéré. C'est la première fois que nous avons qualité de développement en côté. Il passe, comme on dit, il n'y a pas de confiance en parole. Façade gouvernement, pas de confiance en parole. Façade, ça c'est honorable Alain Chancelier qui a sa façade opposition. Alors, les faits statement ça là, ils ont demandé pour preuve, comme nous dit encore, avec il y a les points preuve, mais il n'était pas vrai pour lui preuve là à se fournir, mais il dit non, il n'a pas accepté ça. Il n'a pas une chance. C'est travailleurs qui en cas parlement à présent qui mettent parole là à ce papier pour tout le monde jouer une copie. Alors c'est ça nous la qu'à espérer pour le moment, pour speaker décider qui ça qui a fait. Mais Virgil, pas de temps nous qu'à espérer. Premier ministre bon matin, il commencé premier statement il dit Simplici c'était même une organisation qui Latin America qui bien il semble une organisation qui Simplici venu en membre avec c'est un baril qui va payer en chaille valeur avec un chaille pouvoir pour aider l'économie pays particulièrement comme Premier ministre dit c'est en affaires changement climat pour adresser problème qui quand pays a souffert en cas cyclone avec bagage national.
Yes, I think he said the country had become a shareholder in a Latin American bank. He called it CAP, a CAP membership. And he said what that membership does is to give St. Lucia some kind of prominence, some kind of leverage to be able to access a lot of funds, funds perhaps relating to climate change and climate resilience and adaptability. And so he felt it was a good thing for the country. It was raising the country's profile. He cited it yet again as another example of St. Lucia reaching out and trying to lift its profile regionally and internationally, and placing the country, on a better footing economically. And of course, this was the statement by the Prime Minister. But Mike, maybe in context, since it came up a lot, maybe you could speak a lot to the visit of the president of Nigeria, because he's leaving the state tomorrow.
Oui, demain. Oui, d'accord. Oui, Virgil, pendant que nous avons un petit temps, passer pour voyer en station, en studio, nous avons une petite question toujours à ce visite président Tinubu. C'est un peu de monde a parlé à ce. Avec c'est ça nous avons dit comme visite président Tinubu, Simplici manager situation bien. Tout bonnement avec nous par parole président Tinubu était bien apprécié visite ça là. Moi aussi durant nous étions en hôtel là, nous avons une chance pour nous parler particulièrement et puis madame là, j'ai oublié non à présent, excusez-moi, c'est responsable pour les affaires touristes qu'il dit avec les actes, avec bagaille comme ça, il parlait avec tellement confiance, cette manière, il aimait pays Simplici, il dit il y a un chaque possibilité pour pays à développer ces deux pays à pousser qu'il dit avec il can boire ces visites là en pile.
Yes, it really showcased our island. I was looking at some of the coverage from Nigeria. Yes, and I was listening to some of the commentary, and they were so pleased with the way that the island hosted the president. They were pleased with some of the engagements. They felt that for a little country, St. Lucia had really put up, the best of it, had shown the best of what we were in hosting the president.
Thank you, members, and we are back on the record. So we need to go slightly backwards to where this all began. I shall play the remarks by the member from Mico South, which caused the suspension. So members, listen carefully so that...
We have a situation where reports have come out, Mr. Speaker, that the Europeans, in one of their critical committees, have made a decision to suspend the Schengen visa of St. Lucia and other OECS countries involved in the CIP.
Member from Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, the EU, who have been for a long time on record, Mr. Speaker, of complaining about our CIP program, even while I was Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. So it's nothing new, the same way we had with regards to the blacklisting of banks' accounts, etc., have expressed their concerns. They recently went
Member, with all due respect,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
the preamble is not really necessary. You can go straight to the point that you have stated that the committee of the EU took a decision to suspend the Schengen visa for St. Lucia and other OECS territories. This is the statement that requires clarification.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. I will simply go to the article, Mr. Speaker, that I had made reference to, which is done by IMI.
It's another point of order. Mr. Speaker, I want the honourable member to give me the official document, not press release, the regulation that was approved by the EU. I want an official EU document. I don't want a press release. I do not want any story carried in any newspaper. Go to the official EU document, the regulation as approved, and cite it, the page, because you can read an article that somebody else wrote and it was their interpretation. I want you to use the official EU document and cite that as the authority for what you're saying.
Mr. Speaker, the EU Subcommittee on Justice has approved an act which is in their press statement, Mr. Speaker, which is going to give the EU now the authority to fast-track the suspension of the visa regimes.
But that's not what you said.
What did I say, Mr. Speaker?
Let me just...
We have a situation where reports have come out, Mr. Speaker, that the Europeans, in one of their critical committees, have made a decision to suspend the Schengen visa of St. Lucia and other OECS countries.
So what you said was that the committee has taken a decision to suspend the visa of St. Lucia and other OECS territories.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Let me withdraw that statement, then, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, and now let me say the statement the correct way. The committee now has made a decision that will allow it to suspend the visas of the OECS countries. And it is widely reported, Mr. Speaker, that once it passes the broader committee, of which more than likely it will pass, because traditionally once this committee passes it, it will be passed. It will now have...
But remember, it is the decision you're speaking of is based on certain criterion. It is not a decision to just automatically suspend.
Correct.
All it gives them is the authority. So if, for example, there were only 2 manners in which a suspension can take place, they have now possibly expanded that to 4 to say, well, it's now, so for example, in the United States, one of the decisions taken is that if you don't open up your social media profile, you will not get a visa. That doesn't mean they have just opened it up and say you're not getting visas, period. There's a criteria that any applicant must now open up their social media. So this is, this is fundamentally different to what caused the suspension of the House earlier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you've also now introduced the fact of the U.S. And what you've just quoted has nothing to do with the proposed ban that we're on. So fact is that there is 12 countries that have been banned to travel to the U.S. And there are 36 other countries that have been put on a list of which they say that they're in negotiations, a fact that was confirmed by the State Department. What we have is a government that is continuously living in denial, Mr. Speaker. The fact is
Remember, I understand what you're saying, but we are dealing, to quote a former member of this House, when I speak with a great degree of specificity. And the specific allegation is that the EU met and have agreed to suspend the visas of St. Lucia. You have now withdrawn that statement and said something else. But that something else is not an end to itself. There's still criteria which they must use to determine whether or not it meets the requirements that they have stated.
Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped that there would have been certain things that would have implied. If in fact a subcommittee of the EU, Mr. Speaker, takes the decision to empower the Parliament and that committee to make the discretionary decisions themselves. So what is it the EU has done, Mr. Speaker? In the past, every single time that any sanctions are to be taken against any other member state that currently has a Schengen visa, Mr. Speaker, there is a long, arduous process that they have to go through. Last year, the Europeans made it very clear that they were going to amend that process and allow the subcommittee to be able to make those decisions on behalf of the Parliament. What I've made reference to, and maybe I said it incorrectly, Mr. Speaker, and for that I apologize, so let me provide clarity. The committee that gives the authority to do that before it goes to the Parliament has passed it and has now said, yes, the subcommittee should be given the authority in order to withdraw the Schengen visas from countries that they believe that they are in breach, of this. The Europeans have made it clear that they have concerns and that they ought to be involved in dialogue. What is concerning to me, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a government that denies that this is even taking place, that there's no threat that they're going to lose their visa regime.
Remember now you are...
In fact, Mr. Speaker...
Member from Microsoft, you're now in a frolic of your own. That is not... Remember, I do not believe the road you're traveling is helpful to your debate on the motion before us. I would suggest you suspend that aspect of your... To quote the member for Lavery, the trajectory that you're now projecting, you should move on to a more specific one and deal with the motion before us. Because the one you are going down there is not helpful to you.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. I would certainly just go back to my initial statement and said that I'm disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister in his statement would not have addressed something as serious as this and given the clarity that he so choose would have wanted to see. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the Europeans are on a track to have that authority. The Americans have already put out a notice that they're concerned about our CIP programs and that they're contemplating a ban. And I was hoping that the Prime Minister would have addressed it. I'm just saying, I think it's a serious enough matter. It requires clarity, and it requires for all of us in St. Lucia, including the opposition, to believe that the government has a handle on the situation. What I've heard is denials, but I will take your recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and I will proceed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would surely like the Prime Minister to provide clarity on the member of Soufrière's statement. I was a bit taken back initially when she said it, that the sum total of the savings of what these reductions are going to be was $5 million. I would love any clarity. I mean, any clarity.
The cost to the government.
The savings to the government was $5 million. If I'm saying anything wrong, I'd be happy to sit down and allow for clarity.
Cost to the government.
That the cost to the government was going to forego $5 million in revenue. The government is going to forego. The government is going to forego, but the government will be saving. The people will be saving $5 million. The government will be foregoing $5 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Correct.
Okay? That the savings that you're passing on to the people of St. Lucia is $5 million. Okay? All right? $5 million, Mr. Speaker. $5.4 million, Mr. Speaker. I stand corrected. $5.4 million, Mr. Speaker. $5.4 million. I just want to put that in perspective. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is, and it's the Prime Minister, and also, in all fairness to him, and certainly the member from Soufrière, spoke about this, but I'm not 100% sure they really were able to give it a sufficient discovery. And that is the difference between zero rated and exempt. I said that. I said, but I gave you credit for that. And I said, but there's still clarity that's required, because the difference is that when it's zero rated, Mr. Speaker, there's no VAT at the point of entry, and no VAT is added at the point of sale. But it is part of the VAT list. And one of the vexing issues has been that it actually has cost businesses more money, because the amount of revenue that's being attributed to it and the VATable amount creates a deficiency and means a deficit to the government, to the business. And the question is whether those businesses are going to pass on that extra cost to the consumer, or whether they're going to absorb it. And I heard the member say she's hoping that the businesses will absorb it, but there's no guarantee that the businesses will. So the statement that you're going to reduce the cost, the VAT, by 12.5%, and therefore there's going to be a 12.5% reduction in the price, is not an accurate statement, Mr. Speaker. I can understand if we say that we hope that it will be, but there is no legislation that would require it to be. And depending on the mixture of goods that businesses have, that cost difference can be quite sufficient. It can be quite large. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the government. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like my colleague from Choiseul, I have only hoped that this would have been done much earlier. And simply saying, oh, that the opposition is going to say that, is not an excuse. The fact is that when we were facing the highest levels of inflation, and that they were the highest levels of, Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago we had inflation. Everybody was talking about the reason why the cost of living was going up was because of inflation and because of supply chain issues. So all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, when that happened, this is the time when you needed to introduce this. This is when it would have mattered the most. And we also said, Mr. Speaker, that the government, in addition to reducing or eliminating the VAT, ought to have reduced some of the duties. I heard that the member from Labrie was going to talk about it. He didn't. But, Mr. Speaker, that's the obvious thing to do. Of course the Prime Minister is correct. Yes, and we admitted that. There's nothing that St. Lucia can do if the cost of a good coming into St. Lucia is higher. We import it. The question is, how are you going to treat it? And we've seen over the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, that we have a government that has been callous, has been irresponsible, has been unconscionable on the taxes. In fact, so much so, Mr. Speaker, that they took advantage of the people in St. Lucia when it came to the excise tax on gasoline. And we've said the same thing. Everybody, everyone, every government has subsidized cooking gas and kerosene. We all do. Different levels. Correct. And when the gas prices come down and you don't change the price at the pump, it means that the government is collecting more money, which means it would have given it a greater opportunity to have reduced or increased those subsidies. In fact, what the government did, Mr. Speaker, when the prices came down on LNG, sorry? LPG, my apologies. Right? They didn't reduce they didn't increase the subsidy. They reduced the subsidy. The Social Economic Review shows excise tax, VAT on local goods has gone up. It showed that the duties, the excise tax on imported goods, the revenue went up. Of course it's going to go up. Mr. Speaker, if you have an item for simple calculation that today has a value of $1, and to keep it simple that our tax is 10%, government's going to collect 10 cents. If that same product now, because of inflation, is coming in at $1.50, and you're charging 10 cents, you're now going to collect 15 cents, 5 cents more. Correct. And that is what happened in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So instead of reducing the 10% to a lower rate, so that government would have actually only collected the 10 cents as they were before, government chose to take the windfall. Government chose to take the extra money. Government did not pass on those savings to the people of this country. And yet, they want to come to this House and act as if there's some kind of Robin Hood, that everybody is supposed to celebrate them, Mr. Speaker. But the fact is, and all the numbers are there, we collected over $300 million more in taxes. And yet the volume of business did not change. The volume of business did not change, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Mr. Speaker, my member and my good colleague friend from Castries Central again. Yes, you are. We're in the House together. We may differ in opinion.
Member for Castries Central, we have clarified that already. He is not your friend, but you are his.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to set the record very, very straight on that. That whether he believes I am his friend or not, I am not his friend. And that's a point of elucidation.
But he accepts that.
He accepts that?
He says he's your friend.
You believe the organ within his mental chamber is good enough for that analysis to prove it?
What I believe is irrelevant. I can only go on what he said. He is your friend.
I want him to know categorically that this human being will never be his friend.
But he accepts that.
Okay.
And I'm relieved. Mr. Speaker, the government had an opportunity to have done this exact exercise and more earlier, when it mattered, when it made the biggest difference in people's lives. People were recovering from COVID. For a long time, people had not made money, Mr. Speaker. People were spending money. And then came supply chain issues, and then came inflation. A government with a heart, a government with a conscience would have recognized that and had done this earlier and more, because $5 million, Mr. Speaker, is not sufficient. It's a beginning, but it's not sufficient. Mr. Speaker, the government could have done much more and should have done much more 3 years earlier. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said, tell him what the government has done worse than us? That was an interesting question, Mr. Speaker. And let me attempt to answer it a little bit. The first thing that the government has done worse is their management of crime, measured by the crime rate, homicide rate. We've had 3 years, Mr. Speaker, of over 75 murders. To date, we're almost 32, 33. I'm not so sure how much the minister from crime prevention is going to say. But for sure, crime is substantially worse in this country. And even if you just take it from the killing of the dog, right? We left the government with 3 canines.
Member for Miku South, you may want to differentiate crime overall and homicides, because there are statements made as recently as last week where the people responsible for crime have indicated a 32% decrease. So I'm just trying to guide you along. I think the trajectory you're going along is homicides as opposed to crime overall.
Mr. Speaker, when we do get back into government, I definitely have to find ourselves a Speaker of the House like you. Because, anyway, I will resist. I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, that for sure, the management of crime, and in particular homicides, okay, that the government has done a much worse job than what we did. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the management of CIP and the reputation of CIP, for sure, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia's CIP program was standing up ahead above everyone. It was being embraced by our international partners as being an example out there. And we were doing a lot of things that I was very proud of, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, today, our CIP program is marred. Our reputational damage that's done to the program and to St. Lucia, and the mismanagement of the CIP is an embarrassment to all of us, Mr. Speaker. The state of our roads, Mr. Speaker. And then remember, Mr. Speaker, that's coming from a government that when they were in opposition said, you can't eat roads. That's what they said. You can't eat roads. You're fixing up roads during COVID, correct. Creating jobs for people, improving the product, so that when we came out of COVID, that the country could have now stormed ahead. The same government that said that we're the only ones who believed that tourism was going to come back. It was United Workers' Party that during COVID quickly turned around, Mr. Speaker, and put a plan together to pull this country up. But look at the state of the roads that we have, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr. Speaker, and it is the continuous allegations by this government, particularly when you talk about the Rodney Bay Road. They said in opposition that there was corruption. And I remember $15 million to do 2 roundabouts, a pedestrian walkway, and 4 lanes. Yet $12 million to do the Bois Bridge. And yet in the $15 million, they claimed that there was corruption. They came in, they suspended the contract, Mr. Speaker. I was in Labrie yesterday. And after 90 days, the contractor withdrew. After assessing the work that he had done already, they paid him $22 million. And meanwhile, the road has stayed there. We are worse off now than we were before, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to roads. The supply of water. I listened to this nonsense going on by certain members from this House. I can't believe it. To suggest that there was corruption in the desilting of the dam. The desilting of the dam started under the former government, which is fine. Under the Labour Party, when we came into government in 2016, the loan had already been negotiated and what we were going to do with the CDB. That was done. And Mr. Speaker, you know that when you get a final closing report from CDB to say everything is good, Correct. And they want to now talk about semantics, want to talk about desilting, as if the desilting was supposed to take place in 1 year, Mr. Speaker. How is that possible? The desilting is supposed to take place every day, every year, during the dry season. That's the only time you can do it. But the first set of desilting that was done, Mr. Speaker, because there are 3 valves on the wall, the bottom valve was blocked off. So it means if the water level dropped to the middle part, below the middle part, you had no more water because you had no way of extracting it. So the first area to desilt was the lower valve. But that entire program of the desilting was designed by a tender overseen by CDB. You want to come and make suggestions that there was involvement? Really? We don't know how CDB works? Where's the opportunity to go and take any money from CDB, Mr. Speaker? So again, Mr. Speaker, CDB is the one who did the loan? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how the Prime Minister makes this through the same levy that was put on, and remember the controversy behind the levy, because there was a comparison between the airport tax levy and the levy for the dam. And members on the opposite side to me, Mr. Speaker, had said that we should not have put the airport tax levy because the work had not begun. And comparisons were made to the dam, because the same thing was done. So the fact is that the levy is not what created the loan. The levy is what was used as leverage in order for CDB to give the loan.
No, that's where you got the money from. You use all of them.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you did.
Mr. Speaker, the money came from CDB, Mr. Speaker, and to pay back the CDB loan, it comes from the levy tax. But Mr. Speaker, fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to water, we have never seen the kind of situation that we've seen here today, Mr. Speaker, in this country, with the supply of water. Every day is another cry of shortage. So I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, 100% sure that we are worse off today when it comes to water than we were before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about sports and Lockerbie, $33 million, and the members on the opposite side continue to perpetuate the lie, Mr. Speaker, that Lockerbie was the one who was paid the $33 million. Lockerbie was paid a consultancy fee of $1.5 million. The rest of the money, Mr. Speaker, went into building the Soufriere facility, the football field, the track, and the lights. Mr. Speaker, the $32 million was used for Derasso, the playing field and the lights. It was used for the Mico field. It was used for Denry, the playing fields and the lights. And it was used for the Groselay Sports Academy. That's what the money was used for. Now let's look at that. That's money that came from the Taiwanese grant money. We never touched the money that was going into the NLA. The NLA money was to be used to be able to sponsor sporting activities to be able to play on the field. A fundamental difference. This government comes in, they're genius, and do what, Mr. Speaker? Give a guarantee to the NLA for the NLA to borrow the money, $80 million. NLA has no procurement guidelines. Nothing was put out to tender, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. And up to today, we cannot get a report from the Minister of Finance or from the Minister of Sports as to how the money was spent. We only hear that $40 million was spent on Darren Stanley Stadium. And remember, a stadium that costs what, $32 million to build? You spent $40 million? $40 million? Where is it? Where's the rest of the money? And more shamefully than that, Mr. Speaker, they borrowed the money. That means that NLA now is responsible for paying back the loan $800,000 a month. $800,000 should be going in to support sporting programs, scholarships, and doing the things that that money was designed to be done with. But no, now the government has robbed the young people of their future, Mr. Speaker, has depleted the NLA of resources, and for the last 2 years has put in a subvention of $1.7 million from the government, transferring it to NLA. That's a revenue generating entity. How is that, Mr. Speaker? How is that? So I would say to you, based on that information, Mr. Speaker, the young people of this country are for sure were better off before than they are today. Our sporting facilities were better off in where we were going then than they are now, Mr. Speaker. And that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, on the United Workers' Party when we came in, we are the ones who reduced VAT. We're the ones who eliminated property tax, Mr. Speaker. We're the ones who took away the license fees, reduced the license fee for vehicles by half. I hear the members wanting to say, oh, people didn't benefit from the VAT. Oh, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is contrary. Because there was an allegation, particularly from my good friend, the member from Castries Central, that we were giving away $52 million, Mr. Speaker. The first year, there was a shortfall of revenue of $15 million. And within 18 months, the government was collecting just as much money from VAT at 15% as it was at 12.5%. So how is that mathematically possible, Mr. Speaker? It's in your books, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to, Mr. Speaker. I've said it before. It's not the first time I've said this, Mr. Speaker. So the fact is that how is that possible? It is because the money was circulating. More people were buying more products. The more products they were buying, the more VAT we were being able to collect. The economy was stagnant when we came in. Nothing was moving. In fact, members on the opposite side said something went wrong. We couldn't even borrow money. We were down to just borrowing treasury bills, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about economy that you inherited? There was no disaster before 2016 that would have warranted that the economy would have been in the condition, the coma that it was in. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to use my words, Mr. Speaker. We have the words of the Medical and Dental Association. What did they say? They said that the health care has never been worse in our country. And in fact, they threatened the ministry that if they could not fix the things, that they would fix the OKEU and the healthcare centers, that they would resign. And they did. They've resigned. Mr. Speaker, it's in the letter. Let me go get the letter so I can read it. Maybe
Mr. Speaker,
want to go through
on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mico North, sir, Vieux-Fort North, sorry.
On a point of order, the member is misleading the House. The member has said that the medical and dental, the SLMDA, threatened the Ministry of Health. I want him to produce a letter which shows that the St. Lucia Medical and Dental Association threatened the Ministry of Health. That's a serious indictment on the SLMDA. I want him to produce the letter which specifically states or shows
Mr. Speaker, let me
that the SLMDA threatened the Ministry of Health.
If I may, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member wants to speak in semantics. The letter was written to the OKEU board, the Millennium Heights board. I would have to assume, Mr. Speaker, that the government oversees the Millennium Heights board.
Speaker,
and that
Mr. Speaker,
and that the minister would have taken
on a point of order.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. The member for Mico South stated that the SLMDA threatened the Ministry of Health. I want him to show where the SLMDA threatened the Ministry of Health. That is the thing. If he cannot show that, he should withdraw the statement because it's an indictment. If what he's saying is true, then he's saying that the SLMDA threatened the Ministry. I have never received a threatening letter from the SLMDA. I've never received a letter where the SLMDA threatened the Ministry of Health in St. Lucia. I've never seen a letter like that. So if he cannot prove that the SLMDA sent a letter to threaten the Ministry of Health, he should withdraw.
Member for Mico South, would you care to rephrase?
I will rephrase the statement, Mr. Speaker. The Medical and Dental Association wrote to the Medical and Dental Association, to the Millennium Heights Board, that's appointed by the minister. That's who appoints the board, the minister. And if the minister wants to hide behind semantics, that's fine. I will give him his day. The letter was written to the Medical and Dental Association. Letter was written to the Millennium Heights board, of which he appointed the board.
Just a member for Vieux-Fort North.
Mr. Speaker, again, I stand on a point of order. The member for Mico South said that the SLMDA wrote a letter and threatened the Ministry of Health. I'm the Minister for Health. I have never received a letter from the SLMDA which threatened the Ministry of Health. The member for Mico South must withdraw that statement. He now says he's saying something about, no, you did not withdraw. You must withdraw that.
I did.
The SLMDA, Mr. Speaker, the SLMDA has never written a letter to the Ministry of Health threatening the Ministry of Health. And I want the member for Mico South to withdraw that statement.
Member, you did not withdraw. You attempted to clarify what you said. Are you withdrawing the part related to the part that the SLMDA wrote to the Ministry of Health threatening them?
I thought when you said to me, Mr. Speaker, and you were subject to change your mind, and I've made...
No, I'm not changing my mind. He is now asked specifically...
You asked whether, in fact, I was prepared to amend.
But that does not...
Yes, I'm prepared to amend.
That does not satisfy the member for Vieux-Fort North who wants you to withdraw the statement.
I will withdraw the statement, and I will now say it in a different way. That the Medical and Dental Association wrote a letter to the Millennium Heights board. The same Millennium Heights board that was appointed by the minister and sanctioned by cabinet, and told them that things were so bad, and if they did not improve, that members, doctors, and nurses would be resigning, which they did. If the Minister of Health chooses to say that he didn't know, I'm shocked that something as serious as that was widely circulated in the public, that he would not have seen it.
Again,
Mr. Speaker,
he didn't say
I will not allow him to continue. Mr. Speaker, the member for Mico South says that I said I didn't know.
I concur. You never said that. So
exactly.
You have to withdraw that statement. He said specifically that he's Minister for Health and no such letter was written to him. That's what he never denied being aware of the contents of a letter written to the Millennium Board. He was very specific in his rebuttal that the Ministry for Health never received that. So I would ask you to withdraw that last statement.
Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with semantics.
Semantics or not, are you going to withdraw the statement saying that he said he did not know?
I'm happy to withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, okay, that the member, in suggesting that the letter was not written to him, and to accept the fact, I'm asking him, is he prepared to accept the fact that he knew about the letter? And is he prepared to accept the truth that doctors and nurses did resign? And I would be shocked, Mr. Speaker, if the member told me he didn't know. He had to know. So whether the letter was written directly to him, it was written to an organization that falls under his purview. So if you want the semantics that I said that the letter was written to the ministry, I withdraw it. But I say and I clarify, the letter was written to the Millennium Heights, the board of which the minister appointed the persons, sanctioned by cabinet. And I would have to believe that you all knew what was going on. And the point of making all of that, it was the Medical and Dental Association, Mr. Speaker, that said that things have never been worse. And it would have seemed that the threats that were made to the Millennium Heights board were not taken seriously, Mr. Speaker. So much so, I believe that the board was eventually replaced, thankfully. But it was too late, and a lot of damage has been done. So the fact is, when the Prime Minister asked, are things worse than under the previous government? For sure, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health in this country, things are worse today than they were previously, Mr. Speaker. Not my words. Not my words. Mr. Speaker, there's a recurring theme by members. I heard the member of Labour perpetuating this nonsense. And so I want to correct her. I want to correct the Prime Minister as well. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister. The Minister of Labour stated.
No, saying that it's the Minister for Labour, not the member for Labour.
My apologies. The Minister of Labour, Mr. Speaker. The member from Babylon. That when they came in, they had to pay the back pay. That's true. But the fact is that my administration was the first one to ever agree on terms in advance, which we did. And what's the advantage of that? When now civil servants were able to obtain for the first time, instead of retroactively, to get a contract that was signed in advance, Mr. Speaker, it means they can go to the bank, and the bank would recognize that increase going down the road. But when we came in, Mr. Speaker, we had to pay the retroactive, like many other governments that have come into office. So let us understand the two tiers of retroactive pay that this government had to pay. The first one was a 1% increase that was due in 2020. And we had a little event, Mr. Speaker, called COVID, where, if you remember, the then Minister of Labour attempted to negotiate with the unions in order to get the unions to agree to allow us to pay them part of their salary down the road. And we were not successful. We didn't force it upon anybody. But during that negotiations, the unions offered that what they would do is postpone the implementation of the agreed 1% because of what was going on for COVID, Mr. Speaker. So when the government came in and revenues in government had improved, they had to pay it. But they didn't pay it right away, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they didn't even turn around to negotiate with the unions at that point in order to negotiate the agreements in advance for the two trienniums. They waited until almost the end of the first triennium. So the second tranche of back payments that they had to pay, Mr. Speaker, were their own, not ours. That happened in their time. They're the ones who had to pay it, Mr. Speaker. And they didn't. I didn't pay it. So now you want to come and pat yourself on the shoulder that you made the payments in retroactively? How many governments have done that, Mr. Speaker? Repeatedly, we've done it, Mr. Speaker. Repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, we've had done that. Mr. Speaker, again, the member from Castries East is saying he paid what we didn't pay. I've explained the conditions. You had COVID? No problem. No problem. We did not pay it. We did not pay it. We did not pay it because we had COVID, and it was part of the agreement that the workers agreed to postpone the payment of the 1%. So by contract. So, and again, Mr. Speaker, semantics. It was not that we didn't pay it, Mr. Speaker. We negotiated with the unions, and the unions agreed to postpone the payment because of COVID. And they understood what was happening with COVID. And they agreed. So it wasn't to say that we didn't pay. It was postponed, and it was sent down the road. So when the government came in, Mr. Speaker, the expectation was for them to pay it because contractually they had to pay it. But what they want to do, Mr. Speaker, is also to confuse that with the fact that a triennium started under their term and they did not agree. And so it was not until they had the agreement on one advanced triennium, which I congratulate the government on, fantastic, I'm happy for the workers, but you had to go and pay your own back pay, Mr. Speaker. That's what you all paid. You all paid the back pay of the first triennium that you were supposed to have negotiated, and you didn't negotiate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you didn't pay either. No, you didn't pay. You paid it afterwards. And there was no payment to be made because contractually the unions agreed to postpone. There was nothing for you to pay because the unions had contractually agreed to postpone, and the payment came due when you were in government. End of story. Mr. Speaker, I move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, St. Jude's, are we better off today than we were before? You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a video that was done. I heard it was paid for by Mr. Gajada. And in that video, which was done by him, in which he said, Mr. Speaker, he said that he and his team made the decision that cost doesn't matter. And that the most important thing was to finish the hospital. So much so, in order to expedite the project, Mr. Speaker, he decided, he and his team, that they were going to fly equipment in. He went through the explanation to say they flew equipment in from London. They flew equipment in from India. He said he went as far as to flying equipment in from China. He said they flew from China to London and from London to St. Lucia. And you know what he said, Mr. Speaker? He said that he had spent so much money on shipping things in that he could buy British Airways. Not a plane, you know, Mr. Speaker. Not a plane. But he said he could buy British Airways. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious, serious indictment, and this is a serious problem. Already, Mr. Speaker, the decision to go back into the old hospital on the basis that the hospital would have been completed earlier and cheaper. And here we are, 4 years later, Mr. Speaker. All we have is a report in the estimates, a budget item line that says $265 million. And we don't know. I said to you, if any other country, Mr. Speaker, the contractor who was selected seems to be reporting to whom, I don't know, maybe it's to him himself and his committee, made that public statement, Mr. Speaker, and said that on a matter like this, that cost doesn't matter, as if it was his money. Did he consult the government, Mr. Speaker, when he says he and his team? When he would tell us, Mr. Speaker, that he spent enough money on flying equipment in that he could have bought British Airways. British Airways has a value of almost $5 billion US. Really? And yet, after making the decision to fly all this equipment in order to be able to expedite the process, Mr. Speaker, all we keep getting are promises and promises and promises as to when St. Jude is going to open. And Mr. Speaker, it is very clear.
Member, you have 15 minutes left, and you have been given a tremendous amount of latitude.
Like everybody.
But I imagine at some point in time, your contribution is going to collide with the resolution.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly had dealt with the matter, and I was simply taking the opportunity to respond to what the Prime Minister said. I think that I would give that latitude to do so. So the fact is, the Prime Minister said, can we give examples? Can we give examples? Can we give examples? I have no reason to go anywhere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the member from Castries asked whether, in fact, we can give examples of whether we are better off, that we're worse off today. And I'm listing all the examples. St. Jude's is a disaster, Mr. Speaker. An absolute disaster. You're going from a building, I think it was the member from Labrie, the Republic of Labrie, Mr. Speaker,
who told us that what we needed was some chemical and some paint, right? And it would take 6 months, right? That's what he said to us, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said. Where's the chemical and where's the paint? $265 million, we believe that's been spent. We have a contractor that not only doesn't seem to be accountable to the taxpayers of this country, but is using foreign labor. That's the question. Do they have work permits, Mr. Speaker? Do they have work permits? Is somebody determining the conditions they're living in? Are they working under the same conditions as St. Lucians? Or are we now undermining the workforce of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. We keep asking the question. We see that we have over 80 or 90 Chinese working at canals, no St. Lucians. We all saw that they were using an open pit as a latrine, Mr. Speaker. Where's the supervision? Are they work permits? What conditions are they working under? Are these people being brought in to replace St. Lucian workers?
Remember, you're now abusing your latitude. So perhaps you can get back to the resolution, because it's what you have, where you're going there, with canals and Chinese. It's an abuse of your privilege. So perhaps you want to go back to the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply just talking about the management of the sites. And I'm just asking the question because the Prime Minister asked the question, are we better off? I believe that...
But to quote one of your own attorneys, you are using an obiter comment to make the substance of your response and not dealing with the ratio decidendi of the Prime Minister's statement. So perhaps the core of the Prime Minister's statement, you have not dealt with it at all. You're using a by-the-way comment to make it the thrust of your presentation. But what is before you is a resolution on the zero-rated VAT.
So, Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying that the workers of this country are better off today, are better off, yes, before than they are today. They're better off. Because repeatedly we're seeing them complaining about whether the government is protecting them or not. We see that repeatedly, Mr. Speaker. Repeatedly. How many times the workforce has complained about how they're being treated and the lack of respect and protection they're being given by this government. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm free to comment at this point, Mr. Speaker. I saw that we laid before the House the CIP audit paper. I'm not so sure I'm allowed to pass any comments on that, Mr. Speaker?
You can't debate it.
No? Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting to note that finally, almost 6 months late, that the audit, the statement, the report, the annual report, and the financial statement of the CIP was laid before the House today. And I heard the members say that they're making every attempt to get it in before October. Remember, October is the last date you can bring it in. There's nothing that's preventing you from bringing it earlier. And I would say to you, given what's going on in CIP, the more information that could be provided, the greater transparency there is and the less chance there is speculation. But what I noted in the report, Mr. Speaker, that was very interesting is that the donation program, which is the $100,000 that goes into the account and goes into the economic fund, has been all but decimated and has been replaced by administrative fees from the real estate program of $88 million. But shockingly, Mr. Speaker, the highest earning item in the report was the due diligence. Due diligence fees were $133 million. And why do I say that? Because the due diligence fees come in and they go out just as fast. Because we have to pay companies who are doing the due diligence. There's very little markup that the government is going to get on that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there are several notes within the CIP report that I will take up at a different time that are concerning from what I saw in the report. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, the details of the infrastructure program as well as the escrow account, again, are not being mentioned in the report. So this report, I want to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker,
continues to keep itself simply defined on the operations of the CIP unit itself and provides no details of what's taking place in the escrow account. And certainly the infrastructure contract that was written that allowed Galaxy to get 6,000 files and collect the money themselves, there's nothing in here in that report. This simply is how much money their CIP unit received, primarily on due diligence fees, some administrative fees, and marketing and promotion fees. And I'm very, very concerned by what I read in the report, and I'm looking for, I was hoping that the member, when he made his statement, Mr. Speaker, would have provided greater clarity rather than continue to try to lay blame on what has happened in the past, and to remind him that he is the one who amended the real estate program to go from 1,000 files to 6,000. His government is the one that created the infrastructure program for 6,000 files. Those are all his babies. And those are the ones that are causing us the greatest amount of grief, including BMAX. So on that point, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying I do support what the government has done as it pertains to reducing the VAT on these items. I still don't think it's enough. I don't think that $5 million is sufficient. I think the government should seriously have looked at the duties on a lot of these items, Mr. Speaker. I think that people should be cognizant of the fact that they're not going to see a 12.5% saving on a lot of their products, because there is an additional burden or cost to the businesses that the businesses are going to use their discretion. Hopefully they use their discretion in the right way and pass it all on to the people, but there is no obligation for them to do that. And again, I want to say that we had made this recommendation over 3 years ago. I'm disappointed the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance did not take advantage of it then, but it's never too late. And he can maybe go to the same garbage that he threw our recommendations in, Mr. Speaker. Maybe he can uncrumple them and he can go and read them. But if he wants to, I'm happy to send him another copy of the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Casby Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really thought a resolution that was meant to bestow a benefit or benefits on the good people of this country would have been met with overwhelming embrace and would not have necessarily been the subject matter of discourse that seemingly invoked subtle animosity and a criticism of the government. But I want to make a point categorically clear, Mr. Speaker. I am a black man, and I'm black and proud. I want no one to befriend me who openly states that colonialism has a conscience. I don't want you to befriend me, Mr. Speaker, because the history of us as black people is not something that most of us want to revisit. It is not an enviable past. So, colonialism had a conscience. Let your conscience deal with you, not me. Now, Mr. Speaker, the whole objective of this exercise, the amendments and everything else, are meant to bring down the cost of goods, some 70-something items, by 12.5% for the benefit of the people of this country. But it appears, Mr. Speaker, and by and large, the Maliways would be in the majority of beneficiaries. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that anything that bestows a benefit, they're running already. Anything that bestows a benefit on indigenous St. Lucian people, the leader of the opposition has a problem with it. Anything, Mr. Speaker. He has a problem with it. He has a problem with it, Mr.
Member
Speaker.
for Social Saltivus.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that this is not going to be a pattern, but I stand on a point of object. The member is misleading the House. You would have heard both myself and the member from Mikur South support this motion, Mr. Speaker. So to say that you have a problem with the bill is false. Thank you.
I will continue. I really thought that was an interjection of substance, Mr. Speaker, so I shall dismiss it with due dispatch. Mr. Speaker, he seemingly has a problem with anything that bestows a benefit on the people of this country. And I want to take you back a little. I want you to visit the historicity of his prime ministership. When he came in, Mr. Speaker, there was a subsidy on rice, flour, and sugar. You remember, Mr. Speaker? It didn't take him long to remove the subsidy on rice, flour, and sugar. It didn't take him that long. Excuse me? That is false. Mr. Speaker, his justification was that hoteliers and other people used those very commodities and that they needed to have been a more targeted, a more focused approach on the poorer people of this country. So he removed it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll tell me that's not true. From time immemorial, every prime minister had kept and supported what we refer to as the distress fund. It was meant, Mr. Speaker, for our people who were unable to afford insurance. So in the unfortunate event of a natural calamity, there were funds that would come to the rescue. What did he do, Mr. Speaker? In a like manner, as he removed the subsidies on rice, flour, and sugar, he removed the distress fund, Mr. Speaker, and he asked the people with plywood houses, go get insurance. Go get insurance. Is that the action of any leader who truly cares about the St. Lucian people, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what the UWP was characterized by during 2016 and 2021, Mr. Speaker, was to take advantage on Maliways. Take advantage on Maliways and permit those who are already rich to become further enriched, Mr. Speaker. Look at the situation with the license imposed on the various occupations, if you want to call them that. At 1 o'clock in the morning, at 1 in the morning, men of consciences sat in this chamber to impose a license on block makers, on black pudding makers, on hairdressers, on mechanics, on charcoal makers. Who are the set of people that engage in those professions? Who are the people who engage in those professions, Mr. Speaker? Our locals, Mr. Speaker. Our locals who resort to a trade for survival. So don't come and tell us you care about St. Lucians. You all don't. You all don't. But meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you will further enrich those who are already rich, or you will take the little that we have, Mr. Speaker, and give it to foreigners. When you tell me, Mr. Speaker, if foreigner came here, me bala say, without 1 penny, without $1, and this member for Viewford South, when he was Prime Minister, gave instructions to the NIC, to let Miku South, when he was Prime Minister. Yes, when he was Prime Minister. Oh, Viewford South? No, sorry. My humble apologies. When he was Prime Minister, the member for Miku South gave instructions to the NIC, Mr. Speaker, to take pensioners' money. Take money belonging to the pensioners, Mr. Speaker, and to permit them to use that money to buy our land. You will never do that. And today, Mr. Speaker, the lands are like a foreign territory to the average St. Lucian. You care about St. Lucians. And what is worse, Mr. Speaker, the NIC were in a state of preparedness to buy the land and to do a development so that the average St. Lucian could have owned a slice of St. Lucia. But it was swept under them. Instructions given. And I don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind if an investor comes here with their money. I don't mind if they spend their money for the benefit of our people. But when you are taking the little that we have and give to them to make more money on us, that is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. It really is. So he dealt with Cabot, Mr. Speaker. He took another one from Texas and called him Ojo Labs. Ojo Labs. $5 million is not enough. But he spent $5 million to refurbish a building for a foreigner, Mr. Speaker. $5 million to refurbish a building for a foreigner. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, had the audacity to give an undertaking to pay all utility bills and pay the staff, Mr. Speaker, with our taxpayers' money, whilst we get absolutely nothing out of it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to caring for our people, you know, you listen to the leader of the opposition, and all of a sudden you would believe he has undergone some kind of ritual that has transformed him into the most caring character that ever walked in St. Lucia. But that is the same man who took the Dahe Mall, Mr. Speaker, valued at over $60 million. Over $60 million. You know, Mr. Speaker, politicians don't take jail for crime against the state. And I'll come to crimes in a while. But it is high time. I don't want this thing about pursue you. Those kinds of decisions which are heartless, which are obviously against the interests of the country and the citizens thereof. Those kinds of decisions, Mr. Speaker, should be the subject matter of criminal proceedings, in my view, so that politicians, when they occupy the chair of authority, they have to understand that reasonableness must prevail in their deliberations. You tell me, Mr. Speaker, a mall valued at $60 million. You sold it for less than quarter of the price. At least that's what the deed says. Although he said in court, Mr. Speaker, I can say this, he said in court that he sold the mall for $27 million. I have the transcript of the proceedings, which I will make public. The deed says 13.5. In court, he says 27. So if that is the case, I don't know where the 13.5 million gone. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, you sold the mall for less than quarter of the value, and on top of that, Mr. Speaker, had the gall, had the heartlessness to bind this country for 16.5 years to rent part of that same mall at a cumulative total, Mr. Speaker, of in excess of $200 million. Who does that, Mr. Speaker? Who does that, Mr. Speaker? And then you want to talk about you care about this country, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is a flip-flopper. He's a flip-flopper. And he's one who utters words of convenience. My name is Richard Frederick. I will never say my name is Frederick Richard or Frederica as he once referred to me. It doesn't matter. But you see, Mr. Speaker, when you just spew out of convenience, and I remember when he was interviewed by he was the Prime Minister then, he was interviewed, Mr. Speaker, by a journalist from Barbados, and he openly said that St. Lucia has received 800 deportees, and the Barbadian journalists expressed utter surprise. 800? He said, yeah, 800. Yes, those are the kind of tales. He flip-flops, Mr. Speaker. And when he speaks, it all depends on the position he holds. And I'll give you a couple examples. So when you hear him speaking here today about CIP and this and that and the other, it is a position that he juxtaposes to his current status as leader of the opposition. If, God forbid, and God will not forbid, Almighty is a good God, that he would be prime minister again, he would flip-flop. I'll give you a few examples. Let's deal with Galaxy, Mr. Speaker. Galaxy and CIP, he spoke of it. Mr. Speaker, the member for Swazel Saltibus is on record as glamorizing Galaxy, Mr. Speaker. He said, and I quote, Galaxy was engaged after extreme due diligence. And then the leader of the opposition went on to say, Galaxy will expose us to the Asian market, and we love it. Today, Mr. Speaker, they brought Galaxy. Today, Galaxy is the worst devil, Mr. Speaker. It is the worst devil. And that would not have been the tune he would have sung had he been Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Had he been Prime Minister. He talks about the CIP has no transparency now. But, Mr. Speaker, you see, transparency can be deduced by your actions or your intention not to comply with any transparent deeds can be deduced from your actions. When the leader of the opposition became Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the law governing the CIP program said specifically that the escrow account must be in St. Lucia. Must be in St. Lucia. He amended the laws, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate Theo Aking and the DSH deal, and permitted Theo Aking to have an escrow account in any country he's desirous of having it. In any country, not even being specific to a geographical setting, Mr. Speaker. In any country. And guess what? Further to that, Mr. Speaker, there was a stipulation which made it a compunction to come to this chamber to get parliamentary approval for expenditure from the CIP proceeds. You know what he did, Mr. Speaker? He removed it. He removed it. So if you believe in transparency, let the people of this country, let the nation know that we have $10 million in the kitty. This is how we intend to do it. He removed that. He removed it. And further, Mr. Speaker, in the agreement with DSH, you talk in transparency. You just said that the man can set up an escrow account any way he wants. And guess what? We have absolutely no oversight or no collaboration. Our actions, acts or deeds are not required for withdrawals or deposits into that account. Up to today, Mr. Speaker, up to now, none of us in government know exactly how much went into that account, if any money went into it, where is it located, what was it used for, and if there's a residual balance. We don't know. We are as blind as Theo King has eyes on that account. As blind as that. But it is a fact that it is in the agreement. And I don't want anybody to tell me that Theo King came here with the sole intention of making money. He's been granted an opportunity to sell passports, put the money overseas, and does not have to account to government, and he did not sell one passport. The thing is, Mr. Speaker, and it's a question I really want answered. Where is that account? Questions rather. Where is that account? How many passports did Theo King sell? How much was in that account? Whether the money is still there? If part of it was used, what was it used for? And what is the residual balance? We don't know. We don't know, Mr. Speaker. And all of us, Mr. Speaker, remain here just wondering what's happening, Mr. Speaker. So he flip-flops. GPH, Mr. Speaker. GPH. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I feel sorry for you. I must tell you, member for Swazel Saltibus. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you because you as a banker, you know, you are reminding me that you put St. Lucia in this bind. You as a banker signed the Stewart King agreement. You, yes you. You know, you believe you could do that to the people of this country? Mr. Speaker, GPH, you know, Mr. Speaker, GPH was introduced here by the same leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition. Today, GPH is a bigger devil than Galaxy because he's in opposition. He trotted the globe with GPH. In fact, on one occasion, he brought senior minister with him. And while senior minister resigned to his room, he left senior minister there and went on several private jets looking at what senior minister was supposed to have been seeing. Yeah. You know, and today, Mr. Speaker, today you want to talk about GPH. And you know the hypocrisy in it, Mr. Speaker? And you know how I deal with documents, and I have the appropriate forum, not only to speak to the documents, but to show the documents. Mr. Speaker, there was an agreement in place before this government assumed office. There was an agreement with the last government and GPH. When this government came in, we don't stop things like he does. You know, I'll come to that in a little bit. Stop the airport, stop this administrative center, square in Soufrière. We don't operate so. Governance is a continuing phenomenon. That's what it's supposed to be. I am talking about you didn't pay this, I didn't pay. Because his concept of government, Mr. Speaker, is still in his non-existent brain. That it is, I do this, you do that. I do this, you do that. If something redounds to the benefit of the good people of this country, no administration worth their salt should stop it, even if you were not the initiator. So, Mr. Speaker, there was an agreement with GPH long before we came in. Long before we came in, he signed it. He had already given all head taxes to GPH. All. Now, we fixed the agreement. He turns around. Oh, you all sell the ports, you all sell the ports. Notwithstanding, we amended the agreement for more benefit to the government and people of this country. But he's now preaching we sold the ports when there was an agreement in place. But I'll be showing those documents, Mr. Speaker, not necessarily here. I'll show those documents because you see, when they spew the disinformation, misinformation, or propaganda, Mr. Speaker, sadly, some of our gullible people, they digest it wholeheartedly or wholesomely and believe that it is true. So he was in office, GPH was good. Out of office, you sold the port. Galaxy, very good. Galaxy now, he teams up with a criminal, a convicted fraudster, Mr. Speaker, to bring down the country, to burn the country down in the hopes that he will rule over the ashes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition does not like us. He does not like us, Mr. Speaker. And he takes every opportunity to ensure that the worst can happen to St. Lucia so that he can waltz in on a carpet of warm embrace to reassume prime ministership of this country. But that will not happen, Mr. Speaker. He don't like us. He put us in the thing with T.O.R. King, Mr. Speaker, and was relishing an opportunity for T.O.R. King to sue us. When you tell me, Mr. Speaker, you went to New York and you're on a stage saying that we will lose our corresponding banking, Mr. Speaker, a deed that can almost bring us to our economic knees. You were praising this, believing it was imminent. It would have happened tomorrow, as he said. Nothing was further from the truth. And that even prompted Bank of St. Lucia, the former employer of the member for Swazell Saltibus, to issue a press release. And knowing what you have signed and knowing all of those things, I'm just wondering, when one is sent to the political wilderness, which is very soon, whether your former employer would consider your re-engagement given the egregious financial deeds which you were directly involved in. So, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand he says this, and on the other he says something else, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't want to say this, you know, Mr. Speaker, but today, and all of that was prompted by a meeting that the leader of the opposition attended in St. Vincent. He attended a meeting in St. Vincent, Mr. Speaker, and is urging members of the OECS to sever ties with CARICON. You know, that has taken the front page of the Gleaner newspaper from the time he said it in all publications. In all publications, that he has lost his marbles, he has lost his senses, he has lost common sense. They have labeled this man in such derogatory terms, Mr. Speaker, that if he was Prime Minister and you were on foreign territory, you would be ashamed to say that he is your Prime Minister. And that cannot be said about Philip Joseph P. Only proud people. It cannot be said. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, he made this outrageous statement. And, well, you know, Gaston Brown didn't take that too lightly. He had already said that the man is not too bright. Then you had the Dominican Prime Minister, Roosevelt Skerrit, denouncing that. Then you had the Prime Minister of Grenada with his input about how nonsensical the statement is. But what took the cake, Mr. Speaker, was an article that appeared at 11:53 on the St. Vincent Times, in which the leader of the opposition was labeled as the worst prime minister in the Caribbean for the 21st century. The worst prime minister in the Caribbean for the 21st century. And somebody told me that when I am where I do my bit, ensure that there is a corrective measure to this statement. He is not the worst prime minister in the Caribbean in the 21st century, but he is the worst prime minister in the history of Caribbean governance. That is what I was asked to say. So, Mr. Speaker, this is who we are dealing with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you tell me the flip-flopping continues, they had so much to say about the Nigerian president, Mr. Speaker. Taking excerpts on the internet. Mr. Speaker, and I want to say this to internet users. Be very careful. Approach the veracity of what you read on the internet with utmost caution. You must never always believe what you read on the internet. Sometimes I read things on the internet about myself, and I wonder if there was another Richard Frederick residing within the four corners of this country of ours. There was an instance, Mr. Speaker, where, having seen one or two articles about the death of Darren Sammy, I literally took the phone and I called Darren Sammy. He was somewhere far, I don't know where he was. I said, Darren, you good? Yeah, buddy, I there. I said, Darren, I just read that you dead. And it was on the internet. So they go scrolling the internet. They don't care who the author of the relevant articles are. Because invariably, Mr. Speaker, once you find yourself in the political spotlight, you will get dissenting views. You will get views that support you. That is the nature of politics. But what you can never sway away from, Mr. Speaker, is the truth. The truth. So, the Nigerian president came here. They had a press release. A press release. And I want to say this in this chamber. I am really surprised at a man who had some level of experience in the diplomatic circle. I thought this man brought, a breath of fresh air to what is now called the United Workers' Party. But, Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback. Tonight I want to speak to you about Lajables and Bolom. Excuse me. And then the leader he was saying that. He said that addressing an audience, he's saying tonight, I want to speak to you about Lajables and Bolom. And then the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, you would swear he would capitalize on the publicity, the little publicity that he gets, and comes with issues of how we will deal with what we do alternatively. No. He has gone into the sexuality of people. Federica, he calls me. Federica. But Mr. Speaker, he could have called me Raquela. I didn't mind, he called me Federica. But that's another show, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is what we have now as an opposition, the flip-flopping. I heard that same man with a certain bit of experience in the diplomatic circles speak to or read a press release basically denouncing, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, the visit by the President of Nigeria. The visit by the President of Nigeria, Mr. Speaker. Flabo denounced the visit by the President of the Nigeria. But you know what I've always told them? Records don't go away. Records don't go away. So when you said at the summit of the Americans meeting that transparency should be shelved, and you come and say you never said that, the clips are there. The clips are there. And so, whilst they publicly denounced the visit by the Nigerian president, Mr. Speaker, they forget that during their time, they had already reduced to writing a cabinet memo to establish diplomatic ties with Nigeria. But that is what you get from the flip-floppers, Mr. Speaker. That is what you get from the flip-floppers. You know, Mr. Speaker, even today, and I dare say the leader of the opposition hates St. Lucians. He hates us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the article to which he referred, when he said, and all he does, Mr. Speaker, he stirs anxiety, he stirs fear into our people, hoping, Mr. Speaker, that fear and anxiety would translate to support for him and against the current government. When you tell me, Mr. Speaker, when you tell me, you will say here something that never ever happened, that they suspended Schengen visas for St. Lucia. For St. Lucia, he mentioned St. Lucia specifically and other OECS countries. Mr. Speaker, the article in its entirety does not mention St. Lucia. There is nowhere in the article is St. Lucia mentioned. And if you will permit me quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'll just read a brief excerpt of the article, very brief, because all the guys are doing in place, Mr. Speaker, is to put a mechanism for those who engage in visa abuse. That's all. They are putting in place mechanisms to redress visa abuse. Mr. Speaker, let me get to that very quickly. Okay. All right. I just want to read what a member said verbatim, Mr. Speaker. Visa policy. Council and European Parliament secure a deal and rules about the suspension of visa-free travel for third countries. For third countries outside the Union. What it says very quickly, Mr. Speaker, visa-free travel to the EU benefits foreign citizens and the EU alike. But if citizens of third countries abuse this advantage, the EU must have all necessary tools in place to correct the situation. These instruments can put pressure on countries that evade cooperation in preventing and combating irregular migration. That is all I said, Mr. Speaker. Basically, there were two criteria, the basis upon which they can either suspend or revoke your visa. They increased it to 4. And that applies to anyone who they believe are contravening the terms under which a visa was issued. But this man, with an intention to instill fear, with an intention to cause anxiety, and because of his hatred of St. Lucians, he hates them, but he wants to live a life of largesse on their backs through their support. He hates St. Lucians, I dare say, Mr. Speaker. Will tell us that visas, they took the decision to suspend or revoke, suspend or whatever visas of St. Lucia and the OACS. You know, that is wickedness to the extreme. That is wickedness to the extreme, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the members speak on, I don't know why he wants gas to be put in there. You know, this is meant for the poorer people, Mr. Speaker. He wants gas to be placed in the list of VAT reduced items. He talk about why the price of VAT doesn't go down. Mr. Speaker, you remember...
Member for Caspi Central, to be fair, the leader of the opposition didn't say that.
Well, he spoke about the price of gas not going down. He didn't say he wanted it included.
He spoke about the excise tax.
Excise tax on the gas. And then he said it would bring down the price of gas. But Mr. Speaker, you remember the Orange March? You remember the Orange March? The Orange March was on the heels of the 2016 election, Mr. Speaker. He misled the people of this country, saying that there was a tax on gas that was never existing. It never existed, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House because immediately after the march, if I recollect correctly, the gas prices came down by the same amount that we were saying. And exactly what was taking place now is what was taking place then. That the government was charging, had an added amount to the excise tax than what the regulated amount was. And that was proven.
Remember, wasn't it a situation of recalculating the pass-through mechanism from 3 months to 3 weeks?
No, Mr. Speaker, because it was being done for successive periods.
But that's
reconciliation would have been done on a quarterly basis, which they amended it and they changed it now to a monthly basis. But the fact was, Mr. Speaker, they were charging a higher amount. And when the march took place, immediately after the march, the tax prices came down exactly the amount of what we were declaring was the excessive amount, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go too much into that. When, after they won the elections, Mr. Raymond, who was, what was his portfolio again? Economic, he came on television and said that the taxes that were referred to, they are not existing. You Boulder said so. I have the clip where he said so. Up to now, that tax cannot be seen, just like the lockbox in Viewfort. Where is the lockbox? PM, you got the lockbox? It's still locked for the gas. No lockbox. I want to know if that lockbox is up for Forestier. Where is the lockbox? You know, there was a non-existent 680, he said, and everybody was marching, Mr. Speaker. What he speaks to, let me clarify quickly, the supply chain issues of fossil fuel encounters fluctuation in prices, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, when Iran and what are the other names? The Palestinians and Israel and all of them in their stuff. I mean, most of the world oil come from that area. So you will find, Mr. Speaker, you'll not believe. About 6 years ago, I imported 4 containers out of China. The price per container was about 3,000 and something US. Mr. Speaker, only on Monday or Tuesday, I have 2 40-foot containers coming from China. Each container cost me over 17,000 US. So it is the supply chain issues to which he refers. And all of that is outside the scope of governmental authority. We can do absolutely nothing about that. So that if the price goes up, the price of the fuel will go up. And those are the kind of fluctuations that we have to guard our people against. And that is why I am one of the advocates of alternative energy, Mr. Speaker. So it ensures a stability from the domestic front. But yes, he said there was 680 and it was not existent. Another thing he said, Mr. Speaker, they won the elections, big rally in Miku, flabo. He took the mic and there is a document on my desk. As soon as I sign it, the price of gas will go down. Where is that document? Where's the document? You saw it, Miss Senior Minister? You never saw it. Where is the document? You have to learn to stop fooling people. This is now an era where intelligence is not only for the few. Intelligence is not only for the few. The president of Nigeria was telling us how his mother was a trader. My mother was a farmer. My father was a truck driver. Not because you're born in a certain economic family that makes you intellectually superior. In fact, you'll be intellectually more deficient. You understand? Gas will go down. And he talked about gas. During COVID, Mr. Speaker, when the fishermen, in all their difficulty, approached the Prime Minister for rebate on gas, ask him what he told them, Mr. Speaker. He did not do anything for them. Today, ask the fishermen what this government has done for them, Mr. Speaker. And you will see the difference. So don't talk about gas and this and that and the other. Mr. Speaker, he goes and talk about crime. And you have to correct him, but I had that down as well. He takes home, again, when you can barely read, you cannot read to understand. When your analytical ability is nearing zero or almost non-existent, there is very little you can do. Crime comes under a greater caption. Larceny, robbery, blah, 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 homicides, so and so. And you talk about crime. You should not be talking about crime, because you say that they murder a dog. Murder by its definition means the killing of a human being. You cannot murder a dog. I don't know where you learned that from, murder a dog. That's a nice clip for me, murder a dog. A dog was murdered. I'll bits and pieces, trust me. The dog was murdered, A dog was murdered. Women, talking about crime. Look at your actions and look at that of this current government. What did you do in relation to crime? We had the largest prisoner holding facility in the OECS, built by the then member for Castries North when he was Prime Minister. I asked him the funds to build it. I was Minister of Physical Development, and we put it up. We went through the entire OECS to check the size of the largest one, and we almost doubled it. And I don't know what it did to you. You put an excavator in it without any kind of justification, and then talk about crime. Your audacity, your boldness, talk about crime. And what is worse, we spent $5 million to build an alternative prison, Mr. Speaker, an alternative holding facility. and the man will go and criticize that. What did you do for crime? What did you do? Absolutely nothing. You found everything in place. You found who was the contractor? You know the two fellas you were riding behind in Grosile? That's another show. That's for another show. Do you know the two guys you were riding? You have a fetish for being behind men. Mr. Speaker, what did you do for crime? Raquel. What did you do for crime? You demolished the biggest prisoner holding facility we had on paper, and the income stream, the source of funding to build the Northern Divisional Police Headquarters. You left it lying there. Today it's almost completed. Today we have a new facility, custody suites, brand new, and you have a problem with that. You have a problem with that. You celebrate crime because you believe it's your pathway to prime ministership again. That will not happen. That will not happen. You know, further to that, Mr. Speaker, Philip Joseph Pierre, the Prime Minister and member for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, reinstated the police vote that the last government had removed. There was a police training vote, Mr. Speaker. The last government had removed it.
Member for Mico South.
On a point of elucidation.
Member, it's a point of elucidation. Are you yielding?
No, Mr. Speaker. Once his elucidation, I don't want to hear his lecture now, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to hear his lecture. No, I'm not yielding. The police vote, training vote, was removed and was reinstituted by this government.
Member for Mico South.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member would say that the vote was removed. The vote was removed for 1 year for COVID. 1 year. 1 year during COVID and for budgetary constraints. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr.
Member, how does that address what he just said?
Leave that alone.
Just a minute, Member of Castries Central. Well,
Mr. Speaker, I'm tired of hearing that COVID. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our economic review, one would see COVID hit us in January of 2020. In January of 2020, Mr. Speaker, the economy of this country had already commenced declining before COVID.
Member from Mico South.
Yeah, the member is misleading the House, and that's not true, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we were on a record pace of all the major sectors, and it was in the last quarter, exactly what the member said, that when we had COVID in January 2020, that all of a sudden the tourism arrivals dropped in January, February, and March, that caused the economy to contract by 0.5%.
Member, whilst the chair cannot engage in debate, the chair can comment on documents that are documents of the House.
Yes.
And the economic and social review that has been presented to this House did show a decline in 2019.
Before COVID.
So that's on the record.
Yes.
As to the reasons for it, that's not for me to debate. But the economic review of 2019 did say that.
That's all I said. That under his watch, Mr. Speaker, under his watch, the recession commenced because of COVID, before COVID, sorry. That is not to say I am not escaping the inevitable to say that COVID did not impact negatively on us. I am not saying that. But not in 2019. Not in 2019.
Member from Mico South.
Speaker, on a point of order, member again is misleading the House. the documents in Social and Economic Review don't show the economic growth on 2019 or 2020. It's 2019 to 2020. The 2019 to 2020 would include the first quarter, January, February, and March in the numbers, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I still maintain that before COVID ever hit our shores, the economy was already in recession. And the same way I bet $1 billion a man cannot sing the national anthem, I am prepared to bet 10 million that the economy was in recession before COVID hit us. That's a fact. You know? Now, Mr. Speaker, take the bet. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, the leader of the opposition has the audacity to talk about corruption. Corruption. Yes, when he mentioned corruption, Mr. Speaker, I was in awe because I never thought that this is a place he wanted to venture. Mr. Speaker, the corruption index is showing that our most corrupt year was 2017 under the leadership of the member for Miku South. Our most corrupt year in our history was under his leadership. We were 41, Mr. Speaker, out of 100. 41 out of 100, we scored very, very low. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are at 58. When he left us, we were ranking some 73 or 74 out of 180 countries. Today, we are ranked 35, and the highest it has been was 70 under the member for Viewfort South when he left it, and the member for Castries North took over. He maintained that 70, and as soon as UWP came in, Juju ran as fast as Juju. Most corrupt year in our history. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I can understand because when a mall is valued at 60 million and a deed of sale shows that you sell it for 13.5 million and you said in court on the oath you sell it for 27 million, we don't even know which one is right. We don't even know which one is right. We don't even know which one is right, Mr. Speaker. You know? So corruption must.
Member from Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, on misleading the House again, we've had this conversation. There was a development agreement that determined the sale of the property.
I'm not going into that.
The property was sold for $27 million. In the development agreement, it was agreed that we would have paid the $27 million and we would have transferred the asset over to the developer. So not for the $27 million, Mr. Speaker. And that was done so that the developer could get the loan, exactly what's taking place right now at the Halls of Justice, Mr. Speaker. The exact same system. So for the member to continue to mislead the House to say that the value was $60 million, it was valued at $60 million, and the government bought it in receivership for $27 million. I've provided this House with all of that evidence, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what it was paid for. So I don't want the member to continue to mislead the House that they had a value of $60 million. It had a value of $60 million when it was being developed previously, and it went into receivership, and the receivers sold it for $27 million. And the $27 million included 10 acres of land at Union, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will. I stand by what I say. I am in possession of a deed of sale that the mall was sold for $13.5 million. I stand by that. I stand by the leader of the opposition saying under oath before a judge.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, he's misleading the House. You cannot look at the deed of sale in itself.
Member from Miku South, I have ruled that he's not misleading the House.
He is misleading the House, Mr.
That's your view.
Mr. Speaker,
it is my ruling that matters in here. I have made the ruling.
showed you the documents.
Please proceed, Member for Castries.
Thank you. Can you turn off his mic, please? Can you turn off his mic?
Mr. Speaker, the deed of sale shows that there is a development agreement. You cannot look at the deed of sale without looking at the development agreement, Mr. Speaker.
Member
Mr. Speaker, we've
South.
had this argument, this discussion before.
Member for Castries Central, please proceed.
I could go out. Not now. Mr. Speaker, I said so on my show. I said so on my show, and I will say it on my show again. And I will show the transcript where he told the judge he sold it for 27 million. I will show the deed of sale where it shows he sold it for 13 and a half. I will show the two documents, Mr. Speaker. I will show them. I will show the valuation by Skinny Sinclair, done about 2 months before the sale. You know me. You know me. Say it outside, boy, don't threaten me. Don't do that. Sorry. So yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deed of sale, as you have, shows $13.5 million. He said before a judge in court, he sold it for $27 million. There is a gross inconsistency between what the deed of sale shows and what he said on oath before a judge. That is all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Asking me to say that outside. I'll say it on my show. You know? So, Mr. Speaker, you telling me that's a man who cares about us, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this man would say $5 million is not enough. During COVID, Mr. Speaker, they borrowed in excess of $500 million. There is a clip that says so. He was at HTS doing an interview. We borrowed over $500 million. And yet, they did not give St. Lucians 1 cent. The Minister of Economic Development at the time, I have the clip where he says, so y'all just want people to give you all money. And today, a $54 million benefit is not enough. Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, if he did not take our vaccine...
7 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll wrap up. You know, Mr. Speaker, and then he talk about cost. He talk about the developer, Reno, said he can... Mr. Speaker, we are not building St. Jude without a bill of quantities. There is a bill of quantities for the construction of St. Jude. If the developer believes that for expediency and to deliver and to restore some benefit to the people of this country, he'll go into his profits. That's his business. That is a good civic gesture. That's what it is. And then, had an insinuation, Mr. Speaker. A line item for 200 million for the hospital, but British Airways is worth 5 billion. So in his mind, he's asking people to believe that we're spending 5 billion. I mean, nonsense alone. When you tell me as Prime Minister, you had the airport under construction and you are permitting people to do it without a bill of quantities. This man, you see, that is not as callous and engaged in those egregious financial deeds like you. You know, doing an airport without a bill of quantities, I can guarantee the people of St. Lucia that we have a bill of quantities for the hospital, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say, it's a pity 2 of them are not there. He spoke about the old St. Jude. 4 prime ministers sitting in here, 3 former and the current. All 4 of them, despite being on different sides of the political divide, found every reason to go with our old St. Jude, if you want to call it that. He's the only man. Don't ask me why. Mere weeks after you won the elections, demolished 2 buildings that cost taxpayers $7 million. And just before the election, go and put cladding on the outside to basically clad people's eyes. They were seeing through it. They were seeing through it. They were seeing through it. Don't tell me 3 prime ministers go wrong and you alone right. And then the same cladding, Mr. Speaker, could not have gone without part of the old St. Jude. You know, nonsense alone, Mr. Speaker. And the same man that talk about loving the people. How can you tell me 11 days before an election you will sign a contract for direct award for $70 million at 1% interest per day? Huh? 70 million at 1% per day for late charges. You have no conscience. You don't like St. Lucians. You like the opportunity they can bestow upon you. That is all you like. To go to China and eat. You know, the opportunity you like that they could bestow upon you, but you don't like us. You don't like us. You don't like us. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, I wholeheartedly support this resolution. It is for the benefit of the good people of this country. But I had to go down memory lane, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the good people of this country remember that all the deeds that the former Prime Minister were engaged in were not for the benefit and not for the interest of St. Lucians. If they were, we would have been $7.3 million richer, our vaccine money. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. I thank you.
Member for Library.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is absolutely necessary to add my voice to this very important discourse, as I think it has far-reaching, impact on the people that look up to us for compassion and honest purpose. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of the motion brought before this esteemed chamber by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice and National Security. The motion seeks Parliament's approval on three key matters, Mr. Speaker. One, that this Honorable House approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3. Number two, order to exempt the importation of two vehicles by MV Logos Hope between...
Remember, you're debating a motion already concluded.
Yes, but I'm going to speak on this motion that's before us.
You can't debate a matter concluded.
So, Mr. Speaker, while I support all three resolutions, I wish to focus my remarks on the third. A measure that speaks directly to our government's resolve to ease the cost of living and stimulate economic activity. Mr. Speaker, this amendment formalizes and extends the suspension of VAT on essential construction materials, including cement, galvanized lumber, plywood, and base metal fittings. This policy was first introduced in the Prime Minister's 2023-2024 budget and took effect on August 2nd, 2023. We are now in 2025, Mr. Speaker. So all the arguments by members opposite regarding, all of a sudden in 2025 that we are taking measures, certainly the facts would refute that. It is scheduled to run through August 2025, and with this order, it will now be extended to May 2026. Why does this matter? Because, Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is a critical engine of growth, not only for the large-scale investors and developers, but also for everyday St. Lucians building, expanding, or repairing their homes. the sector grew by 22.4% in 2024, a clear sign that the removal of VAT on key materials has delivered real, tangible benefits from hotel developers to ordinary families. Indeed, demand for these materials has at times outpaced supply, leading to intermittent shortages. This is a signal, Mr. Speaker, not of policy failure, but of success. Success in stimulating real economic activity. Extending this policy will continue to support jobs, investment, and affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, this resolution also brings welcome relief to the kitchen tables of St. Lucian families. It zero rates a broad range of food items that form part of the average household's gross release. Chicken backs and wings, turkey neck, fish such as herring and mackerel, and staples like butter, cheese, potatoes, garlic, onions, peas, beans, cabbage, oats, coconut oil, sausages, corned beef, sardines, tuna, baby formula, unsweetened biscuits, jams, peanut butter, baking soda, ketchup, and much more, Mr. Speaker. This is not cosmetic policy making. It is a comprehensive response to the global rise in food prices. It reflects this government's unshakable commitment to protecting the most vulnerable and upholding the principle of putting people first. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister made this clear in his 2025-2026 budget address. While we cannot control the international cost of imported goods, we do have control over the taxes and charges imposed domestically. This is why, from June 1st, 2025, we remove both import duties and the 6% service charge on price-controlled food items. Today's resolution builds on these steps by removing VAT and converting many items from exempt to zero-rated, ensuring the benefit is passed directly to consumers. This policy was developed in consultation with the private sector, and its impact will be monitored to ensure St. Lucians receive the relief they deserve. In consonance with these tax reforms, Mr. Speaker, we are diversifying our import markets, particularly for poultry, pork, and beef. Brazil has emerged as a significant source of affordable supply, and government stands ready to support importers who utilize these alternative markets. Let us be clear. This is not lip service, Mr. Speaker. It is strategic, deliberate action grounded in compassion, fiscal discipline, and social justice. Yet, despite these tangible interventions, Mr. Speaker, we continue to hear a chorus of cynicism and misinformation, much of it driven by the opposition. And recently, Mr. Speaker, and I find it absolutely fitting to allude to an article written by one of the new candidates of the UWP. And that is Mr. Tommy Descat, the UWP candidate for Kaswi South. And in this article, I think at the end he said that he identifies himself as a St. Lucian regional economist, an advocate for data and evidence-based policy analysis, and founder of the think tank Island Economics and the data analytics firm, Empirical Insights, Intelligence, and Informatics. However, Mr. Speaker, you can see even the best economic mind has agreed, by the way that he has written the article, that they cannot refute the economic performance of the current administration under the leadership of the Most Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre. Because, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Descat's article may be wrapped in the rhetoric of policy advocacy, but it falls short of the standard of rigorous economic analysis. He does not provide supporting data. His disregard for broader fiscal context and his selective reading of economic dynamics reveal more about political intent than analytical integrity. Economic policy making must be rooted in comprehensive evidence-based analysis, not in convenient oversimplifications. The St. Lucia Labour Party government's record shows that thoughtful, targeted fiscal measures can simultaneously stabilize public finances, drive recovery, and protect citizens. Assertions to the contrary deserve to be challenged and, where necessary, corrected with facts. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the gentleman is quite capable of responding to legitimate economic arguments. Now, being in the United Workers' Party, that is on a campaign of misinformation, sometimes people are forced to adapt and to try as political candidates to say things to put pressure on the government. But I just want to invite Mr. Descat to return to data and evidence-based policy analysis. Do not devalue the currency of his political integrity to adjust to the glaglanomics and Simegwin politics of the UWP. There is life beyond the next elections for him. I repeat, for the benefit of the member for Beaufort South, that I invite Mr. Descat to return to data and evidence-based policy analysis. And he must not devalue the currency of his professional integrity to adjust to glaglanomics and Simegwen politics of the UWP. There is life beyond the next elections for him. And yes, Simegwen. Because, Mr. Speaker, and I say so, because in a recent article, and it's titled Between Global Oil to Local Pain, Mr. Descat portrays the government's fuel pricing policy as a regressive and inflationary tool that disproportionately harms the poor. He claims it suppresses consumption and unfairly enriches the state. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem with his argument is simple. It is completely devoid of evidence. There is no model, no data, no fiscal impact analysis, just slogans dressed up as economic insight. It is essential, Mr. Speaker, to outline the fiscal context the SLP inherited. A primary deficit of 7.7%, an overall deficit of 11.5%, public debt at 92.5% of GDP, and over 184 million in outstanding obligations. Despite this, Mr. Speaker, we acted swiftly and responsibly. Between 2021 and 2024, real GDP grew by 11.3%, 20.6%, 3.3%, and 4.7%. Unemployment fell from 21.9% to 10.8%. GDP per capita rose by 20.6%. And St. Lucia's 2024 inflation was negative 0.52%, the lowest in the ECCU, Mr. Speaker. So if the fuel pricing was fueling inflation, we cannot have inflation at negative 0.52%, the lowest in the ECCU. So this evidence now directly debunks Mr. Descat's argument that fuel taxes are to be blamed for inflation. Antigua and Barbuda, with lower fuel prices, recorded 6.2% inflation, more than 12 times St. Lucia's rate, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, Lucilec pays just 0.50 cents per gallon in fuel tax, a rate that has been unchanged since 2014, and electricity remains VAT exempt. Government has even acted to reduce the pump price to $16 per gallon. So again, Mr. Speaker, where is the burden? Where is the evidence? The Descartes critic is not only flawed, it is politically driven. It conveniently ignores the government's sweeping reforms, personal income tax increases and exemptions, tax-free back pay and wage increases for public servants, a national minimum wage, the rollout of universal health coverage, free CXC fees on laptops for students in certain categories, subsidies on LPG, rice, flour, sugar, and fisher's fuel, VAT exemptions on food and construction materials. This is not austerity, Mr. Speaker. This is what progressive, pro-people fiscal policy looks like, Mr. Speaker. The St. Lucian people can see the difference between data and dogma, between leadership and lip service. They know that while others talk, this government delivers. I therefore proudly endorse this resolution. But before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an observation that right now we are headed to the final maybe 14 months, between 12 and 13 months, and they believe that we are inching in a direction of a general elections. So all of them have come forward and tried to foment fear in the people of this country and doubt that this government is not delivering and things have gotten worse. When the people on the ground are saying to you in every constituency that they are better off today, Mr. Speaker. The United Workers' Party thus far cannot come with even the flimsiest of circumstantial evidence to challenge the compassion and the competence of this administration led by the Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Now, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the lies, I am very disappointed in the member for Choiseul Saltibus. I understand people play their politics, but he comes to my constituency and joins others in indicating that he heard me in this honorable house say that for 50 years, Labrie as a separate constituency, nothing happened in Labrie. Now, I can ignore those who on the outside. They can say whatever they want, some of them trying to get into political office. But you, and you know, Mr. Speaker, he's still insisting, I challenge you to get the evidence. I challenge you to get the evidence. I challenge you. You know, when you had your afro, comrade, you were fine. You were fine, you had your afro, you used to behave like a man, speak like a man, tough like a man. Exactly. But from the time you have your little plait with your ring comb in it, and you change,
He used to play drums.
You know, you used to play drums, you were progressive. Yeah. Now you have found yourself in a set of circumstances where you are just lying. You know, cut that plait and grow and shape your thing like a man. Because what I said in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, and you can go in the estimates, on the debate, on the estimates for revenue and expenditure. I said that for 50 years, Labrie celebrated last year a separate constituency, and that for 30 of those 50 years was under the United Workers' Party, and during those 30 years, nothing happened in the constituency. And before that, Mr. Speaker, I went to articulate a whole set of things that Labour Party did, especially under the leadership of the member for Vieux-Fort South, the Honorable Kennedy Anthony. I spoke, how can I, Alvaro Manas Baptist, cooked and baked in the Laborian culture, grew up on the battlefields in the People's Republic of Labrie, say that nothing has happened for 50 years, when I know full well that the old community center was built by the Labour Party, the Vellon Administrative building was erected by the Labour Party. The Labrie Health Center, Labrie Police Station, the Labrie Jetty, the Labrie Market, water at Majomel, the Majomel Road, electricity and water on the Labrie Bypass, at La Ho, at Béwanger, and many other communities, and many other things I could talk about, including the Black Bay Pom Auger sidewalk,
Member
which will be completed in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very briefly, I always like when my friend is speaking, but I will get a copy of what I said.
No, is that
bring it
what
to your
is
attention?
what is the
He's
point?
misleading the House,
I'm misleading now.
and you will bring it to his attention, Mr. Speaker.
Member,
I promise you that.
But I also want to say to you before the member for Labrie continues, it is in error to suggest that Hansard is not working. Hold on. For several years, the department of the Hansard within the Parliament office has not been properly staffed to be able to get all the Hansards on time. We have recently been given additional staff, and we've been promised more staff. But that does not mean, if you wish to get an excerpt of what it is the member said since 2021, that it cannot be given. You can get it. What you cannot get is the full Hansard for the sit-in. You realize how efficient we were earlier today when we were able to reproduce within 15 minutes what was said verbatim by the leader of the opposition. So I would caution you about casting aspersions on the staff of the member of Parliament. But if you give us the date he allegedly said it, we can get it.
Mr. Speaker, as night follows day, this honorable member for Choiseul Saltibus can never produce anything contrary to what I have said. The man came in his little Fnabo Sunday thing. And I mean, certainly he's a politician, and I have no issue with people going and campaign all over the island. But when he said he was in the chamber and he heard it with his own ears, that's what he said. He heard me say that, he was surprised, and he went on and on. I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for the member for Choiseul Saltibus to provide any evidence to that effect, not even the flimsiest of circumstantial evidence. So when he wants to stop me, I am being respectful to you, Mr. Speaker. That's why I take my seat whilst he's raising his point of order. But certainly he's raising a point of disorder. And if there is anybody misleading the House, it is the member for Choiseul Saltibus. But all I'm saying to you, member, even though you're in your political party and you want to win elections, do not try to lie and misrepresent the truth. Don't do things like that. Don't do things like that. And then you can see those who have come, as if during the movies before, when I was a little boy, going and see karate movies, they always go and send and order Japanese to fight for them. So, you know, those bad fellas have to come and help defeat the star, right? 2 of them come so far, and they have been defeated. We are waiting the 3rd Japanese to come. The 3rd Japanese. No. Now, I will make it very clear that whilst we govern, and you all are keeping noise, and you all are trying to contaminate the well springs of public opinion, we remain focused on what we have to do for the people of this country. But we are always ready to engage you all on the battlefields of ideas. And this is why when we come face to face in this house, you all over the place. You all cannot be focused. You all invent propaganda. You all do all kinds of things. And of course, a while ago, the Honorable Prime Minister said, let's suspend the House to have them to provide the evidence as claimed. And they could not. And the Minister for Health had the leader of the opposition to withdraw many times. And so whilst we govern, We have the capability to defend and to bomb your propaganda. And right now, we are going to be crossing the 4-year mark. The 26th of July will cross the 4-year mark. And I will say to you in this house that the troops on the ground, not us, will continue to govern. They said, go ahead, go in the parliament, go to cabinet, and develop our country. We, the people on the ground, will do the mobilization and the defense. So when you all go and spread your lies and your propaganda on the ground, where the people know that they are better off, it's not going to work. That's why your orange match cannot work. You all try many times to do all sorts of things to have another orange match, but it continues to backfire. Because there is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations. And he understands that a return of the United Workers' Party to the corridors of power will be inimical to the well-being of the people in this country, including the single mothers that you all talk about. All of a sudden, single mothers. What do you all know about single mothers? I was raised by my mother. I know what living and growing up in a single-parent house is all about. And there are some of us in this chamber who can relate to that. We know the horrors. And we know which party that is sensitive when in government to the plight of single mothers. When you all were in government, you all didn't care about single mothers. Or during COVID, you all got in excess of $300 million to provide income support. You all starved them. What did you all do? You know, throughout you all destroy smiles. Yes, you all destroy all kinds of things, all social programs that were put in place by the member for Beaufort South as Prime Minister. You all destroyed all of it. And then in opposition, you all trying to come and be champion of the poor, champion of single mothers. What champion of single mothers? Oh, it's not enough. We brought back a number of social programs and we are helping them even more. At no time in the history of this country have any government go to that extent when the world situation is overcast with thunder showers. Despite inflationary pressures, we are able to provide relief to people and get a result of negative 0.52% inflation. That is proper management of the economy. And we did not use COVID as an excuse or the contraction of 24.4% as an excuse not to do things in this country. And Mr. Speaker, finally, there was this debate a few moments ago where the leader of the opposition said that the economy was not in a recession in 2019. It was in a recession in 2019. You will see that Q2 growth rate for 2019 was negative 0.7%. And the Q3 growth rate was negative 2%. The corresponding quarter growth rates for these same quarters, Mr. Speaker, is negative. We're in the social and economic review. So we have gone through that. It's in Government Hansard, you know. Because we had that debate already where I took the information and I provided it to this Honorable House. So go in Government Hansard and get the information, because I came there in this house and refuted what you were saying. You plunged the economy in a recession in 2019 when the world economy was growing, and you're trying to deny under your leadership after the royal turn that were generating.
Member from Mico South.
I would like to know where in the social economic review.
What is your point of order?
Point of order, the member is misleading me, because I don't know where in the social economic review that it shows a quarterly adjustment for growth. Where is that?
Member, would you like to quote the year, the section, page? You have it?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I provided all of that detail. You see the same way you go in all along the internet. No, don't ask me no question. Go in the government Hansard, because it's already a document of the House. I am not introducing new information. I have go and look for it. Go and do some work. The same way you're on the internet looking for papi show about visa and about this and that. Go on the internet. Go on the government Hansard. These are our documents.
The member said it's in the social economic review. I'd love to see where in the social economic review it shows quarterly.
Go and do your research.
Is that 29?
Of course it shows the decline.
Is that 2019 you're looking at? I think
if you look at the quarters.
No, is it 2019?
Yes, in 2019.
I think that is a document.
In 2019. It's a document of the House. And you're asking me for it? You're on the internet looking for all kind of papi show. Huh? Look, I am not asking
Prime
whether
Minister,
that was the case.
Can you take it?
I am telling you that's the case. We have gone through that debate before. And you know, he stands and says, the member for library is misleading the House. Let me tell you something. When I come and
to be fair, member, he said you're misleading him.
Oh, misleading him?
Yeah.
Well, if I mislead him, that's okay. If you're a victim of misleading information with the facts, what? But you know, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by making it very clear that propaganda will not overwhelm the performance and truth of this administration. You can come with all your Cambridge Analytica. You can order all your people to come to give your party a semblance of organization and rigor. I think that's fine. But in terms of performance, they are quite constrained. And I alluded to your best economic brain, who is quite constrained, quite in a straitjacket as to how he responds to the economic performance of the most honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, the member for Castries East and Minister for Finance. And we are blessed in this country to have a man who's quite conversant with both economics and finance. Both economics and finance, because economics deals with the allocation of resources, but the financial management of the country, that's when you're dealing with the cash flow situation. He can manage the situation quite effectively. And this is why we have been able, even in the aftermath of COVID, when the economy was in a mess, we started giving relief to the most vulnerable in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the motion before us, and I believe that the people that we represent are celebrating in the streets of our nation. May God continue to bless the Prime Minister and this government as we continue the forward march on behalf of the people of this country.
Member for Castries South and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues in expressing support for the motion before the Honorable House. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is yet again an attempt by this government to ensure that we use public policy, and particular economic policy, to ensure that we can provide relief to the working people of this country. But more than just the working people of this country, Mr. Speaker, from the list of items, you will see some items that are included that go beyond the staples of ordinary working people. And therefore, the items which are contained in this resolution shows a government that cares about all the sectors in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I will come back to the imperative for us to take such action and the context in which we are taking such action. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, you will tolerate my attempt to respond to a number of items which were raised by the Leader of the Opposition during his presentation. And more so, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'll understand, as the Minister of Responsibility for those substantive matters, I should be afforded the opportunity to provide some clarity on some of them, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I want to start off with the issue of the visit of the Nigerian president. And the leader of the opposition started off by saying that this week was an extraordinary week, and how a dog was killed and was murdered. And I'm sure the Prime Minister will respond to that appropriately. And he went on to speak about some instances of crime in this country. But the week was notable for other reasons, Mr. Speaker. It was a week which brought a large measure of shame on our country. And it was shame that was brought upon by the leader of the opposition and his surrogates. And teasingly, we have said to the member from Roselle, Saltibus, of our disappointment in him. Because for an individual that we all know, and those of us that know him very well, knows that he is a person of a certain conviction, Mr. Speaker. And it was quite disappointing to see that he was not even brave enough on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, to openly disassociate himself with the actions, Mr. Speaker, of his party. And not necessarily to condemn his party. He could do that if he wanted to and if he was brave enough. But at least not to be seen to be associating with the attempt to denigrate and to demean, Mr. Speaker, the African continent and people of African descent and African heritage, Mr. Speaker. And it is my opinion, Mr. Speaker. He may not agree with my opinion.
Member for Social Saltibus.
My opinion.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker, because I never thought he would have gone there, because he made a statement earlier in your absence that I got an opportunity to greet the Nigerian president, which I did not. And I told the member specifically that I met you, Mr. Speaker, in the corridor, and you asked me, your specific word was, where is Alan? And I told you where he was, and I'm not sure what happened afterwards, Mr. Speaker. I was not informed by the Parliament or was given any opportunity to meet the President of Nigeria. I did not know the formality that was there. I came to the joint parliamentary session, Mr. Speaker, as because there was a ceremony to welcome the President. I was present. But to say, Mr. Speaker, that my actions were deliberate, Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfortunate from my friend, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think what I said was very clear. I said, in my opinion, I did not give all the details that he gave, Mr. Speaker. I stated my opinion on what I saw from your actions, Honourable Member. I certainly did not provide the Honourable House and the public with all the details you just furnished. But let's continue, Mr. Speaker. I think he's gotten the point, Mr. Speaker. Because the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, went to great lengths to portray the President of Nigeria as an undesirable, Mr. Speaker. And that is painful, Mr. Speaker. Painful. Painful, Mr. Speaker. And the surrogates were all over Facebook, Mr. Speaker, all over social media, with all kind of memes and all kind of caricatures, Mr. Speaker, to present the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as someone who is of unwanted character and we should not have allowed to be in this country, Mr. Speaker. And worse, Mr. Speaker, when he was awarded the honorary knighthood. It made us feel, Mr. Speaker, in this country, as if we should not associate with Africa, associate with Nigeria, and associate with a leader of an African country. One of our greatest moments, Mr. Speaker, was when Nelson Mandela visited us under the leadership of the member from Beaufort South, Mr. Speaker. And I remember the opening lines of his speech that, Mr. Speaker, that Africa, 500 years ago, Africa came here in chains, Mr. Speaker, and Africa was coming back in the person of Nelson Mandela as the embodiment of freedom, Mr. Speaker. And that was a Sorry? Yes, you did. I remember it clearly. Sorry? Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you had some very inspiring moments on that occasion, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Democrats resolved that was in his younger days.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, and then again, 27 years later, we have another African head of state coming to St. Lucia. And rather than St. Lucians showing that appreciation for that connection, Mr. Speaker, they sought to denigrate it, Mr. Speaker. They wanted us to be ashamed of being associated with Africa, Mr. Speaker. That was painful, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say it, Mr. Speaker, any leader of any political party in this country who believes that colonialism had a conscience is not deserving, Mr. Speaker, of being a prime minister of this country. Because colonialism, Mr. Speaker, never had a conscience. Never did. It had no caring, no empathy, no sensitivity, nothing, Mr. Speaker. And for a leader of our country to have made a statement like this, Mr. Speaker, was quite telling. And we saw again, Mr. Speaker, the manifestation of that thinking, Mr. Speaker. And that made it hurtful to many of us, Mr. Speaker. And then it got worse, Mr. Speaker. When we announced, Mr. Speaker, that scholarships would be made available, the president made the announcement and we repeated it. And I saw this morning somebody sent me a posting by someone, and that one really struck me hard. A posting saying to St. Lucians, do not accept scholarships to go to Nigeria. That St. Lucian students should not accept it because Nigeria is such a bad place to go to. There is crime, there is this, there is that. So you're saying to young St. Lucians who might be desirous of going to the African continent to study, Mr. Speaker, to create that connection with their past, Mr. Speaker. And you're saying to them, do not accept that scholarship, Mr. Speaker. Why? Oh, because this is just a diplomatic stunt. I have sat and tried to think, Mr. Speaker, why that vicious attack on the visit of the president to St. Lucia? It couldn't be that they're racist, Mr. Speaker. It couldn't be that they're so uninformed, so ignorant of history, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering whether it is because they felt they must deny the Prime Minister an opportunity to show that he too is an international statesman that is respected, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that somehow the opposition believed that if our Prime Minister, on riding so high on the successes of his sound economic management of this country, his sound social policies, and if he added to it that he can stand tall with an international figure, Mr. Speaker, the world's largest black country, Mr. Speaker, largest economy, largest population, then it probably will make it even more difficult for them to win the elections, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, member from Strozel Southwest, it is in that context the disappointment ran deep, Mr. Speaker, that you ought to know better. I don't expect the member from Miku South to know better. It is his nature, Mr. Speaker, to denigrate Africa, denigrate any possibility of Africa rising and being progressive. That's not what I think, that's what I know. You're the one who said colonialism had a conscience. You're the one who said our patrimony is measured by our credit rating. Because that's what those things mean to you. You can never convince me that you care about this country and I care about the people of this country, especially working people of this country. Never. And I think you have a disdain for the working people, a disdain for the ordinary people. And you pull along an entire party with you. And in all the commitment and the zealousness, Mr. Speaker, they followed it, Mr. Speaker. And I hope, and I think we have conveyed to the people of Africa and to the people of Nigeria that we will work hard over the next few months to ensure that our relationship gets stronger and we can show that we can learn from Nigeria and Nigeria can learn from us. And we will make it real because it's important. And like they said, when Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right. and we can learn from Nigeria. But Mr. Speaker, let's move on. The honorable member from Miku South, when he started his contribution, and it caused us to take a temporary break, Mr. Speaker, said basically that a committee had met and had decided that it was going to suspend the visa-free regime for the OECS countries that have CIP programs. In effect, that's what he said. And I want the public to just understand what is happening in Europe. What is happening? Europe is in a mood where they believe, and it's not just Europe, it has happened in the United States of America and in other parts of the world, that there is a fear about immigration, there is a fear about, there's a kind of xenophobia that exists right now globally. And they believe that they need to have further clarity on their suspension mechanism for persons who they believe are abusing the visa-free regime. And, Mr. Speaker, it takes three separate components, and I want to just briefly mention them. So the one, Mr. Speaker, there are countries they believe have nationals, what they call the third countries, that are violating the regime. And therefore, they had stated the characteristics of those countries. They've expanded that group of countries. It is not only countries with citizenship by investment programs, they've expanded it. Countries that pose a threat to their internal security, countries that do not cooperate with them, countries whose visa policy is not aligned to theirs. So they have expanded that group of countries that can cause the mechanism to be triggered. And then they have looked at what it is that can trigger the mechanism. So for example, in some instances, they have thresholds. There's a base year which suggests the number, in the case of a country where their nationals are seeking asylum, there is a base year, and if a threshold, say a 40% increase over the previous year, it triggers concern because they've seen a spike in nationals from those countries seeking asylum in European countries. So they have they've broadened the countries with certain characteristics that they believe is a threat to the visa-free regime. And they see the citizenship by investment programs as a threat. And you can understand why. Because there are countries whose nationals, they require to have a visa to enter the country. And if they acquire our citizenships where no visa is required, they have the view that this is a way on which those persons can go around that provision. So they've put those countries with CBIs in that category. And then there are the actions that will trigger the mechanism. And then there is a process by which the suspension mechanism is implemented. So if your country has caused a trigger, they will then say to you, we are asking you within X amount of time to address our concerns. And if you don't address the concerns within a certain period of time, then you face a temporary suspension of visa-free regime for your country. And if you still do not do anything about it, then they will terminate it. So you virtually have a region, the EU, trying to provide clarity on its visa-free arrangements. There is no decision. There is nothing targeting countries like ours. That's wrong. That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker. But the member from Miku South cannot be so uninformed, so lack of understanding that he believes what he says. It cannot be. Because if it is a case where he cannot understand what he reads, and Mr. Speaker, I have all the documents. I have the working document of the committee. I followed the debate that was taking place, what was being argued by the different political parties in Europe. I have the document. He can get it too. And he's supposed to have a gentleman who was a former diplomat who ought to be able. But if he cannot even understand it and he's advising him in such a way, then it really tells you about the depth of competence of that individual. Because it is, you can read it and you can follow it. So if it is that he has some level of understanding, then he's been malicious. But why is he being malicious, Mr. Speaker? Why are you trying to create panic among St. Lucians to make them believe that last weekend a decision was taken to suspend our visa-free access to Europe? Why are you doing it? And it always comes back to that question. And it always has the same answer. that he has become so desperate, Mr. Speaker, to become Prime Minister once again, that he will do any and everything he can to destroy this country, destroy our reputation, destroy our sense of identity, destroy our consciousness, and therefore provide him with a pathway to becoming Prime Minister once again. But St. Lucians will remember who he is and what he did. And today he started on some libiwa about, are you better now than you were when he was Prime Minister? I leave it to the Prime Minister to point out, Mr. Speaker. And at the right time, all of us will do it. What we have achieved in 4 years, Mr. Speaker, to show that this country is better off than it has ever been under his leadership. Does he honestly want to ask that question? COVID was a total mess up, Mr. Speaker. And even before COVID, and we were just arguing it, the statistics show that the economy was already in decline. And the only reason why the economy showed some growth is because there were 2 major hotels that closed down in the latter years of the Kenya Anthony administration. The largest hotel in St. Lucia, when Royalton was being built. So therefore, St. Lucia lost a significant number of rooms, and tourist arrivals were affected. And that affects the global figures. In the early year of his administration, both the Royalton Open and the Harbour Club Open, significantly increasing the number of tourist rooms available. So in 2019, which was the golden year for global travel, St. Lucia had the highest arrivals until 2024, when that figure was surpassed. What are you talking about? Stay over arrivals in 2024 was the highest it has ever been in the history of this country. And if you want to stand here and deny that, then you are a lunatic. But let me go on. Let me go on. It's in the data. It's all over the world. Everybody can see it. You want to deny it? So, Mr. Speaker, so in the early part of his administration, 2016 to 2018, there was some growth because of the new rooms coming on the market. But by 2019, despite those new rooms, the economy had declined over 2018. And of course, the work that had been started by the Kenya Anthony administration was bearing fruit, Mr. Speaker. So, what can one say, Mr. Speaker? That he is determined, Mr. Speaker, determined to destroy the reputation of this country, to destroy the possibilities of this country, Mr. Speaker. And there is no better place you can see it than in the Citizenship by Investment program. Listen to him, Mr. Speaker. He says that the Citizenship by Investment program in St. Lucia has a terrible reputation, that there's so much talk about it. He created the talk about it. He said it. He made newspapers all over the world quote him. And you know, I said to the Prime Minister, somebody sent me a message from a newspaper overseas and said to me, I will send those points and ask if I can write an article about St. Lucia according to those points. And the person wanted me to tell them whether or not there's any truth in it. And it pointed squarely to what they were doing. They were trying to influence international opinion, cause newspapers all over the world to write the worst things about St. Lucia. And then he says, look at everywhere they're saying bad things about St. Lucia. But you are the ones that are perpetuating it, encouraging it, and then you want to quote it. Like he tried to do today. He wants to quote a newspaper article that they themselves influence the writing. No international partner has ever written to us about any complaints about the CIP in St. Lucia. None.
Member Castro South. Member from Eco South.
The member is misleading the House. There's no article that he can point to suggest that we have any influence. The article I showed you was from IMI. I guarantee you, I have no influence, or anybody in my party has any influence over IMI. No one. And I'd like him to withdraw that statement because it's totally false.
Member for Castro South.
Mr. Speaker, you know, if I can prove what? That you influenced the article on IMI? I never mentioned IMI.
That's the article. That's the article I showed you.
But you never showed it to me. So I don't even know what article you're talking about. No, I didn't see no article from you. I saw articles that I had of my own. I didn't see your IMI article. I'm repeating what I'm saying. You are making statements in press conferences so it can influence regional and international newspapers to write stories about St. Lucia. And I'm saying you are also using connections to cause people to publish articles about St. Lucia. I want you to deny that one. And then quote from that very article. That's the one I want you to deny. But let me continue. Can I continue? I'm coming back to you. So, Mr. Speaker, so he does that. No international partner, not the US, not the UK, not the EU. When he started about Martinez, the Prime Minister traveled to Brussels to ask the EU, are there problems with St. Lucia because we've been collaborating with you? You've had no complaints. All we have got is commendations. And they said to the Prime Minister to his face, we don't have problems in St. Lucia. We don't even know where those stories are coming from. And the Prime Minister is there. He reported to this Honorable House and he said it. But yet they were saying otherwise because they want newspapers to carry bad stories about St. Lucia. Listen to the member today. And maybe he should have asked the question, I can explain to him. He says he's worried about the donation because the donation option has been decimated. He said so. You heard that? You heard that, Mr. Speaker? So in 2022-2023, there were 213 applications for donation. In 2023-2024, for which this report speaks, there were 403. How do you move from 213 in 2022-23 to 403 and you are decimated? No, that's not the point. That's not the point. You stood up, you made a statement that the donation is decimated, but you could have asked a simple question. And it just shows you how you don't even understand what you're involved in. What he read was that the income from donations had declined. But what he did not even reason was that the number of donations granted, and I can tell you in 2022-23 there were 214 applications. There were 203 granted, so you received money for 203. In 2023-24 you got 403 applications, but only 80 granted. So less were granted because there were so many applications being processed. The applications decline, so your revenue decline. Not that it's decimated, it's actually improving. But the number of applications that were granted declined, so your revenue declined. But he's going to stand here, and you can read it. I don't even have to open it and refute it because I know what's in there. But he has no understanding. He's just making statements because he just wants.
From Mico South.
The member challenged me, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say again, I can only go by what the report he has. And if I can quote the report, Mr. Speaker, it says monetary donations to the National Economic Fund underperformed compared to the prior year by 60%, or 7.2 million, at the success of the real estate option. Over the past 2 years, the program has seen a decline in transactions towards this investment option, with real estate being more the dominant option.
But how does that tie in with the word that you use? Decimated.
Because the numbers are down considerably.
Decimated means the numbers are down?
No, but I just gave the numbers have increased.
But well, I can only go by the numbers he has.
No, but remember, clear, you do understand words. Decimate and reduction are the same?
Huh? Are the same.
Wow.
No, but Mr. Speaker, can I explain to you then? Have a seat, have a seat. Let me just explain to you. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
No, why is it not here? Why are the numbers not here?
Can I explain to you?
You're required to provide the numbers.
Can I
why
explain
would you be
to
dismissed?
you? Can you sit and let me explain?
Remember, there is a process in asking questions.
Can I explain to you? If in 1 year you have 200 donation, you have 1,000 real estate. The following year you have 400 donation, which is an increase, but you have 5,000 real estate applications. You say you recognize that the preference seems to have tilted towards real estate than donation. But although donation has increased, the percentage of the overall has declined because you have so many more of real estate. No? That makes sense? But you're supposed to be an economist. You're supposed to be an economist. No, he says he's an economist, a development economist, Mr. Speaker. You cannot even understand basic concepts. But can I move on, Mr. Speaker?
How can that be? How can you have the number of applications up in the revenue now? We're not even talking about
Because revenue is determined by how many you grant. When you grant citizenship, they make their donation. So you may get more applications, but if you have not given, no, you're not stopping me this time. No, I'm going to continue my presentation.
Member, what is the point of order?
You had of understanding.
Members misleading the House,
Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
I am not
Members
misleading.
misleading the House, Mr.
There's
Speaker.
no misleading in
What is the point of order?
Because the information that the member is providing is wrong. Can I
That's
say
the point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. How can you say that because there was more applications but were not approved? I am supposed to believe, and anybody in St. Lucia is supposed to believe, that you're getting a donation of $100,000. You're going to ignore that application to go and get an administrative fee of $30,000? That makes any sense, Mr. Speaker?
How
does that make sense?
The member from Miku
How does that make sense?
has no understanding. Can I explain to you again, Honorable Member? Can I explain to you? Now I see why your party is in crisis and you had this country in crisis. You don't understand basic concepts. Let me explain to you. When somebody applies, there is a process by which they go through to get approval. There is a process. Not because you got 300 or 400 applications in that year, all 400 applications will be granted. It doesn't happen that way. There's a process of due diligence verification that you go through. Now, if you get so many more real estate before you get donation is considered after, because those ahead of you go ahead in the process. It doesn't mean because you got 403 applications, all of them will be approved in that year. It doesn't mean that. I don't think you understand those basic things. So let's move on. So Mr. Speaker, he wants the CIP to fail, Mr. Speaker. He wants it to fail, Mr. Speaker. So there's a court case. There'll be a hearing on July the 15th, Mr. Speaker. He's asking the court to grant an injunction to stop the program, Mr. Speaker. So I won't say much more on this, Mr. Speaker. Sorry? Mr. Speaker. So I believe that after July 15th, we will have, Mr. Speaker, a proper report on all what's going on, Mr. Speaker. Because you have accused me a lot, you've accused the Prime Minister, you have accused the board, the unit, Mr. Speaker, and all the truth will come out, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not saying much about the case. The time will come, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. The member said that I'm injuncting the program. I'm not injuncting the program. The application is to prevent any issuance of citizenship under the infrastructure program. Big difference. And if we're going to get into semantics in this House, then I would expect him to say it, to withdraw the statement, and to say it the right way. That we've applied for an injunction to prevent the issuance of any citizenships under the infrastructure program, and he knows why. And the same government has injuncted themselves so far.
All right.
They've attempted to now do what, Mr. Speaker?
Can I answer?
They've suspended and terminated the program, even though Galaxy
Member,
has
your
not
point
agreed.
of order is... Your point of order is that you're not
specific.
Yes.
But can I?
No, I'm repeating it.
I'm saying what we've injuncted is...
I'm trying to put it to the floor. Your point of order is that contrary to what the leader of government business has said, the injunction is not to stop the CIP program, but to injunct a section relating to infrastructure citizenship.
Okay, let me be more specific. He wants to injunct me as minister from granting citizenships to persons under the infrastructure option. And the law, I cannot grant citizenship. I cannot grant citizenships. But let's not get more specific, Mr. Speaker. It will be decided in court on the 15th of July, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, withdraw what? Okay, let me satisfy your ego. Okay? Yeah, your ego. So you want me to say that I withdraw it. After you've been made to withdraw about 6 comments for today. So you feel bruised and battered. Yeah, you feel bruised and battered. You must learn to be a man, huh? You must learn to be a man. But leave that for another day. Let me say something to you. No, I will withdraw it, I tell you. I have no problems in making you feel good this afternoon. You've been battered enough for today. Yeah, I tell you already, you must learn to be a man. Take it like a man. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, let me say to you, if you want me to say that you did not injunct the whole program, but you just want to injunct me as minister not to grant citizenship under the infrastructure option, that's fine. But you want this government to fail, and you want the CIP to fail. Because he believes if the infrastructure option goes ahead, and we have enough resources to repair all the roads in St. Lucia, repair all the public infrastructure in St. Lucia, at least I know for a fact Cicero will get a new health center, a new community center, a new adult care center. I am sure the member for Grosile will get his roads in Corinth, because you are the ones stopping it. Because of you, he cannot get all his roads in Corinth repaired. In Labon, in Corinth, Mr. Speaker. Because of you. It's because of you. You know, all the roads in Babono cannot get repaired. You know, because of you, Mr. Speaker. And that's what you intend on doing, Mr. Speaker. And then I have to speak a bit about GPH, Mr. Speaker. But I want to present a statement to the House, a minister's statement. Because the more I dig into it, let me tell you, I said it earlier, evil thinks what evil does. So most times the leader of the opposition says something, you have to dig deep behind what he says, because it meant he either did it or he intended to do it. He opens the door. All you have to do is listen to him. So the more he criticized GPH, is the more I dug into the research. I went deep, deep down, Mr. Speaker. And I love to do research. And the things I found out about him and the Castries ports and what he planned to do, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, it's frightening. I've not even given the Prime Minister the file that I've put together yet, including in 2018, I have a contract that was signed by a contractor to build a fisherman's village in Banan. $4.something million. I'm not mentioning nobody's name inside there. I'm not mentioning it. And listen to that. A memo, a report was prepared. That first memo that came to cabinet for us to discuss, to approve the arrangements for GPH, Slasper had already agreed with GPH on an agreement for the Castries port. I have it. I will make it a document of the House. And it came to cabinet, and cabinet did not approve it and asked that a committee be set up. And I can read if you want. You want me to read what it is that was agreed with GPH before. No, I will give the relevant parts, because I will tell St. Lucians what it is that y'all were agreeing to with GPH. And when we saw it, we said that's not good enough. Go and improve upon it. That's what happened. And I will read it and present it and make him a document of this House. And you know also what happened? When the member for Castries North traveled with you, and I have a copy of the letter, Mr. Speaker, traveled with you, and you abandoned him in the hotel and you left. You know, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman actually wrote a letter to him. It was a great pleasure to meet you on June 28th here at our premises in Geneva. I truly enjoyed your presentation and the incredible vision you shared with us about the developments you envisage for your country. Now, he's a marketer. He's a man who tried to sell ice to the Eskimos. You know, he's a real snake-oil salesman. So he presented his grand vision, Mr. Speaker. It's addressed to dear Honorable Chastney. But, Mr. Speaker, before you ask me to make it a document of the House, I'm not prepared yet to make it a document of the House. But, Mr. Speaker, that letter on June 28th, and he abandoned the senior minister, and he left. And he went and meet. No, I will when I'm ready.
There is nothing,
Mr. Speaker, I will.
There is nothing he must
That's
do
just
today.
A teaser.
The minister has stated he will make a full ministerial statement.
I'll present. So he is meeting with DSH, and DSH is presenting plans for Site C. Mr. Speaker, can I continue?
Remember, he has requested of me not to present it at this point in time.
So, Mr. Speaker, can I continue? Right. So whilst he is speaking to one cruise line, he's speaking to DSH.
No, I wouldn't have bought administrator in the room.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, he abandoned the senior minister and he flew out. And so, when the senior minister had not seen him and called his room and asked where he is, and nobody answered, the senior minister went to the front desk and asked, well, is he there? They said, no, he had checked out already. He checked out on the senior minister and left him in the room. You know, and he took another flight, Mr. Speaker. And you know what was also, I have in my possession, can you imagine your Prime Minister taking you to meetings with him? And he just leave you down. And he changed his flight and he gone to speak to another set of cruise lines. But that's what he does. You know, he's making promises to a number of different persons. Because I have in my possession, you abandon the senior minister. Senior minister wake up morning waiting to have breakfast with him and he not turn it up. But he found out that he already moved out. So, Mr. Speaker, no, but senior minister said it. It wasn't. Why you, senior minister? Ask him. He'll give you the details. He'll be a lot more graphic than me. But anyway, Mr. Speaker. So whilst he is, and I have in my possession a document, a term sheet that was submitted by GPH and another cruise line. You know, their conditions for the development of Port Castries. About 5 days later, he's in Puerto Rico at the FCCA signing an agreement with Royal Caribbean and Carnival Corporation. Can you imagine that? You're negotiating with two entities, discussing, they send you their term sheet, what you all will agree upon, and meanwhile, a few days later, you sign in an MOU in Puerto Rico with another agency. Meanwhile, yeah, I can tell you the dates. You want me to tell you the dates? So, meanwhile, DSH is submitting their plans for Site C by El Pirata, Cocodon area, to put a cruise port right there. Right? You remember that? So you had about discussions and promises with 3 different entities. Or two different. So that's how he was operating. But meanwhile, somebody has a contract to develop Banans Bay. And I want you to tell us why it was never implemented. Because you just go. The what? Cabinet did not approve it. We can search cabinet documents and there's no cabinet conclusion where it was not approved. So, but you know what is interesting, and I want this house to do, and I want to do it, is to compare what was on the table and what we have now. Because he had his surrogates posting on Facebook every day. How much SLASPA made today, how much GPH made today. And I will show you the difference between what we got and what you were prepared to give up. What you were prepared to give up. Cabinet rejected what y'all had on the table. And I will make the report from the technical officers. The committee was chaired by Mr. Philip Dalsu. I believe you have a serious lack of understanding. So, but I want to come back to Banan because I want to come back to Banans. So, listen to this. So they had a contractor who was going to, and you know, at the same time that contract was signed, the people of Banan called me because they saw he came there with about 10 police officers, high command. I have the picture. I took out the picture. I took out the picture. But can I why you
Member for Mico South?
The member is misleading the House. I remember specifically the day that I went to Banans with police officers, and it was not for Banans. It was to remove the containers that were on the side of the road. It was over a Christmas period, Mr. Speaker. Had nothing to do with any development events. I've never gone to Banans to tell the people to move. I've never offered the people in Banans $2,500 to move. Had no involvement. The police were there. All the containers, Mr. Speaker, that were on that road and going up the Millennium Highway, that were a disaster waiting to happen, and that is why the police officers were there. And the members should know that because he was across the street at the time.
Oh, you saw me?
Of course I saw you.
Now, do you want me to quote what you told the media on that day? Because you said how the people out there, and I saw, and they need to be cleaned up. You said it, but you were not there for that. You were there because of trucks along the road. So let me continue. Let me continue. But I'll read out everything when I make my statement to the House. So he then decides that this area has to be cleaned up because it's an eyesore. It's the first thing people see on cruise ships when they get into the harbor, and the last thing they see. All of that he said. But it was not for that area you was there, but for truckers. So fast forward, the Labour Party, in fact in May 2016, I had a post on my Facebook page saying that he had signed an agreement with Royal Caribbean in 2008. 2008. And it did not include Bannon. Under a St. Lucia Labour Party government, we will redevelop the place. 2016, May, before the elections. But we lost in June. And he took over. And he felt he was going to remove the people from there. So now we've reached a point where, as part of the GPH agreement, we need to redevelop the area. And SLASPA is responsible for addressing the issue of the persons who live there. I have deliberately stayed out of it. Deliberately. Because it's SLASPA's land, their responsibility, and they one of the contracting parties. And all I have said to them is to be fair and reasonable to the people. Be fair and reasonable to people. And I've said to the residents, if they have any issues, any concerns, they can always come to me. And I have posted on my page a meeting with the residents, explaining to them that the development is coming. SLASPA has been engaged with residents for almost 2 years on this matter. Discussions with residents, and the attempt now to finally get the residents, to more comfortable conditions and whatnot, and to clear the area so the work can start. In comes the United Workers' Party, and they bring in their proposed candidate, and I don't know if he's already approved. Maybe the member from Stroza, Saltibus, can tell me, Tommy Descartes, and I heard the member from Labrie quote him as an economist, and and his big economic theory. One thing I've said to people, I am not quoting no economic theory. All I know is just practice, how to make people's lives better. When I'm in a classroom or in an academic setting, I can read all the texts, I can study it, and I can voice and song, like some big economists as well. But there's no need to do that. My task, my mission is to make the lives of ordinary people in my constituency better. And that's the only economics I know. The only economics. So Tommy can quote all his, authorities and all his sources and whatnot. That means nothing when it comes to making the lives of people better. It means nothing. And if he wants to knock heads with his leader to show who's a better economist, or whether he and Titus and all of them, who's the best economist, that's their business. I'm not getting involved in that. In any case, I believe I have the best economist and financial manager on my side already. I don't need to listen to him. Because Tommy Descartes had never been to Bannon before in his life. Never been. Never, ever been. The first time he came there was when y'all sent him to go in there and cause problems. Tell the people, do not move. And now they have squatters' rights. They've been there for 30 years. But if he had been there before, he would have known who came in the last 2 years, who came in the last 5 years, who came in the last 15 years. But he's never been there before. He would have known that there's only one person with running water inside there. There are only about 5 people with electricity, and there are about 60-something structures in there. 60-something. He would have known which structures are empty, which are used for particular purposes, which are used for storage. He would know everything. He would know. But he has no connection, no knowledge, but he is sent to go and cause problems. And then, do you know what they did? They asked all the residents to come to a fancy hotel up north. And the leader of the opposition, favorite lawyer, his chambers is representing the residents now, because the new yardstick for moving squatters is Marjorie, $1 million. And saying to the residents that they should be getting $1 million. Yeah. That's what, he said it. Yeah. Plus land. Plus land. And he actually said so in a press conference. The leader of the opposition would say in a press conference that the new yardstick for removing squatters is Marjorie, which is $1 million. But he says that. And they send Tommy Descat, who is a nice guy. To be honest with you, when I first met Tommy, I had just become a candidate. He spoke to me well. You know, he told me, I think he was president of Seagulls then, Cicero Seagulls, and he's a nice young man. I don't know how he'll survive in this politics. I mean, if you take a look at the member from Strozel Saltibus who said he was not a politician, according to the member from Library, he moved from having an afro to having a ponytail in politics. So it tells you the effect politics can have on you. But Tommy will soon learn that you must not follow the dictates and the dictum of Alan Chasney. You will pay a bitter price for that. Say that, sorry? Why would I say that? You see, because there are individuals who, although they may be ideological and philosophical on the other side, but they still have a certain sense of decency and decorum in them. They have a sense of sincerity. There are some of them. I believe Bradley, you know, has a sense. Yeah. But when you look at, you know, but when you decide you're going to follow the Alan Chasney doctrines, you are going to become an individual who's lost. You will have no purpose, no mission in this. No, it's sorry? Or you will, no, surely you will be abandoned or left behind like senior minister was. You know, you cannot follow Alan Chasney in politics. And then when your deputy leader is Guy Joseph, now let me tell you about Tommy Descat and Guy Joseph. Because Tommy Descat was moved to the Ministry of Economic Development as a young economist. In the shortest possible time, I think about 2 years or so, he became chief economist. And the Guy Joseph. Just think about that. And he was the chief advisor to Alan Chasney on COVID economic responses. But he's a very noted economist. Trust me, if you ever had him, you probably would have been a success. But Tommy Descat was the one advising Alan Chasney on the COVID response. So can you imagine that? And Guy Joseph was his minister. Guy Joseph was his minister. Now the same Tommy Descat who was telling people in Cicero, do not vote for Big Daddy, because a vote for Big Daddy is a vote for Guy Joseph. He's now telling people to vote for him. And guess who's in church with him on Sunday at Benedict? The same Guy Joseph. But it just tells you how this thing goes wrong. But let's come back to it. So he then says, that, I've told him, the PS of Economic Development is Paul Hilaire. He has a degree in economics, he has a master's in econometrics. You know, he's been in the public service, he worked in the Department of Economic Development as a young economist. And so he is, but you retired. And like the member from Southeast told you, that the only way you can be where you are is to buy yourself a seat. So let's get back on course. So he says, and they asked the young man about relocating individuals, and he said, under the United Workers' Party, there is a distinguished record of relocating people. Now, as a member from Vieux-Fort South, what happened to the farmers who were displaced because of DSH? How did you treat them? How did you treat them? The member from Vieux-Fort South had to take up the case, and there's still one outstanding. Because I saw a letter from you recently representing somebody who still asked, the person is still trying to get redress for how he was treated during the United Workers' Party under your leadership. One of the farmers who were down in Vieux-Fort, one of them left. One left still to be settled. And that's how you treated them. And then Tommy says you will distinguish. And he says how they moved people from Conway to Monkey Tongue and they were so well treated. Really? And I asked him, he was a president of Seagulls, go and find out why volleyball in Cicero died. Do some research. Do some research. So, very soon, Mr. Speaker, I will make a comprehensive presentation.
Remember, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, comprehensive presentation on GPH to this Honorable House. But you see, what we are doing here today is to make a loud statement to the people of St. Lucia that we will continue to work in your best interest. In your best interest, always. And we have a long list of action that we have taken to ensure that our people, citizens of St. Lucia, can best respond to the rising prices that they face. We've done it by enacting a minimum wage to make sure that persons at the lowest level can have more disposable income. We did it also by taking thousands of persons off the tax list. They don't have to pay tax anymore. Over 3,000 persons no longer have to pay tax, Mr. Speaker. More disposable income in their pockets. Thousands of St. Lucians who are on contract in the public service will now be made permanent, Mr. Speaker. Job security. Mr. Speaker, teachers in the month of August who are temporary teachers will get a salary, Mr. Speaker. Pensioners got increases, Mr. Speaker. Public servants got a bonus in December, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand that as we manage this economy better, as the economy is generating more revenue, some of it must go back to the people. It is why we signed off on the industrial agreement with the unions, Mr. Speaker. It is why, and I heard a member from Social Saltiba said, or was it the leader of the opposition, all those things were decided before. And we just came in and we just signed the agreements, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe that? All of that is because we care about the working people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And this action today, to put 70 items, plus all fruits and vegetables, with no VAT, Mr. Speaker, no VAT, is because we care about the people. We've done our part. We have made sure we've removed the VAT, and therefore the prices must immediately be reduced. We have done our part. The retailers must also do their part, Mr. Speaker. And the public must help us to make sure that they report to us if retailers are not reducing the price. We will have our own mechanism to monitor the price change. But they must help us. There must be a demonstration of people's power. If your government is working for you, removing the taxes so you will get cheaper products, and if you find out retailers are not doing it, let us know, so we can take action to make sure that they reduce the prices. Because we care about people, Mr. Speaker. We care about the capacity of our people facing hardship to respond to those hardships, Mr. Speaker. It is why we spend so much money on food vouchers, Mr. Speaker. It is why we spend so much money on back-to-school support, why we pay CXC subjects, why we pay facilities fees, Mr. Speaker. Because we want to help ordinary people face the demands, Mr. Speaker. Because that's who we are. That's who we are. And I've said to them, Mr. Speaker, no Tommy Descott, no Alan Chastain, none of them can lecture us on how to treat people properly, how to care for people. Because that's in our DNA. That's who we are. We know about putting people first, not you. Did you forget what you said during COVID? The lack of empathy? Do you know? Maybe you just said it, Mr. Speaker. We are the party that put people first. We are the party in managing this economy, made sure it was stabilized, made sure we built a strong foundation, and it's starting, Mr. Speaker, to grow and prosper. And we want to make sure that the people benefit in the prosperity that is coming in this country, Mr. Speaker, because that's who we are. It's our DNA, Mr. Speaker. And all the leader of the opposition care about is destroying this country as a pathway to become the Prime Minister once again, Mr. Speaker. So I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to be supporting this motion. And I end by applauding the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for making that bold pronouncement that once the economy had reached that period of strength, he was going to do this. And he said it from day one. I think he probably mentioned it even before he became Prime Minister, that the day he felt the economy had stabilized and the foundations had been set, he was going to do it to benefit the people of St. Lucia. Because if the United Workers' Party wanted to do it, the best time to have done it was during COVID. That's when people were suffering the most. And they had promised to remove VAT in entirety. And then you should have done it then. So do not come now and pretend that it's only been done now and should have been done a long time ago. You should have done it during COVID. And you did not do it. So don't tell us how to care for people. We know how to care for people. And this is a demonstration that we care about people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today was an amazing day. And Mr. Speaker, Yumi, the member for Shrewsdale, spoke about my use of adjectives today, descriptive adjectives, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the opposition continue to say several things about me. But there are a few things that I like, Mr. Speaker. I like the use of language. The former Prime Minister and I always discuss the use of language, how you put words together. Dr. Kenyanton is a master at language, Mr. Speaker. And I also always discuss with a journalist the use of words, Mr. Speaker. But so I allowed the opposition to live in the world of folly and continue to pretend, continue to try to denigrate me, Mr. Speaker. But today was an amazing day. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition stood on his feet in full view of the entire country, on the entire world, who will see it now and who can see it later. And he said that the Schengen visa for St. Lucia has been revoked. So, Mr. Speaker, you must understand the seriousness of that statement. He didn't say it, he thinks, he made a point that has happened, Mr. Speaker. And as Providence would make it, Mr. Speaker, I got him, I said to him, bring the document. Now, if I had not told him to bring the document, or if he was talking to his base every Sunday, he would have told them that, and they'd have gone, rah, 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 and they'd have repeated it, Mr. Speaker, and put it on the ground and caused members of the public to believe that this government caused that to happen. That has been the modus operandi of the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. He says whatever he wants. And when you tell him that is not true, he finds a way to say another thing, to say what he said was not true is true. And he says truth is what you perceive it to be. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition stayed in a meeting and he heard somebody say that I did not implement or did not appoint an integrity commission for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, and I don't have any time to deal with that misinformation because I have a whole country to run. So I don't have any time. But I want to make that point clear, Mr. Speaker, on the Integrity Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Integrity Commission is appointed for 3 years. The Integrity Commission was appointed for 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, the last Integrity Commission, and now you remember, Mr. Speaker, that they won the elections in 2016, right? 2016 won the election, Mr. Speaker. When they came into government in 2016, they found an Integrity Commission that was appointed from February 2013 to February 2016. They did not appoint an Integrity Commission until April 2018. They are the ones, they are the ones. They did not appoint an Integrity Commission from 2016 to 2018. 2 years. But they say I'm the one that did not appoint it for 2 years. Now, look at my history of Integrity Commissions. 2021, April 21, the Integrity Commission, it ceased because it was appointed to April 21. From when they appointed in 2018 to until 2021. I appointed till April 2024. I appointed, Mr. Speaker, April 2021. I appointed in January 2022 when I came into government. I came in September, in July 2021. I appointed in January 2022. Then again, I appointed again in January 2025. But they say I'm the one that didn't appoint an Integrity Commission for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, now, that's just one. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and this morning I heard somebody say on the radio, what has Nigeria done to St. Lucia? And that was solemn, and that was deep. What has Nigeria done to St. Lucia for the opposition to have been so brutal on the visit of the Nigerian president, Mr. Speaker? What has Nigeria done to St. Lucia? Has Nigeria ever enslaved St. Lucia? And, Mr. Speaker, the present Integrity Commission that I have appointed 5 members of the Integrity Commission, and the last letter for the Integrity Commission appointment, the leader of the opposition responded on June the 23rd when he said that he's noted my intention to appoint 2 other members of the Integrity Commission. So there's a full functioning Integrity Commission as we speak for 2025, Mr. Speaker, for the period 2025 to 2028. But he says I'm the one that did appoint a leader Integrity Commission. So let's get back to Nigeria, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what has Nigeria done against St. Lucia? Tell me where in history has Nigeria done anything to St. Lucia? Or any leader of Nigeria has done anything to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker? But a member of the United Workers' Party, an acclaimed new candidate, was personal assistant to the president of the WTO, Mrs. Ngozi, who was our guest for independence. You think Mrs. Ngozi would like to hear what they are saying about her country? You think she would like to hear what a member of the United Workers' Party is saying about Nigeria and the government and people of Nigeria and the visit of the Nigerian president when you were the personal assistant to Ngozi? Mr. Speaker, I don't even know what's happening. That is the problem with the leader of the opposition, Mr. He is so self-righteous. He is so pure, Mr. Speaker. But so anytime, even though you show him the facts, he comes with an excuse. Mr. Speaker, just before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell the member of the show one thing, that we have noted that the roads in the country, said so for a long time, the roads in the country didn't get bad in 2021. Apart from the work you're doing, we've ordered a potholing truck. It's going to arrive in St. Lucia very shortly. So we're going to get improvement in the roads, at least potholing, the new potholing truck that we've ordered, that will be here shortly. So that should make you happy. Now, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition begins his answer to the VAT by saying that a canine was murdered. Mr. Speaker, the acting deputy, right now the Assistant Commissioner of Police, has made a statement of regret, a statement of concern, a statement of saying that there's going to be a full investigation in the untimely death of the Kenyan, Mr. Speaker. But I want to ask one question. One question. And if I'm wrong, I will yield. Is it the first time that happened in St. Lucia?
Yeah.
It's a question.
That's the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is the problem with the leader of the opposition. When I say anything he has accused us of, he's done both. Answer that question, Mr. Speaker. So he goes along and he says that the policemen have been doing many strange things. Not all, but Mr. Speaker, he never condemned a member of his party, a member of the police force, when he was on Facebook threatening the Prime Minister. He never condemned it, Mr. Speaker. He never condemned it, Mr. Speaker, when a member of the police force was on Facebook saying the most outrageous things. And when disciplinary action was taken because the staff orders had been disobeyed, Mr. Speaker, his party wanted to take the Commissioner of Police to court. He won't say that, but he speak about bad behavior of policemen. Mr. Speaker, further. What? I won't even answer you because you're making things so much you even know what you're making up. you just say things. Mr. Speaker, there was a letter written to the Commissioner of Police by a lawyer well known to the leader of the opposition, threatening to take legal action if there was not a withdrawal of a transfer order to a policeman.
The lawyer.
But you don't want to brought it up. You don't want to brought it up. You don't want to brought it up. What do you want me to call you for?
Until now, there's no investigation.
Into what?
No investigation.
That's right.
You get a supervisor filing a complaint. The supervisor doesn't even talk to him. You don't even investigate the matter.
Mr. Speaker.
Detail is taken away from him.
Mr. Speaker.
And up to now, no charges. Up to now, no investigation. Nothing. And you're giving him a promotion. What's that all about? So what did he do that was so wrong that he deserved to get a promotion?
I have never given anyone policeman promotion, so you know what you're saying. I have never given any policeman promotion. So what you talk about? You see, evil speaks what evil does. You are the one who interfere in the police force. You are the one. You and your former minister who interferes directly in the police force. You're the one who asked the people to be transferred. Who asked the people to be, you are the one, Mrs. No, you're the one. You are the one who interferes directly in the police force. You, not me. You, yes. You. That's why you're where you are. That's why I move your detail. I don't know your detail. I don't know your detail. I do not know your detail. I don't know your detail. I don't know your detail. I'm not like you. I don't get involved in these things. Well, I don't know your detail. You always this morning,
members.
This afternoon, they cut you to not
members.
The truth. That's what you always do. I don't know your detail is.
Member Castries East, let me.
The best person in the world.
Member Castries East, let me just interject here.
About your detail.
Just to say.
I know about your detail.
But your minister said so.
He said, I know about your detail? Yeah. He said, I know about your detail?
Sure.
That I know about your detail?
My detail should be moved.
I knew that.
But he's in your ministry.
And what about, why don't you answer for when your people talk about Nigeria?
What about him? What did I say about Nigeria?
Members,
If I said anything
Minister of Finance, can you proceed?
anything, one thing,
Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South, Mr. Speaker, comes here and speaks about suspension of visa, Mr. Speaker. That never happened. He cannot show me one letter that was written by any international body about St. Lucia's CIP program. Let me tell you what we've been doing since you started it. Let me tell you what we've been doing since, Mr. Speaker. What we've been doing since is we've signed an MOU. What we've been doing since is we are actively involved in a regional regulatory committee. What we've done since is we have active discussions with the US and the Europeans on framing a regional CIP law. What we've done since is that we have looked at ways and means of having uniform legislation so that the regulation of the CIP can be uniform for all islands of the region. That is what we've done, that's what we've done, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the nation, again, living his own illusion. He asks what we've been doing. When you tell him what we're doing, he's gone to another level. He just asks what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the point, you're not going to get me off track. You'll never get me off track.
Member for Mico South, if you want to raise a point of order,
he just wants, you see,
please do that.
What he wants
okay.
is that he believes I'll lose more. But I smart than him.
The idea of asking questions off the record is impermissible. If you wish to make an interjection, do so by putting on your lights. Otherwise, hold your peace.
So, Mr. Speaker, it has proven again today that he misled the House when he spoke about suspension of visas. Again proven for the whole world to see that he was misleading the House. The same way he's misleading the House every day about CIP. Every day, Mr. Speaker. He is the one who creates all the stories. He is the one who encourages people to create the stories, Mr. Speaker. He is the one who is threatened and who made a big hue and cry about the RICO case. He's the one. And when he does that, he plays, I do not know. He's the one who makes all the statements. He's the one who said about saying Lucia will lose its correspondent banking. And the people cheered in New York. You mean to tell me a leader of the opposition who wants to be prime minister can speak about a country losing its correspondent banking? You think that is something that should be said, Mr. Speaker? But he comes here and he pretends that never happened. He never said so. Then he goes to on the Roseau Dam. Roseau Dam. And he says the Roseau Dam was supposed to be in 3 stages and they only did 1 stage. I don't think you remember what you're saying here. I don't remember what you're saying. I don't think. 3 levels, all right, stages level, all right. And they only did 1 level. Never happened. Never happened. There is a full report on the Roseau Dam. A full report on the Roseau Dam. The World Bank also did a report on the desilting of the Roseau Dam. So apart from the report done locally, the World Bank earlier this year had a report on the desilting of the Roseau Dam. And the World Bank agreed. They agreed, Mr. Speaker, that a damming report on the dam. And the report said that from the local report said that only 8% of the silt had been removed from the dam after we had spent 40, after we had spent $59 million.
Mr. Speaker, if the member is going to make quotes from a document, I would love to have it a report of the House, Mr. Speaker. He's making reference to a World Bank report I have not seen. I would love to get a copy of the report, Mr. Speaker. And that's his obligation to do so.
He is not quoted from the World Bank report.
Mr. Speaker, you don't know what we'll have? We'll have a resolution in Parliament about the decision of the Roseau Dam. That's okay. And at that point, he'll have all the information he wants.
He will be then, when the motion comes.
What's the big deal? You want a quote from the report. A while ago you said, you need to see everything. I need to see everything. Let me see it. You want a quote of it?
you must understand that the people of St. Lucia, if they wanted you to be Prime Minister, they would have elected you. That's the fact. That's a fact.
But I'm here.
But you here? You won't be here a long time again.
You're going to make a decision for me.
Bradley will become leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, so we get to the, he is the one who brought up the Rosa Dam. He's the one who brought it up. He's the one who made his accusations about the Rosa Dam. He's the one, but he knows very well what are the facts surrounding the Rosa Dam. So when the time comes, the Rosa Dam will be fully ventilated because there are things that have to be said and there are facts surrounding the Rosa Dam, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we've dealt with the Rosa Dam. Then he speaks about crime. He says, the leader of the opposition says that crime is worse under us than it was under him or them. But let's get back to water. He says water has never been so bad. Mr. Speaker, when the member for Beaufort South was Prime Minister, we understood the processes and the problems involved at Wasco. We tried our best to improve Wasco systematically. When they came into government, they squashed all of it. They squashed all of it, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, they squashed all of it. But Wasco, we on the verge, beginning to make the changes, Mr. Speaker, to privatize it, to make it better, to corporate. Yes, exactly, Mr. Speaker. But they didn't. But now, Wasco has been the worst. You know, Mr. Speaker. But this government, again, we are working to improve Wasco. Tangible things that we are doing. We are investing in Wasco $1.2 million every month to improve services, whilst we see about the biggest problem, which is the erosion of the water line from the Seabus plant to the north of the country. We are working on that, and soon we have secured a loan from the CDB, and soon from now, we're going to be beginning work to improve that water line. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia are encouraged to harvest their own water, because there's going to be a worldwide shortage of water as is predicted because of climate change. So what I want to tell the people of St. Lucia, begin to invest in water harvesting and water storage, because that is going to be a problem that the people of the world will have to face very shortly, Mr. Speaker, and St. Lucia will be no exception because of what is happening as far as climate change is concerned. Then, Mr. Speaker, he speaks about crime. But only last week, the statistics came out for homicides. And I made the point that there are one homicide is too much. I've made that point consistently and persistently. But the statistics showed that there have been a reduction in homicides for the coming year for this year as compared to last year. These are statistic facts which I think are trending in the right direction, but I believe that the homicide rate in the country is too high, Mr. Speaker. It's too high, and we have to take steps to change it. But what have we done to stem or to control crime in this country? Look at the measures we have taken and compare these measures to him when he was Prime Minister. Look at the measures he's taken, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Grosile is the largest district in the country. They left the Grosile police station in a complete mess. I visited there and I said to the Grosile police, I apologize for the conditions in which he left them. He left them there. The conditions where he put the Grosile policemen. I apologize to them. And you're talking about what you did for crime. The conditions you left the Grosile police to work in. You think they could function? Here's what we've done. For Grosile alone, here's what we've done. We have housed the police in Grosile at the pastoral center. We have moved them to improved working conditions at the Grosile Human Resource Development Center. We've increased the number of vehicles, and we are building for them a modern, northern complex to house them in proper circumstances. That's Grosile alone. That's Grosile alone. And you speak about crime. When you left the policemen in Grosile in these conditions, you weren't thinking about crime? You weren't thinking about crime. Now let's look at what you've done for policemen generally. You fought. You left them. When you moved them from the building that they were, you put them somewhere else, and they were complaining persistently and consistently. You did nothing about it. You did nothing about it. We had to refurbish the Viewfort Police Headquarters at a cost of over $4 million and putting everything in there new. And now the police have moved to the new headquarters, and we expect them to function better. Let's talk about the police still, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the police still. You destroyed the custody suites, and you said the reason why you destroyed it is because the policemen told you that they had space to hold prisoners that they arrested. No one, same things like St. Jude. You can see no record where any policeman said so. When you destroyed the custody suites, there were policemen still working there. You went on a Sunday and you destroyed it. I wouldn't even say who destroyed it, who was the supervisor. Who was the supervisor in the destroying of the custody suites? Right now, we built, reconstructed a new custody suites using an existing building, Mr. Speaker. You said that your plan was to have an underground prison, that you'd pass prisoners underground and store them underground. He would have passed the prisoners underground and store them in an underground prison. That's what you came and said, you know. How you said there? You said that we're thinking back because your plan was to have an underground prison. Now, the police will tell you that one of the best things that have happened to them is that they have a custody suites now where they can arrest people, they can detain them for questioning, and they can hold them while they continue investigation. But you will not admit that. You will not admit that you caused mayhem when you destroyed the custody suites and when the police could not detain people for questioning or could not hold them under suspicion when they wanted to because there was no space to put them. They had to collect people and drop them in ancillary, calling, hey, you have space there, Chief? No, no space. Marchand, poor Marchand. You have space there? No, Marchand full. Then, Dr. Babano, you have space there? No, Babano full. Move them over the place. So the police did not have a central place where they could detain somebody and question them so that they could investigate the crime properly. Now, they have that, Mr. Speaker. These are the steps to be taken. We are taking to deter crime. These are some of the steps to take, Mr. Speaker. Further, police, we have recruited, and now they are working, 79 new police officers who are on the job now. Over 60 rangers to help in the tourism aspect of law and order to ensure that the beaches, etc., are properly patrolled. Something you disbanded. You disbanded the rangers and the hostesses. You disbanded it. We have reinstated it. And they are completing their training, and they will be fully equipped to help if we can reduce the incidence of crime against visitors. But further, on Monday next week, we are going to be starting the recruitment of another 80 police officers for the St. Lucia Police Force. More police officers. The last time there was a recruitment, Mr. Speaker, is when Dr. Kenny Anthony was parliamentary rep, was Prime Minister. So, yes, tell me the last time you tell me, and again, tell me. If I'm not even talking about that. So, Mr. Speaker, we now have plus training for policemen at Slasper and training for bodily people, Mr. Speaker. The fight and the city police. And further, Mr. Speaker, talking about security, the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Speaker, look at the investment we have done in the fire service. And again, new recruitment in the fire service happened earlier this year, and we put to work new fire officers, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing as far as crime, emergency services are concerned, Mr. Speaker. And further, Mr. Speaker, Bordelais, new officers been recruited in Bordelais, and we have another set going on training in July, next Monday, Mr. Speaker. So the steps, talking about giving the police equipment and giving them the resources to do their jobs, Mr. Speaker. I've made the point before, and it's going to happen. Every police officer in this country will be fitted with a bulletproof vest to do their work, Mr. Speaker. Every police officer. The police complained for ages about the belts that they use. The belt was uncomfortable. We've imported belts, new belts, for every police officer. Yes, we imported belts for new police officers. So, Mr. Speaker, we have imported belts, standard operating belts, Mr. Speaker, for all police officers, Mr. Speaker. Now, let us get, so we've dealt with his crime. Then he's talking about, we've dealt with crime, we've dealt with his CIP, we've dealt with his roads, we dealt with the desilting of the dam, we've dealt with water. Let's get to sports. Let's get to sports. Mr. Speaker, you think St. Lucia's performance in sports is coincidental? Do you think that the strides and the successes you have done this way, and the minister has detailed it, I will not go into detail it, because he's doing it all the time, is coincidental? He speaks about $33 million, he says, and here's what he uses for his $33 million. Putting artificial turf on Deriso, artificial turf on Soufre, and where again? And it was in Denry. Big deal, big price. Then he said, Mr. Speaker, you want to compare that. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what has happened to sports facilities in this country since our party has been in power. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that the people of St. Lucia hear these things. Look, here are the facilities that we have dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, Mindu Philip Park, Grosile playing field. In fact, Grosile mini stadium, Mr. Speaker. Go and see for yourself. Mindu Philip Park, Darren Sammy Grounds, Mr. Speaker. Mindu Philip Park, Marshall Grounds, Anthony Multipurpose Court, Canry's Multipurpose Court, Jack Mel Multipurpose Court, Sub Playing Field, Kenneth King Multipurpose Complex, Deborah Playing Field, Auger Playing Field, Laclay Playing Field, Piero Playing Field, Jack Mel Playing Field, Moshi Playing Field, Sub Playing Field, Denry Playing Field, Larry Suits Playing Field, Vanad Multipurpose Court, Denry Playing Field, Bocage Multipurpose Court, Anchipo Multipurpose Court, Leon Hess Playing Field, Labon Playing Field, Anchipo Multipurpose Court, Mr. Speaker, Cicero Multipurpose Court, Lights in Grand Riviere. That is a small. We're not talking about the work that has been done and is going to be done on the Philip Master grounds in Beaufort. You want to compare that? Let's compare. Because you're going in the business of comparison. Let's compare, Mr. Speaker. Let's compare. Then he speaks about health. And he says that the American Dental Association has said that health has never been worse in this country. But I can assure you, no member of this government has ever accused any nurse of giving people bad injections. And you associated yourself with that because you never condemned it. So that means you agree that. And now you have the welfare of nurses so much. Nurses. Let me tell you what we've done for doctors. There were doctors that you put on contract, that you had them every 2 years worrying whether their job is secure. You know what he did? We confirmed all of them. We gave them full-time employment. And you know what we did also? Because of the shortage of nurses. Nurses are leaving. Nurses not only live in St. Lucia. Generally in Barbados, you have to have Ghanaian nurses from Ghana and from Africa. You know what we did for nurses? To keep them, we are putting together a nursing retention program. And part of that nursing retention program is we are paying the fees for young people who want to study nursing in this country. And so now, and you talk about healthcare, Mr. Speaker. Look at the physical. Look at the work we've done in the physical structures as far as healthcare is concerned. I don't forgot that we refurbished the Dairy Show Health Center that you left. In a state.
Really in a state?
Yes, it was in a state.
Fully renovated before.
He said Dairy Show was fully renovated.
Fully renovated. That is not true. Come on. That's not true. Come on. New generator, new water tanks, fully air conditioned, fully renovated. What are you trying to fool? You think renaming something makes it good? No. That's all y'all did. God doesn't rename it. Yeah. Nothing. Who put up the fence? Who put in the air conditioning system? Who put in the generator?
The Dairy Show Health Center, Mr. Speaker, we had to renovate it, Mr. We had to rehabilitate the Dairy Show Health Center that left in his constituency, and he was Prime Minister. The Larry Seuss Wellness Center, we rebuilt it. We rebuilt the Larry Seuss Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. Even the Viewfort Health Wellness Center did some work in there, Mr. Speaker. And right now, as we speak, work is going on in 2 wellness centers in Babono. And the Grocery Polyclinic, we're extending the Grocery Polyclinic as we speak. And let's talk about St. Jude. Because the audacity of the leader of the opposition, when things are clear, he says they're not clear. Because the truth is what you perceive it to be. Mr. Speaker, take a look back in your memory and tell me the box in July 2021, have a look at the box and tell me whether you think that could ever be a hospital in 6 months. Just think about it. You think what existed in 2021 could ever be a hospital in 6 months? But what he's not telling you is the buildings that they put there could not work if the buildings in the original structures were not used. He'll never tell you that. So they change all the time. They say they'll have the first thing was you have a modern hospital complex. Then they changed to say they'd have a pay hospital downstairs, they would have a free hospital upstairs, and a pay hospital for tourists upstairs. Changed all kinds of permutations. There is nowhere you can find anything written that says the boxes have been completed in 6 months.
You said 18 months.
I never said so. You can never put me on record as saying anything or any completion date. You have never heard me say. You've never heard me say. I have never given any completion date for St. Jude Hospital. Never. And I'll tell you, what I will tell you is where St. Jude Hospital is now is not where you left it. And what I can tell you further, that Any blind man can see. And only people like you who are biased and who want to believe your own misinformation will tell me that what exists there now can be compared to what was there when we left in September, when you left in July 2021. And further, no one can tell me that we signed a direct award that gave 1% interest per what? Per day? Per day. 1% interest on a direct award. On $70 million. That's what you left us. And you know the loan for the St. Jude Hospital, you don't know what's the interest rate? Less than 1%. You understand? So, Mr. Speaker, so even in terms of St. Jude Hospital, the leader of the opposition is delusional and he's trying to fool himself, trying to tell people what they're seeing is not true. So anytime you've caught him, he diverts and goes to another point. You worried about cost? You understand? Who is, Mr. Speaker? That is a man who was building the largest infrastructure project in the country without a bill of quantities. He is the guy who was building the largest infrastructure project in the country on bill as you go. Rough order of management and bill as you go. A blank check. He's the one, a blank check, Mr. Speaker. He's the blank check, Mr. Speaker. That is the man. Anytime this gentleman is there, he never admits, and that is why he blames the people of St. Lucia for putting them out of government. That's why he blames them, you know. He blames the people of St. Lucia. Yeah, he blames them. It's not he that was wrong, it's the people of St. Lucia were wrong by putting him out of government. Not he, the people. But we believe in the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. We believe in the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we always do. We believe in people.
Member for Castries, member for Mico South, I'll remind you again, if you wish to put questions, there's a process under Standing Orders 14 and 16. Follow these, please.
So, Mr. Speaker,
member for Castries Central.
We want, Mr. Speaker, to deal now with the crux of the matter, the VAT, the value added tax resolution that we passed in Parliament today, Mr. Speaker. He says that came too late, too little too late. He has forgotten the steps that we took before we got there. The steps that we took to reduce the burden of inflation, which was highest when we were in government. The highest, Mr. Speaker, with the steps, the incremental steps that we took, Mr. Speaker, because he left us the worst performing economy in the OECS and the Caribbean after COVID. He left us, and the records are clear. He left the worst performing economy in the world. 7th worst economy. That's what he left us because of his policies, Mr. Speaker. The government had no savings after COVID. In July, Mr. Speaker, if you want to get some facts, Mr. Speaker, because you know we've been running the country and not telling the facts. In July 2021, when I got the treasury of this country, let me tell you how much money it had. Yes, only COVID, only St. Lucia. In July 2021, when he left the economy of St. Lucia for us to manage, let me tell you how much money it had. In July 2021. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is time, you know. So what he will do is on Sunday, they will go and they'll blaspheme, and they will blaspheme, and they will say all the things.
Member for Castries, you have 15 minutes left.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, cash balances, 2021. Mr. Speaker, In May 2021, the government had available funding of $82 million. That's the cash we had in bank. In June 2021, we had $77 million in bank. In July 2021, we had $38 million in bank. That's the cash we had, Mr. Speaker. In August, we had $53 million in the bank. That's what we had. That's what we had, Mr. Speaker. That's what we had. That's what we had, Mr. Speaker. So that is, I don't know where, I know that is a fact. And I know also that we have more now than we had in that time. That's a fact. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the leader of the opposition pretends that COVID only hit St. Lucia. He pretends. We came to this honorable house on that side, and we supported him in all the measures that he took as far as COVID is concerned. We supported him, Mr. Speaker. He had no savings. He had no savings during COVID. He had to go to the NIC to get money for COVID after he borrowed over $300 million. That is the economy that he left us, because when COVID struck, the economy was in a tailspin. You had no savings.
Member from Mico South.
Again, the member from Castries East is completely misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. There was lots of savings in 2019. The fact is that when COVID hit and the country got shut down in April, Mr. Speaker, and I've repeated to say it, the revenue of the government went from $110 million to $55 million. The monies that we were able to borrow from the World Bank and from the IMF and from the CDB went to make up for the money, the shortfall. But the member said there was no cash.
Member from Mico South.
Yes, member. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You're editorializing something that is not responding to what he said. You said he's misleading. He made a statement that in May there was 82 million.
2021, I said that.
21, yes. In May there was 82 million. In June there was 75 million. In July there was 36 million. What does that have to do with April of 2022? Of April of 2019?
Mr. Speaker, I stood on a point of order, not on what he said there. What I put out was that we mismanaged the economy, okay? And the country was in a tailspin in 2019.
And he supported it with the figures he gave.
No, but he's talking about, you're telling me it's in a tailspin in 2019 and you're giving us revenue numbers all the way in 2022? 2021? 2019,
no. The tailspin comment was in relation to suggest to you that contrary to your statement that COVID caused the downturn, that the economy was already in a downturn prior to COVID. That's all his comment about 2019 was.
Then if we want to be fair, Mr. Speaker, give us what the balances were in 2019 and show where the country was in a tailspin. The country was not in a tailspin. If you look at your own statistics, 2019 was a record year of tourism arrivals.
Member from Mico South,
Mr. Speaker.
You cannot tell a member what statistics to use in presenting his case. If you want to...
Mr. Speaker, I have no issue with what the member said about 2022. I'm saying he cannot use those numbers and without then showing the comparative numbers in 2019 and say the country was in a tailspin in 2019. That is categorically a lie. And I'm also saying that when the member says that we use the money, we had to borrow money because the revenue dropped from $110 million to $55 million because the country was
Member
shut,
from Mico South.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please take your seat. Member for Castries.
Mr. Speaker.
Please take your seat.
No, is he not going to withdraw the statement? Are you going to allow that statement, Mr. Speaker?
Absolutely. I don't see anything that he has said there that requires a withdrawal.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. So a member could make reference to something in 2021 and draw it back to 2019 and have no statistics of 2019 and make such a wild allegation that it was
Yes, the finance minister, the member for Labrie, and the member for Castries South all quoted the economic review to show what the quarterly figures were in 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still waiting for those quarterly figures. I looked at it. There's nothing in there that shows any quarterly figures. What, in fact, the Social and Economic Review shows, Mr. Speaker, it shows that in 2019, we had a record number of arrivals.
Finance Minister, can you proceed?
And the fact is that when they talk about that the economy contracted
Member from Miku South,
2020. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot
Please, no, you cannot tell me what I can or cannot do. I am ruling on the standing orders, and I'm asking you to take your seat.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to opine on this fairly.
I am asking you for the final time to take your seat on this matter. You have made your point. I've made a ruling that your point is not pertinent to the point. Well, that's fine.
Sure that you're there for that ruling.
That's fine.
I'm just saying to you, if the member
you have said you don't agree, that is fine. Please take your seat. I'm not going to ask you again. Member for Finance Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, there's no need for all that excitement, Mr. Speaker. COVID hit the entire world. In 2019, when COVID hit, the economy in St. Lucia had no savings, so the government had to borrow from the NIC to pay, and they had to borrow in large amounts. And the ECCB statistics will show that St. Lucia was the largest borrowing country after COVID.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. The members leading the House, the government never borrowed any money from NIC.
I didn't say borrow, I said the government used money from NIC to pay. They used it.
Mr. Speaker, the NIC board made a decision that it was going to distribute some of its money of people who've been making contributions from NIC. There's nowhere that the government borrowed the money, Mr. Speaker.
He didn't say you borrowed the money.
He did. That's what exactly he said.
He said used.
We borrowed money from the IMF and from NIC.
I said IMF there? You will be the IMF now?
World Bank? Was it World Bank?
Did you
was it CDB? We borrowed no money from NIC, Mr. Speaker. None.
Finance Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the government used money from the NIC because they had no savings to pay to use during COVID. They had no savings. The government had no savings in 2019. The economy of St. Lucia borrowed the largest borrow after COVID in the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, in the currency movement, in the currency union. St. Lucia borrowed the most after COVID because the government had no savings. They borrowed the most. St. Lucia borrowed the most after COVID from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank because the government had no savings. I'm talking about, thank you, but I'm talking about after COVID, Mr. Speaker. Because COVID did not only hit us, COVID hit the whole world, Mr. Speaker. The whole world was affected by COVID. And we came to this honorable house and we supported him in the moves he took. Some of them, even though we didn't disagree, we said for the benefit of the country and for the benefit of the fact that COVID affected everybody, we will support it. And you know what he did? In the distribution of food, they did not give any food to the members of the opposition. They gave it to the people who ran against us. Even there, they played politics. They did not give anything. They never called any of the elected parliamentarians in the opposition and give them not one. No, Minister, you got hampers? Did they ever call us and give us hampers for them? Minister of Sub-Cashes?
They gave it to the disaster man.
But not to you.
Not to me. I wasn't able.
They did not give me any hampers. I got no hampers. You gave people who had beaten elections.
Minister, you have 5 minutes left.
That's what you did. You gave people who had beaten elections. You see, any time, but I didn't beat them. I didn't beat the person. Didn't I win my seat? What? But you always say, Mr. Speaker, further, Mr. Speaker, the steps that we took, I want some 15 minutes time. The steps that we took, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the cost of living, the steps we took to reduce the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. When we came into government in 2021, I have made the point of how much cash there was in the system. Soon after that, we were hit by the war. We were hit by supply chain issues, which also affected the entire world. So St. Lucia wasn't isolated, but they were in opposition at that time. They never, for one moment, did like what we did and supported some of the measures that we took to alleviate that situation that caused by the crisis of 2022 and moving forward. The world was in a crisis too. The crisis was only, and further, the Delta crisis, the surge in Delta happened when we were in government in 2021. They've forgotten that. I think they are the only ones who dealt with COVID. And in August 2021, and they were predicting that there would have been dead people in the corridors of the hospital. You don't come and have selective memory loss. You are the only one that COVID affected. COVID affected us just as, if not worse, because we had to deal with the Delta variant. That's what we had to deal with. When we came in, we found that patients at the respiratory hospital were in a state. Some people were losing their brain. A man even committed suicide, Mr. Speaker. You know what we did? Immediately, the minister moved to improve, to give these people some worth, Mr. Speaker. Give them some worth. We did that immediately. These are the things that we did for COVID. So COVID did not only affect your government, it affected our government too. And we're not rejoicing about COVID. We assisted you. We told our people that COVID was something that was general and we shouldn't play no politics with it, Mr. Speaker. You used to laugh at us, laugh at me when I wore my mask. You understand? So, Mr. Speaker, don't we have this selective memory loss and play as if you are saints that come from heaven. So let's get back to the measures for the VAT, Mr. Speaker. So we took a series of steps to alleviate the cost. The first step we did is we increased the disposable income of people. People who got less than $24,000 a year, they paid no taxes. That would give them a little support in the disposable income so that it could help to fight the increase in prices. That's the first thing we did. What we did, Mr. Speaker, also, we increased pensions. You never saw it fit when you were using the NIC money. You never saw it fit to say to the pensioners that the $250 insurance dollars some of them were getting was not enough. You do not have the empathy that during COVID that the pensioners getting $200 would have been more heavily affected by the people. You didn't have the empathy for that. We are the ones who said that after we spoke to the NIC, we said that $200 for people increase it to $500. And you don't understand.
Remember, you have 1 minute left.
You don't understand, Mr. Speaker, what it means for.
You have government business.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to invoke Standing Order 3210 to allow the honourable member an extra 20 minutes to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the Finance Minister an additional 20 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now move the question, and up with the question, as many of that opinion say aye, as many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's the arrogance and the contempt that this member has for the people of St. Lucia and for this Parliament. You can imagine if he ever becomes Prime Minister again. Look at the contempt. Look at the disrespect. I am responding to accusations that you made. You made it. I'm responding to the fact that we asked you to bring documentary proof of something you're saying and you could not bring it, but you're walking out. That is the scorn and the contempt and the arrogance, Mr. Speaker. That's the disrespect. So, Mr. Speaker, we getting back to things we did to alleviate the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the pensions. And we also increased NIC pensions with the support and the consent. The NIC increased the pensions even after they'd had the minimum pension of $500, Mr. Speaker. Then, government pensioners, some of them used to get less than $700 a month for the pensions. Old teachers, policemen, civil servants who had been in the service and worked all their lives used to get less than $700 in pensions. We had a minimum pension of $750, Mr. Speaker, for pensioners to alleviate the cost of living situation. We also gave every pensioner, we've done it twice, a $500 one-off payment in the month of November to assist them, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the plight. That's how we are. We understand the plight of the marginalized in this country. And pensioners were one of the most marginalized groups that were forgotten. We also said that moving forward, any increase given to pensioners, to civil servants, the commensurate increase will be given to pensioners, Mr. Speaker, moving forward. Mr. Speaker, so that's the step we took as far as pensioners is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Moving forward again, as far as the cost of living, we subsidize flour, sugar, and rice to the tune of $10 million. And the leader of the opposition is on record as saying that is not a good policy. But his argument is that when you subsidize it, everybody benefits. Everybody benefits. Sometimes you have the accent changing. Everybody benefits. You understand? That's what he said. Not understanding a basic concept. And I don't profess to be anything. I'm just a politician who wants to see the welfare of the people of St. Lucia get better. That's all I am. He doesn't understand that when the price of these basic goods increase, the lower income people have difficulty in purchasing it. These are the only set of goods that when there is a price increase, Mr. Speaker, the supply also increases. I want to make it clear. The consumption patterns of these goods for lower income people are grossly affected when their price increases. But for other income people, it doesn't affect them because they do not use these basic goods. They have climbed to another level of goods, so the basic goods, when the price increases, doesn't affect them. So that's where the subsidies come in. The subsidies come in to the lower income people who have to spend more money when the price of these goods go up. The middle class people, Mr. Speaker, do not get affected as much as the lower income people who spend the majority of their income on buying these products, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, that's not something he can understand. He can't understand that, Mr. Speaker, because it's only now we start playing marbles. So he can't understand what that means. Let me tell you what that means. He don't understand it. Let me tell you what that means. When a poor person is getting $50 a day, that $50 a day, they have to spend, and don't hold me on these figures, because if you hold me on these figures, I understand your misinformation already. So I will be careful. I won't even say figures, because you will go out there, you'll misquote me, you're no circus, you'll misquote me, and say I said what I didn't say. So I'm not going to use any figures, because I know your misinformation tactics. You come straight from the straight from the book of the Ministry of Truth. All your tactics, that's where it come from. All your tactics, the Ministry of Truth. Just say whatever you want. A lower income person, when the price of these basic goods go up, they have to spend more of their income to buy it. So when you subsidize it, you stabilize it a bit for them. Because most of the income goes in buying these goods. They are called given goods. So when we subsidize it, they get, the people at that level, they get more benefits from it than somebody who's at a higher income. That's what I meant, Mr. Speaker. And
the same thing the World Bank and the IMF and CDB, everybody's been telling us. We have to find a better something else. You're going to have to get there one day, brothers. All of us are going to get there one day.
Mr. Speaker,
Just deal with what it is.
further, Mr. Speaker, we have also moved to alleviate the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, in many other ways, Mr. Speaker, many other ways. When we pay utility fees for children going to school, Mr. Speaker, we have taken from working mothers that expense of the utility fees. We've taken that and we've given them more disposable income, Mr. Speaker. When we say to working mothers that we subsidize GCE in that we pay for 2 and now for 4 subjects, they can use that income to improve the quality of life. CXC, yes. We are saying we can use it, Mr. Speaker. When we give civil servants a little bonus at Christmas, we are saying that's to help you in the increased cost of living. And when we give, and Mr. Speaker, I heard a very curious mix-up about payment of back pay. And I'm sorry that the member for Vivat South did not clarify that, because I'm sure at some point he'll clarify it. I'm sure he'll clarify, Mr. Speaker, because what I heard there is a mix-up story that's so mixed up. I don't know if we can untangle it, Mr. Speaker. What I know is we gave civil servants for the 6 years one of the highest pay increases ever given to public servants in this country, 13% over a 6-year period. And I also know we paid them the back pay when it was due. We paid them the back pay tax-free. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker, and that was done to help them to alleviate the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are, when it's due, when we promise them, that's what I mean. Not like you, that you couldn't pay it. We also, Mr. Speaker, we also said to the public servants that we appreciate the fact of what you're doing. And we never said to them, let the government do its work. It is not your job to tell the government what to do. We never said so to them. We never treated them with the scorn and the contempt that you treated them. You did that. You on record. You on record. You see, Mr. Speaker, even though you catch the leader of the opposition on record, I know somebody called me and told me and asked me whether I'll ever debate the leader of the opposition. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. I'll never debate the leader of the opposition. I can never debate a man who says whatever he wants.
Lies.
The only way I can debate him is if I'm assured that there is a fact checker and everything he says, we check it. Both ways. I will put myself, if there's going to be a fact checker, because nothing the leader of the opposition says is 100% true. There always is a modification. And when you catch him in saying, like you caught him this today was a clear example. I mean, Mr. Speaker, Providence is something else, you know. You know when they were attacking the Nigerian president's visit, President Modi went to Trinidad and they closed almost the entire country for him and they gave him the highest award. You know what they did? What they said. And his party said it. His party said it. We never closed the airport. The airport was suspended for an hour or two. The airport was never closed. Again, but a while ago you said nothing about Nigerian visit. You see how a while ago he said, here's what he's saying now. We didn't close the airport. You heard him? Further, Mr. Speaker. Providence, Mr. Speaker. Now you know what they said? They said it's a false equivalent. Two heads of state, one the most populous nation in the world, and black nation in the world, another one the most populous Indian nation in the world, visited two CARICOM countries. The governments welcome them. The one here criticizes it. The one here denigrates it. The one here does all kinds of things. The leader of the opposition says nothing to support or to condemn.
Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, the member again mislead the House. I mean, clearly in him saying that the airport was temporary was suspended, I mean, the notice from SASPA says closed. And all I said was...
For how many hours?
For 2 hours.
Exactly.
Okay, but it's closed. Right, they didn't do that in Trinidad. What they did in Trinidad is they let school out early, or they canceled school for that day to reduce the traffic. And again, I would love for the government to read what the press statement was from my party on the visit of the Nigerian president. Okay? And stop associating what the public's opinion was. That's the public's opinion. And they're entitled to that opinion. But the United Workers' Party put out a press statement, and it never said any of those things that were being associated today.
Who's United Bank?
You.
Who's starstruck?
Who's United Bank? Who's United Bank?
Who's starstruck?
Finance Minister.
Anything against the Nigerian president?
You see, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm in a hurry for the next elections. You know why I'm in a hurry? Because finally, the people of St. Lucia will have their say in saying what they think about the leader of the opposition and what they think about him. They'll be able to compare what he did when he was in government. They'll be able to compare what he said when he was in government. They'll be able to compare how he treated people when he was in government, and be able to compare it to how the Labour Party is doing and what we did when we were in government. Yeah. The time is coming, Mr. Speaker. So all this back and forth, we can balance, Mr. Speaker. All this back and forth, all these facts that are verifiable, apart from all the innuendo, that's what in his mind, what he thinks, that will be balanced by fact, Mr. Speaker. I really want that day to come. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to have this country on the path of truth, Mr. Speaker. Because you can't have a guy who wants to be Prime Minister of the country, and everything he says, you can't take his word for it. Today is an example. Big example today for the world to see. He stood for everybody to see. And he said that we'd been denied our Schengen visas. I want him to disprove he said so. So, Mr. Speaker, the VAT amendment, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the public of St. Lucia will benefit from the zero-rated items that were put into play by that amendment, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about customs duties. I read, Mr. Speaker, I read the goods for which we had the rate of duty to 0%. I read it before. Cheddar cheese, potatoes, onions, peas, chickpeas, etc. Rate of duty is 0%. He said I didn't do it. And I also said that there has to be, I had to say that there was derogation. That's again, Mr. Speaker, he's forgetting again. We removed the 6% service charge on control items for a long time. Minister of Commerce, what year we removed? What year did we remove the price control on products? What year? What year did we remove the service charge on goods that were price controlled? 2023, end of 23, going into 24. Yes, we did it. So, I mean, now you think you can debate with some boy like that? So, Mr. Speaker, that is just the beginning, Mr. Speaker. That's just the beginning of the steps we've taken to lessen the impact of imported inflation on the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And further, the Minister of Agriculture will have some very interesting revelations to make as far as agriculture is concerned, Mr. Speaker. And you'll see how we are merging and creating synergies between agriculture, Mr. Speaker, tourism and agriculture, and food security, Mr. Speaker. And back on food security, Mr. Speaker, when we try to tell the public of St. Lucia that they should eat more local produce, that they should try to consume more of what we grow, again, they made an entire fuss of that, denigrating the people of St. Lucia, denigrating the bananas, denigrating it, Mr. Speaker, because they thought they would gain political by doing that, Mr. Speaker. I want to announce to you, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Education is going to have an initiative where we can give every child in St. Lucia a banana a day, Mr. Speaker. That would help the farmers and it would help the nutritional content for the children in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their support. I thank the member for Chozel, Mr. Speaker, although he had to play the tune sometimes, but in general, he thought that the initiative was a good one, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the private sector, Mr. Speaker, ensures that these savings are passed to the consumers of St. Lucia. And the consumers of St. Lucia should look carefully, Mr. Speaker, and see what goods we are going to be publishing, the goods that are going to be affected, then, Mr. Speaker, so they can get the full impact of the removal of VAT, Mr. Speaker. And just as I end, the exempt goods and the zero-rated goods, Mr. Speaker, we've explained that before. The businesses cannot recoup the goods that are exempt. So they spread it throughout the entire store, entire supermarket, and the prices go up. Taking these goods out of exempt and making them zero, they can claim it, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully there ought to be an increase on all these goods, Mr. Speaker. That is as simple to understand, and the government has taken this step because we believe that these steps will reduce the cost of living for the people of St. Lucia, and they will be able to enjoy a better quality of life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and terminating on the 41st day of May 2026, a supply of goods as per the attached schedule. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands adjourned until Thursday, July 10th at 10 a.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned to 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 10th of July. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
Nous venons au bout de la session qui constitue aujourd'hui. C'était une session qui était très intéressant. Ce qui raison était tellement intéressant, c'était puisque c'est une seule motion qui est discutée, la technique plusieurs autres billes qui étaient pour discuter. Une motion qui prend autant attention, c'est une motion pour le Parlement constituer, tirer VAT à sur plusieurs marchandises, particulièrement pour aider les gens en situation côté bagay tellement cher. C'est plutôt manger avec matériaux pour faire caille. Avant ça, il y a aussi la tenue de statement qui est sorti par différents membres du Parlement à sous visite en Europe. C'est Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, président Nigeria qui a visité Saint-Lucie avec qui a quitté demain. Comme on dit, c'était une session qui était très intéressante, en pile discussion, parce que nous étions juste anti-humain, côté était pour 10 minutes, 15 minutes après ça, pour parler, joindre information. En chaque différents bagages qui parlaient, mais comme on dit, il va finir avec déjà décidé pour envoyer les sessions pour mardi. C'est pas mardi, excusez, c'est jeudi, semaine prochaine, ça c'est le 10 juillet. Côté il va continuer, ça, il va commencer. Mais avant ça, nous avons aussi, c'est mardi, semaine prochaine, quand le Sénat qui est jeune pour discuter ce qui passe aujourd'hui.
Yes, Michael, a good summary there. And as you mentioned, that motion was passed, approved, the motion to remove VAT on the items, food items and construction materials. That generated so much discussion, and there were so many cross issues relating to in the debate on that motion. We saw CIP, the visit by President of Nigeria, Tinubu. There were just so many issues that were just crossed in this issue. I just want to highlight quickly the appeal by the members and of course the Prime Minister for the private sector to ensure that those benefits truly pass on to the people. Yes. The Minister of Commerce said that there should be an automatic reduction in the goods of those goods. She appealed to the people, the general public, to be vigilant and to be aware to ensure that in fact those taxes, the VAT taxes, are removed from some of those items. In the coming days, we will be itemizing on the Government Information Service most of those items. But as you had, it's a very eventful day today, and we adjourn again for next week, Thursday, the July 10th, and the Senate will be meeting Tuesday coming. So on behalf of the Government Information Service, on behalf of the entire team, my name is Virgil Leonti. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout today.
Moi c'est Michael Gasper, nous avons merci un peu, nous avons une bonne soirée avec nous avons invité pour rester puis station télévision NTN que nous avons chaque information à ce qui a passé en gouvernement Saint-Lucie. Nous avons une bonne soirée.